Chapter 2149. From their proud expressions, it seemed like they wouldn't leave until they succeeded today. Damn it. Everyone from the Battle Dragon clan clenched their fists. They were still young and full of vigor. They couldn't bear to be humiliated. Hence, when the other party tried to take their sisters away, they couldn't bear it anymore. However, they were still afraid. They were afraid that the Battle Dragon clan would be disbanded. They were afraid of the power behind these youths. Their eyes were bloodshot and their veins were popping out. Their breathing was heavy as they stared at each other. They couldn't let the other party succeed today. Hence, they protected the girls in secret. The 1,000 of them had long established a strong bond. They would live and die together. This was also what Longchen liked about them. Their hearts were pure and flawless. They were a rarely seen united group. Although there were some small conflicts between them, it didn't affect their brotherhood. At this moment, they were also facing the enemy together. They didn't retreat at all with their thin shoulders. Their eyes were filled with tenacity and unyielding. Luo Yen pushed away the two youths in front of her and glared at them angrily. Don't even think about provoking us. If you're men, then let's have a fair fight. Don't try to play tricks in front of me and make us look down on you. You're all bastards. If you have the guts, then fight me. Luo Yen, you're crazy. The youths didn't expect their resistance to be so fierce. In the past, they only threatened the Battle Dragon clan and made them feign defeat in the Battle of Potential. But this time, they directly attacked Luo Yen and the other girls. Do you believe that we'll find someone to kill all of you right now? They shouted arrogantly. As for fighting, they didn't dare. After all, they only had a dozen people. Master. Liang Teng stood beside him and asked Longchen. Longchen thought that he was about to leave and didn't know if he could make it back in time. Hence, he said, I'll chase them away. Don't do anything. Longchen could let them vent their anger and let them fight. However, he was afraid that they would take revenge when he left. At this moment, he said, be quiet. Everyone, stand at the back. As soon as he said this, everyone quieted down. They pushed themselves behind Longchen and looked at Longchen's back with excitement. Who are you? The young man asked impatiently. Longchen stood in front of them. To be honest, it was a waste for him to deal with these little fellows. He smiled and said, who I am is not important. They call me teacher. Is this identity enough to talk to you? You. They burst out laughing. Longchen looked too young. It was simply a joke. These fellows wouldn't listen unless they were taught a lesson. Longchen didn't say anything. He appeared in front of a young man and grabbed him by the neck, making it impossible for him to move. He then slapped the young man's face, and a few teeth flew out along with blood. The young man let out a blood-curdling scream as half of his face turned red and swelled up. It's me. What's wrong? Longchen said expressionlessly. This slap instantly caused the blood of the Battle Dragon race to boil. They were on the verge of tears. They had been oppressed for so many years, but they had never felt so relieved before. You are courting death. The young man who was being choked roared. Just as he was about to attack, Longchen's slap broke through his defense and landed on the other side of his face. Instantly, his face turned into a pig's head. Longchen couldn't help but slap a few more times. He lowered his head and saw that the young man was already on the verge of death. His face was so round and huge that he didn't look like a human anymore. Only then did the other young men react. They were so frightened that their legs trembled. Longchen tossed the young man in his hand to the ground and moved. In the blink of an eye, slapping sounds rang out. When it was over, everyone took a closer look. There were more than 10 young men squatting on the ground, crying and covering their faces. All of their teeth flew out and their faces were swollen. It was a tragic sight. The Battle Dragon race instantly cheered. This was much better than doing it themselves. You actually dared to hit us, you. The 10 young men huddled together and looked at Long Chen in fear. No matter who you are dead for sure this time. Even now, they hadn't forgotten their arrogance and intimidation. Do you know who I am? Do you know my identity? If I say it, you will be scared to death. In any case, this time you are dead for sure. Everyone here will be out of luck, they will all be killed by me. The young man who had been slapped the most ruthlessly by Long Chen said. Long Chen grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The young man was so scared that he wet his pants. Not only did the others not save him, but they also scattered in confusion. Do you know who I am? Long Chen didn't touch him. He moved closer to the young man and said word by word, my name is Long Chen. Perhaps you are not familiar with me. You are so well informed. You should know who killed Meng Qingxiu at the gates of Dragon City 10 days ago. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. For a moment, the young men looked at Long Chen with astonishment. It could be seen that they knew the name Long Chen, so their minds were blank at this moment. Long Chen threw him to the ground. The young man was so scared that he was trembling all over. He rolled and crawled back to gather with the other young men and looked at Long Chen in fear. Long Chen walked step by step until he was in front of them. Finally, he said, all right, I won't kill you. But you must understand that from today onwards, this is my territory. They are people under my protection. Among you, or your fathers, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on their heads, you must first think about whether you have Meng Qingxiu's strength or a father like Emperor Tianmu. If you don't, I advise you to be obedient. Otherwise, I don't mind cutting you into 8 pieces. The more they spoke, the more terrified they became. They were almost crying for their parents. Although Long Chen's appearance wasn't scary, his reputation as the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor was too resounding. The young men had heard too many people talking about him, so they were naturally scared out of their wits. Scram, don't appear at my place again. Long Chen waved his hand. The young men had long since forgotten their previous threats to Long Chen. They scrambled and crawled out of the place in a hurry. They were in an extremely sorry state, completely different from the arrogance they had when they had first arrived. Only when Long Chen turned around did the young men of the Battle Dragon clan cheer like never before. Their faces were covered with tears of happiness. Their eyes flickered with recognition, gratitude, and fanaticism towards Long Chen. At this moment, their hearts were surging. There were only 2 thoughts in their minds. One was to follow Long Chen forever. The second was to become an expert like Long Chen one day. Just the name alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. Long Chen saw the fire in their eyes. Although it was still very weak, they were all people like Long Chen. One day, this kind of fire would erupt, a single spark setting a prairie ablaze. Their hot-bloodedness and purity made Long Chen like them even more. When night fell, they played and celebrated. Long Chen even forgot about his own cultivation. It was very relaxing to be with them. Because their ages weren't too far apart, it was easier for Long Chen to get along with them. In the next few days, Long Chen basically didn't cultivate. Instead, he guided them so that they could have a better performance in the battle of potentials and raise their ranking. This wasn't important to Long Chen, but to the Battle Dragon clan, ranking was glory and glory. It was their common pursuit. Until one day, when the Slaughter Dragon City's team for the Sovereign Grand Ceremony set off. When the Qian Snow Empress arrived and saw that Long Chen had taken good care of the War Dragon Palace, she was very surprised. She said, "You handled it so well." Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "As long as we communicate with them, there is nothing we can't do. They are not troublemakers. They are all future heroes." Okay. In fact, the Qian Snow Empress basically didn't manage the Young Dragon Palace. It was just a title. In addition, she had been working hard to break through to the later stage of the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm for the past 1,000 years, so she was even busier. Let's go. We will gather outside the Slaughter Dragon City, said the Qian Snow Empress. You are going too? Asked Long Chen. The Qian Snow Empress nodded and said, yes. The Blood Dragon Emperor, the Wind Moon Emperor, the Sword River Emperor, and the others, except for the Sky Curtain Emperor who is guarding the Heaven Blood Hell and the Slaughter Dragon Graveyard, will basically attend the Sovereign Grand Ceremony. Many of the top 10 hidden experts in the Slaughter Dragon City will also be guarding in secret. I'm afraid even the 3 Dragon Emperors will pay attention to this place. After all, the 5 Dragon Balls are very important. It seemed that the Sovereign Grand Ceremony was grander than Long Chen had imagined. Okay. Let's go. He and the Qian Snow Empress bid farewell to the War Dragon clan and left the Young Dragon Palace, heading for the gate of the Slaughter Dragon City. The War Dragon clan gathered at the gate and watched Long Chen leave. They were all a bit reluctant. During this period of time, Long Chen had brought them earth-shattering changes. I wonder if he will be in danger facing so many experts over there. Luo Yan murmured. Pang Hong said, don't worry. I absolutely believe that Master will be fine. In my eyes, he is a miracle. Everyone agreed with what he said. When Long Chen was not around, Liang Teng made the decision. When they could no longer see Long Chen, Liang Teng said, go back and cultivate. This time, the War Dragon clan will make it to the top 10. We will surprise those who look down on us. We will show them our true strength. We are not cowards. We can't embarrass Master. Whoever loses will come back and eat shit. That's right. The loser will eat shit. Haha. They went back full of enthusiasm and started cultivating in full swing. Meanwhile, Long Chen had arrived outside the Slaughter Dragon City with the Qian Snow Empress. The whole team was actually ready. As for the news that Long Chen would replace one of them to attend the Sovereign Grand Ceremony, it had already spread. Chapter 2150. During the selection of the 10 candidates, no one had expected Long Chen to interfere and join the team of candidates. Then, he kicked one of the candidates away. The candidate who had left because of this was naturally resentful of Long Chen. Obviously, the other people in the Slaughter Dragon City would not treat Long Chen kindly either. In their eyes, Long Chen would always be an outsider, especially after Long Chen killed Meng Qingxiu and forcibly joined the team of candidates. The 3 Dragon Emperors accommodating of Long Chen made almost everyone here angry and speechless. Long Chen looked around. There were about 100 people in the team, the top experts of the Slaughter Dragon City. The Blood Dragon Emperor, the Wind Moon Emperor, the Sword River Emperor, and the others were all gathered here. There were also 9 other candidates. Among the candidates was Jiang Ming, who was once the first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Jiang Ming had not fully recovered from his injuries. Now, he could only display the combat power of a late-stage Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation realm. However, the main purpose of this supreme ceremony was to take away the Slaughter Dragon Pearl. Therefore, Jiang Ming's participation was not a big problem. Apart from Jiang Ming, there were 8 others, all of them young experts under 4,000 years of age from Slaughter Dragon City. They were young and full of vigor, blood energy surging into the heavens. They were even more ambitious in this supreme being ceremony, wishing to perform well. However, when Long Chen arrived, he stole the limelight of these young people. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on this young man. Long Chen landed in the middle of them and confronted them expressionlessly. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. Almost everyone was eyeing Long Chen covetously. Not only because he was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, but also because of his recent performance in the Slaughter Dragon City, which made him many enemies. Xueqi said, everyone is here. Let's go to the Emperor Dragon City. Everyone was ready. However, many people were still unwilling to let Long Chen join their team just like that. At this moment, Jiang Ming said, Master, Hong Yan has worked so hard to become one of the candidates. Now, Long Chen is taking his place. This is not fair to him. Why is there such an unfair thing in our Slaughter Dragon City? He said what everyone was thinking. For a moment, those who wanted to say something stopped. Xueqi's eyes turned cold. This is the will of the 3 dragon emperors. Everyone knew that this was the will of the 3 dragon emperors, but they were still unwilling. Jiang Ming glared at Long Chen and said, I know, but this is the supremacy grand ceremony. The place we are going to is the most sacred place of our race, the origin of the divine dragons. His father betrayed the human race and is a sinner of our race. He has let down our ancestors and is not qualified to go near the origin of the divine dragons. As the son of a sinner, he is filthy. If he participates in the supremacy grand ceremony, he will only sully the origin of the divine dragons. Everyone, don't you agree? Jiang Ming had hidden these words in his heart for a long time. He could not help but say it now. In reality, many people supported him. The candidates chimed in, Jiang Ming is right. With his identity, he would only sully the cave of Ancestral Dragon, let alone climb the dragon stairs of inheritance. Long Qinglan is a sinner of the human race. How could the son of a sinner be qualified to approach the cave of Ancestral Dragon? Moreover, he obtained the opportunity to participate in the supremacy grand ceremony through dishonorable means. This is too unfair to others. They had discussed this beforehand. They were going to make things difficult in a crowded place. Jiang Ming thought that Xueqi would not be able to refute. He did not expect Xueqi to send him spinning on the spot. The slap was ear-piercing, and the others immediately shut their mouths. This is the decision of the 3 dragon emperors. Do you not understand human language? This is the decision of the dragon emperor. The 3 dragon emperors represented supreme authority and irresistible might. Xueqi's words made them shut their mouths. This was also the reason why the experts had tacitly agreed to Long Chen's arrival. All right, get ready to depart. The supremacy grand ceremony begins. A horn sounded. Countless divine dragons soared into the sky and used their bodies to form a path in the sky. The 100 participants of the supreme ceremony passed through the path formed by the divine dragons and headed towards the east. Melodious music reverberated in their ears. Long Chen walked among the crowd. The thick hostility around him was nothing to him. There seems to be many experts following in secret. Even Violent Blood Dragon Emperor with Imperial Blood, and Dragon Emperor with 1,000 kills will follow in secret, Long Chen thought. Then, the first Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan's adoptive father, might even go and meet Long Chen in the Supremacy Grand Ceremony. This person, Long Chen, did not have a good impression of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He felt that the Eternal Dragon Emperor was a stubborn old man. Long Chen was lucky that the Eternal Dragon Emperor had not come to kill him personally. If the Eternal Dragon Emperor had been a responsible father, Long Qinglan would not have died, and would not have been cursed for generations. Long Chen was not afraid of the people of Eternal Dragon City. Perhaps they did not want to see him either. Let's just wait and see. From Massacre Dragon City to Emperor Dragon City in the east, the group hurried on in a holy manner. They were very sincere along the way. It took them 10 days to reach the Ziwei Divine City in the east. They were about to reach Emperor Dragon City. Emperor Dragon City seemed to be ready to welcome the group from Massacre Dragon City. During these 10 days, everyone hurried on in silence. Long Chen could feel the intense hostility coming from the surroundings, especially from the group of candidates. You are filthy. It is impossible for you to gain the recognition of the Black Jade Dragon Pearl. The Ancestral Dragon Aura will not descend upon you. Stop dreaming. Every now and then, a candidate would warn him. In Long Chen's eyes, they were no match for him. Hence, he could not be bothered to bicker with them. Long Chen only had one thing on his mind, which was to meet the people of Eternal Dragon City. It would be very exciting. Those people who did not have the courage to bring him back to Eternal Dragon City, in the blink of an eye, they arrived at Emperor Dragon City. Emperor Dragon City was an ancient city. As long as it was built around the Black Jade Dragon head, it would be convenient for the teams from the 5 great dragon cities to stand guard around it. This was the east. The mysterious black jade dragon head faced the distant ancestral dragon cave. Long Chen could already see the pitch-black Emperor Dragon City. In the depths of Emperor Dragon City, a huge dragon head was faintly discernible in the clouds. That was something that had been passed down since the Divine Dragon era. Even Long Qinglan could not leave a mark on it. Back then, it would have been easy for Long Qinglan to destroy the resplendent stars. The team from Massacre Dragon City guarding Emperor Dragon City had come out to welcome them. A scarlet-haired youth who looked similar to Xue Qi stood at the front of the welcoming team. He said respectfully, Junior Yuan Sha welcomes the seniors and young geniuses of Massacre Dragon City. This person's aura was similar to Xue Qi's. Everyone, please come with me. Yuan Sha smiled. This person was very strong. At least, Long Chen could not deal with him. He was a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm cultivator. He might be the representative of Massacre Dragon City. Yuan Sha led the way to Xue Qi's side. Master. Yuan Sha greeted softly. It turned out that Yuan Sha was Xue Qi's disciple. Eldest senior brother. As expected, Jiang Ming hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Jiang Ming, you seem to be injured. You haven't recovered yet. Did you get injured because of that incident last time? Yuan Sha frowned slightly. Jiang Ming nodded angrily. This was all thanks to Long Chen. Xue Qi interrupted their conversation and asked, have the other dragon cities arrived? Yuan Sha answered respectfully, Fortune Dragon City and Life Dragon City have arrived by the Black Jade Dragon Head. Eternal Dragon City and Devouring Dragon City are slightly further away. They will probably arrive later. Life Dragon City was in the east. Fortune Dragon City was in the center. Massacre Dragon City was in the north. Devouring Dragon City was in the west. Eternal Dragon City was in the south. The closest dragon city to the war god ancient city where Long Chen had stayed was Eternal Dragon City. The 3,000 star soul dragons of the Star Soul Supervisor had come from Eternal Dragon City. They should be here soon. Xue Qi muttered to himself. At this moment, they flew above Emperor Dragon City. Long Chen stared intently at the black jade dragon's head, which was becoming more and more obvious in the clouds. This black jade dragon's head was extremely huge. It was actually tens of thousands of meters tall. Even if Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, he wouldn't be as huge as this black jade dragon's head. When he got closer, he could see it more clearly. It was made of an ancient black jade. It seemed to be modeled. After hundreds of millions of years, this black jade dragon head was filled with the marks of time. This was something very important to Long Chen's life. However, when he got closer, he still couldn't discover any secrets about the black jade dragon head. Back then, Long Qinglan also had the mysterious dragon jade, but he also couldn't discover what was hidden in the black jade dragon head. Clearly, it wasn't easy to discover the history and secrets within. All of his attention was focused on the lifelike black jade dragon head. Its huge eyes gazed towards the east, its gaze deep and unfathomable. For some reason, Long Chen actually saw sorrow, pain, and helplessness in her eyes. He thought it was an illusion, but the feeling was very strong, causing him to feel the same emotions in his heart. Sorrow and bitterness, as if a stone was pressing down on his heart. Come with me. Yuan Sha led the way. The group descended from the sky. There was a wide platform below. There were already hundreds of people standing there. Their auras were strong, and many of them were as strong as Xue Qi. They were the teams from Life Dragon City and Fate Dragon City. In Life Dragon City, there was Xing Qing, whom Long Chen was familiar with. As for Fate Dragon City, he had never seen it before. Long Chen suddenly remembered the stone lock and key he found in the blood pool of the Slaughter Dragon Graveyard. The key had Fate Dragon City written on it, and the stone lock had the divine star of fate carved on it. He had studied it many times, but he still could not find any secrets, today was 4 chapters, and the debt was paid. I've said it before, I've never gone back on my word on a chapter. Chapter 2151. The 3 dragon cities gathered. Someone like Xueqi immediately started chatting with his old friends. The experts of the 3 dragon cities happily conversed, and for a moment, it was very lively. As for the younger dragon warriors like Long Chen and Jiang Ming, they basically stood at the back, coldly looking at the other 2 dragon cities. They had a feeling of eagerness, as if they wanted to fight. After all, the competition between the 5 great dragon cities was often reflected in the competition between the younger generation of disciples. The strength of the new blood could make a dragon city strong and prosperous. Time passed. The young cultivators kept looking at each other. Long Chen found Xing Qing among the people from the dragon city of life. The others, like Bing Xinyue, weren't qualified to be here. Xing Qing was quiet. When she saw Long Chen, she just smiled and greeted him. However, she was also a little surprised that Long Chen could come here. The superior cultivators talked to the young geniuses. They talked to each other. Soon, the people from the Dragon City of Life and Fortune City noticed Long Chen. Someone from the Dragon City of Life said, "People from the Slaughter Dragon City, the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor is also a candidate." "Who is he?" Suddenly, everybody started to look for Long Chen among the people from the Slaughter Dragon City. His temperament was extraordinary, so people found him immediately. Xueqi laughed and said, "That's right. It is him. The 3 dragon emperors sent him here. Maybe there will be a surprise." Xueqi was laughing, but the others didn't. One of them frowned and said, "I think it is ridiculous. Who is the Eternal Dragon Emperor? He is a traitor, a sinner. He is despised by our ancestors. It is ridiculous that his son can come to the most sacred place of the human race." Someone from the Dragon City of Fortune City said, "That's right. It is not appropriate. The son of a traitor is filthy. Isn't he staining the place of our ancestors?" For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Long Chen. Those powerhouses who saw Long Chen for the first time glanced at him with their eyes, giving Long Chen immense pressure. It could also be considered as a show of strength to Long Chen. Long Chen's name resounded like thunder in their ears. He had defeated Jiang Ming, who was ranked first in the Hidden Dragon ranking. He had also defeated Di Sheng, forced back the siege of the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants, and even killed Meng Qingxiu, the son of the Sky Curtain Emperor of the Slaughter Dragon City. Everything seemed to be earth-shattering. Intense hostility came from their bodies. Xueqi had expected this. He smiled and said, "Everyone, don't misunderstand too much. I personally think that Long Chen is a good person. He is tenacious and reasonable. Even though he is young and impulsive, it is understandable. The 3 dragon emperors know him well, which is why they gave him a chance. He is talented and may make great contributions to the human race in the future. After all, he is a supreme dragon." There was no supreme dragon in the entire dragon god domain. Even though they didn't know what Long Chen's dragon bloodline was, the talent represented by the name Supreme Dragon City was enough to shock them. "I refuse to accept this." Just as everyone stopped making trouble, a man in his prime walked out from the crowd in the Dragon City of Life. It was a man in a black robe with a black moon embroidered on his chest. His eyes were sunken and lifeless, but his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Long Chen and said angrily, "Everyone, our Dragon City of Life has a grudge that we have yet to avenge. It is the death of my senior brother Lin Ming. Back in the galaxy of chaos, he used Long Qinglan's power to kill my senior brother. Now that he is standing before me, how can I not avenge him? Yang Hao, come back here." An expert in the Dragon City of Life said sternly. Yang Hao shook his head and said, "I am indebted to senior brother Lin Ming. Without him, I wouldn't be here today. Don't worry, I don't represent the Dragon City of Life today, I only represent myself. I want to avenge my senior brother Lin Ming and fight with you, you cruel young man." Anything I do has nothing to do with the Dragon City of Life. If I die today, please collect my corpse. Yang Hao's expression was deranged as he glared at Long Chen. He continued, Elders, I know that our Dragon City of Life doesn't dare to seek justice for senior brother Lin Ming because of some complicated considerations. Today, I betrayed the Dragon City of Life to give you an explanation. Please don't stop me. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. He looked at Long Chen again with thick murderous intent and said, Long Chen, little dog, I heard that you killed Meng Qingqiu, the late-stage 6 Paths of Reincarnation warrior. Your strength is invincible among the young generation. I haven't reached the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm yet. Dare I ask if you have the guts to fight me to the death? For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Long Chen. The people of the Dragon City of Life didn't stop him. As for Xueqi, he didn't care. At this moment, he looked back at Long Chen with a faint smile and said, How about it? Do you dare to go up? For Long Chen, it wasn't a question of whether he dared or not. Instead, it was a question of why he wanted to fight. Even if he won, it wouldn't mean anything to him. Everyone thought that he was young and hot-blooded, so he would agree angrily and fight to the death. However, Long Chen was expressionless and ignored Yang Hao. Long Chen, little dog, you don't have the guts to fight me, Yang Hao? Yang Hao laughed maniacally. The crowd couldn't help but mock him. Their words were harsh, but in fact, their goal was nothing more than to force Long Chen to fight so that they could see how strong Long Chen was. For a moment, the surroundings were buzzing. It was harsh and unpleasant. Long Chen understood how despicable these people were. They hated him, partly because of his father, and partly because they were jealous of him. Jealousy was like fire in their hearts. The Supreme Divine Dragon was something that people envied. They were all forcing him to fight. Long Chen had no choice but to fight. In fact, he understood that if he won, it would just be another crime, and they would have more reason to criticize him. Just as he was about to helplessly face the enemy head-on, 2 groups of people flew over from the sky. They were the teams from the Eternal Dragon City and the Devouring Dragon City. There were about 200 people in total, and they landed on their positions on the high platform. Long Chen's eyes swept over, and he immediately saw many familiar faces. There were 2 that he was really familiar with. One was Long Qingyue, the daughter of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and the other was the Black Hell Emperor of the Devouring Dragon City. At this moment, the couple was in the middle of the 2 teams, chatting happily with the people from both sides. Long Qingyue was dressed coquettishly, her face beaming with happiness. She would grumble at her husband from time to time, her arms wrapped around the Black Hell Emperor. On the left, it should be the team from the Eternal Dragon City. Among them, there were indeed 2 or 3 who looked similar to Long Qingyue. They were all men, and they must be the sworn brothers who had been suppressed by Long Qinglan's brilliance, the sons of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Long Chen naturally didn't like them. Their arrival had also interrupted Yang Hao's meticulously planned challenge. Xueqi and the others hurriedly greeted the experts of the 2 teams. Yo, everyone's here. Why are you all so tense? What are you guys doing? Long Qingyue smiled coquettishly, and her eyes swept across the crowd. When her eyes finally fell on Long Chen, there was a huge change. Her smile disappeared instantly, and it immediately turned into intense hatred and indifference. Her eyes also burst with killing intent. Little sister, what's wrong? Among the Eternal Dragon City team, a green-robed expert with long hair and a flowing beard asked softly. The flow of time around this martial artist actually seemed to slow down, making others feel that his voice and movements were very slow, but they were very elegant. This is your father's eldest brother, the eldest son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He's stronger than me, and his title is Blue Fire Emperor. Xueqi was not bad, and gave a brief introduction to Long Chen. The few beside him were also from the same family, and were once Long Qinglan's brothers and sisters. At this moment, the teams from the Eternal Dragon City and the Devouring Dragon City froze. They all looked at Long Chen. Long Qingyue screamed, "Long Chen, why are you here?" If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people, he would have called him a little bastard. Long Chen's name was like a thunderclap piercing the ears of most people. After hearing this name, the expressions of the Blue Fire Emperor and the others instantly became serious. They looked at Long Chen with the eyes of a superior. The Blue Fire Emperor looked at Xueqi and said, "Blood Dragon Emperor, what's the meaning of this?" In their opinion, Long Chen should have been imprisoned by the Massacre Dragon City. He shouldn't have been allowed to run around and participate in such a sacred supreme being ceremony. Xueqi said, "The 3 dragon emperors mean that he is a supreme dragon, and should have the opportunity to help us obtain the Massacre Dragon Ball. The 3 dragon emperors mean that." The Blue Fire Emperor, who controlled part of the power of time, stroked his long beard and frowned. The originally lively team became deathly silent because of Long Chen's presence. Next to him, Long Qingyue couldn't help but say, "The 3 dragon emperors of the Massacre Dragon City, no way, how can they let this kid participate in such a grand event? This is completely ridiculous. Long Chen, do you remember what I told you before? Don't embarrass my family. If you don't stay in the Massacre Dragon City, I will ask my father to take you to the Eternal Dragon City and imprison you for life." She was so aggressive that she didn't even care about the decision of the 3 dragon emperors of the Massacre Dragon City. Long Qingyue was famous for her temper, and she was famous for having no sense of propriety. The people of the Massacre Dragon City didn't want to listen to her. Xueqi said angrily, "Your Excellency, please pay attention to your words. This is the intention of the 3 dragon emperors. Long Chen is one of us. If we want him to participate in the supreme ceremony, he will participate. It has nothing to do with you. If the Eternal Dragon City wants to interfere, why didn't you just take him back? Why did you give him to us?" Chapter 2152. For Long Qingyue, it was unbelievable that the people of Slaughter City would speak up for Long Chen. In her mind, Long Chen was just a pitiful person. She had never thought highly of him. However, at this moment, someone like Xueqi was speaking up for him. She was stunned. The people of Eternal Dragon City also looked at Long Chen differently. The Blue Fire Emperor frowned and said, "Forget it. Since you let him come, it's your decision. It has nothing to do with us. You're right. He's from Slaughter City. No matter in the past, present, or future, he has nothing to do with Eternal Dragon City." If they made things clear in this formal occasion, no matter what happened to Long Chen in the future, Eternal Dragon City wouldn't be implicated. Hearing this, Long Qingyue was a little unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She sneered, "Who asked you to be so disobedient? Without the protection of Eternal Dragon City, you can still cause trouble everywhere. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Do you really think that you're Long Qinglan's son? That's a disgrace, idiot. No matter how you embarrass yourself in the future, it has nothing to do with Eternal Dragon City." The sharpness and harshness of a woman were vividly reflected in her. Long Chen wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble. It was fine if the other party didn't care about their relationship at all. However, in front of so many people, they despised him, humiliated him, and didn't treat him as a human being. This was too much. Even with his current self-control, his face still twitched a little. "All right, don't be so calculative. Words are useless. You have to use this to convince them." Xueqi seemed to have sensed Long Chen's killing intent. She waved her fist and grinned. Long Chen wanted to fight back, but Xueqi was right. Only fists could shut him up. Long Chen had never forgotten the humiliation he had suffered today and the oppression he had suffered in the Slaughter Dragon City. To be honest, Long Chen still had hope for the so-called Eternal Dragon City. However, he was obviously disappointed today. These people in front of him were just despicable people who had been frightened by Long Qinglan and were waiting for him to die. They were not worthy of his feelings. Long Chen didn't want to talk to them, but that didn't mean they would give up. Just as everyone was about to let the candidate touch the Black Dragon Pearl, a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth suddenly walked to the side of the Blue Fire Emperor. The young man looked similar to the Blue Fire Emperor. "Father!" the youngster shouted. It turned out to be the son of the Blue Fire Emperor. To be honest, if nothing had happened to Long Qinglan and Long Chen had been born in the Eternal Dragon City, the Blue Fire Emperor in front of him would be his uncle, and this young man would probably be his cousin. However, the reality was different. This young man had grown up in the Eternal Dragon City, while Long Chen had fought his way here. He should have had the same experience, but fate was playing tricks on him. Long Chen's background couldn't be compared to this young man's, but he didn't think much of it. It was this experience that had nurtured his current strength and character. The young man looked at Long Chen provocatively and said to the Blue Fire Emperor, "I heard that he defeated Jiang Ming and became the first on the Hidden Dragon list." "I'm not convinced. I used to be the second on the Hidden Dragon list, but now that I've reached the 5 Elements Reincarnation Realm, I think I can challenge him and take the first place on the Hidden Dragon list to win glory for the Eternal Dragon City." The Eternal Dragon City didn't know much about Long Chen defeating Emperor Sheng and Meng Qingqiu, because they didn't care about Long Chen at all. The son of the Blue Fire Emperor was called Long Haoge. His son's words suddenly made the Blue Fire Emperor very excited. Back then, Long Qinglan rose like a comet, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't breathe. All the glory was taken by Long Qinglan alone. No matter how talented the Blue Fire Emperor was, he was still in the limelight. His son, whom he had nurtured with great effort, had also reached the 5 Elements Reincarnation Realm before the age of 4,000 after Jiang Ming. Because he was an ultimate divine dragon, his strength was already comparable to the advanced stage of the 5 Elements Reincarnation Realm. He was one of the top geniuses in the 5 major dragon cities. He was not willing to lose to Long Qinglan. Therefore, when their son encountered each other, this thought was immediately ignited in his heart. "Father." Long Haoge licked his lips and said, "I know you don't like him. I'll teach him a lesson for you and little auntie. At the same time, I also want to be the first on the Hidden Dragon list. I heard that Jiang Ming has fallen, so only he can be my opponent. This is my first battle since I've reached my current realm." Hearing this, Long Qingyue immediately encouraged him, "Haoge, go quickly. Win glory for the Eternal Dragon City and your father." Long Haoge was extremely excited after getting permission. He walked towards Long Chen with cold eyes. The people from the 5 major dragon cities immediately looked over. They, who were about to start the Supreme Grand Ceremony, stopped. The people from the Massacre Dragon City, of course, knew how strong Long Chen was. Therefore, they were naturally looking forward to Long Haoge's challenge. As for those who were familiar with Long Chen's strength, seeing that Long Haoge was full of confidence and that the Blue Fire Emperor was also looking forward to it, they tactfully shut their mouths. That so-called cousin was standing in front of him. For some reason, Long Chen suddenly felt like he was facing Yang Zhan. Back then, Yang Zhan used his father's favor to bully him and look down on Long Chen. One day, when Long Chen became stronger than him, he chose to commit suicide under the humiliation. If Long Chen had suffered the same humiliation, he would not have wasted his precious life. This was the difference between him and Yang Zhan. Therefore, after Yang Zhan died, he rose to fame. On the other hand, Long Haoge was proud, complacent, and thought that he was noble. He had never suffered any setbacks in his life. Living under the love of the Blue Fire Emperor and many elders, he was exactly the same as Yang Zhan. In Long Chen's eyes, although they looked strong, they were actually as fragile as a piece of paper. Long Chen would only need to tear someone like Long Haoge into pieces. At this moment, he stood proudly in front of Long Chen, thinking that he was elegant. He cupped his hands and said to Long Chen, "Since ancient times, the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon role has to be challenged by other young warriors. Today, I, Long Haoge, challenge you. Are you ready to give up your number 1 position?" Although his words could still be heard, the deep contempt in his tone was unmistakable. To be honest, this kind of person was not even comparable to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was a bloodthirsty killer. If Long Haoge met him, he might not be able to defeat him. Although he was not worthy to be his opponent, seeing that the Blue Fire Emperor and Long Qingyue were so looking forward to it, he might as well play with him for a while. Long Chen revealed a faint smile and said, "This position is already yours. If you want to teach me a lesson and prove that the son of the Blue Fire Emperor is more powerful than the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, then hurry up and make your move." Long Chen's age was actually very far from his. But no matter if it was his temperament, mentality, gaze, or expression, he was countless times more mature than Long Haoge. In front of him, Long Haoge was like a baby. Being exposed by Long Chen, Long Haoge was a little angry. "It's good that you know. My father is indeed more powerful than that traitor." Long Haoge roared and attacked decisively. He rushed into the sky, looked down at Long Chen, and said angrily, "I heard that you are some supreme dragon. I don't believe it. If you can defeat my Chaos Green Fire Dragon, I can admit it." In fact, the Chaos Green Fire Dragon was a well-known name for most people. It was an extremely powerful ultimate dragon. Legend had it that it was born from an ancestral fire known as the Chaos Green Fire. It grew by absorbing the Chaos Green Fire, and after absorbing part of the Chaos Green Fire, it had the mystique to control part of the Chaos Green Fire. In the era of mystical dragons, it was even more famous than the ancient blood prison dragon. Wang. Long Haoge was enraged. Green dragon scales appeared on his body, and the green flames on the dragon scales burned. Although the green flames were weak, they were extremely terrifying. Long Chen had a feeling that he was looking at the 9 underworld demonic ancestral fire. Clearly, they were flames of the same level. Boom. Under the power, a strong wind swept towards Long Chen, accompanied by the green flames. "Fight!" Long Haoge roared and announced the start of the battle. It seemed to be quite decent. Looking up, the Blue Fire Emperor, Long Qingyue, and the rest seemed to be very satisfied. Long Chen could only sneer in his heart. It was too easy to satisfy them. At this moment, Long Haoge roared, and the green flames swept towards Long Chen. He reached out with his sharp dragon claws. "Surrender now." Long Haoge stood high up and roared. His demeanor was exactly the same as Yang Zhan back then. They could all be considered his cousins. Long Chen suddenly regained the passion he had when he defeated Yang Zhan. His heart was burning. The moment the battle started, it was time for him to perform. He instantly displayed a speed that far exceeded Long Haoge's. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Long Haoge, and was only half a meter away from him. "You!" Long Haoge was shocked. Boom. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to be polite with him. At this moment, he was already holding a huge fireball in his hand. That was the sun sacrifice, the power from the Tai Chi life-form dragon. Without a word, Long Chen blasted the power of the sun sacrifice onto Long Haoge's chest. Instantly, there was a huge explosion. Long Haoge cried out in pain, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing into the black jade dragon head in the air. Ah! Long Haoge clutched his chest. The green flames engulfed him, absorbing the power of the sun sacrifice. The Chaos Green Fire indeed had its merits. At the start, the Blue Fire Emperor and Long Qingyue's faces turned pale. When they saw that Long Haoge wasn't seriously injured, and that he had safely absorbed the power of the sun sacrifice, they laughed. Seems like Haoge can counter him. That's right. The Blue Fire Emperor stroked his beard. At this moment, Long Haoge was actually so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Long Chen had been too fast just now. He rubbed his chest while laughing. It seems like your attack didn't work on me. Is that so? When he said this, Long Chen was already above his head. Long Haoge raised his head in shock. Chapter 2153. With a loud thud, Long Haoge fell onto the platform. The platform was not made of the black jade dragon head material, so it was now broken into pieces. Long Haoge was covered in blood and looked miserable. Since the start of the battle, Long Chen had only fought twice. Both times, he had completely crushed Long Haoge with his absolute superiority. Both times, it was clear that the gap between the two of them was like heaven and earth. However, there were some who did not know how strong Long Chen was at the start. For example, Long Qingyue, who had never taken Long Chen seriously, only thought that the two of them were experts of the same level and did not expect Long Haoge to be so abused. At this moment, their faces instantly turned gloomy. Long Qingyue wanted to attack, but she was stopped by the Blue Fire Emperor. The sage-like Blue Fire Emperor now had a gloomy face. Everyone knew that he must be feeling very frustrated. Back then, he was known as a peerless genius, but he was worlds apart from Long Qinglan. At this moment, when Long Haoge was facing Long Chen, he was in the same state as back then. Why? The Blue Fire Emperor felt like he was going to explode. He did not admit defeat. Haoge, get up. An expert will not be defeated so easily. The Blue Fire Emperor said in a low voice. On the platform, Long Haoge wiped away the blood. To be honest, he was only feeling dizzy at this moment. He was still far from losing the ability to fight. To him, this battle was a deep humiliation. Bastard. His eyes were burning with green flames as he stared at the indifferent Long Chen in the sky. The deep humiliation made him go crazy. At this moment, he roared and the green flames suddenly surged. The chaotic green fire dragon appeared. It was a divine dragon whose entire body was green. It was similar to the sky mysterious jade fire dragon, but in terms of divine might, it was countless times more superior. That was a true superior. The primal chaos flame burned on its body, and the surrounding space was burned until it distorted and collapsed. Under the green flames, everyone had no choice but to retreat. A battle of dragon transformation. Long Haoge said passionately. Do you think you're qualified? Long Chen laughed. This sentence was a great humiliation to Long Haoge, and even caused the crowd to laugh. Long Haoge, who had basically never tasted defeat, was now burning with anger. The primal chaos azure fire dragon roared in the air. I'll let you have a taste of the noblest power of time, the binding of time. The primal chaos cyan fire dragon also understood a part of the Tao of time. The so-called binding of time was actually slowing down Long Chen's time. It was not even comparable to Long Chen's eternal instant. Slowing down time would be terrifying to others, which was why Long Haoge was so confident that he could bind Long Chen. Just as he was about to take advantage of the binding of time to attack, Long Chen smiled and moved slightly. The binding of time caused Long Haoge to reverse and disappear. Long Chen then extended a finger and used Eternal Instant on Long Haoge. Long Haoge was stunned to find that he was actually unable to move. He was dumbstruck, and even the primal chaos green fire on his body had stopped burning. This is the true power of time. Long Chen looked at him coldly and said. This was a kind of destruction to his confidence, and it was much more terrifying than when Long Chen defeated him. However, when he realized that everything he was good at was a joke in front of Long Chen, Long Haoge started to truly collapse and go crazy. He trembled and was filled with grief and indignation, but he was unable to break free from the binding of Eternal Instant. As for the Blue Fire Emperor and the rest, they were the most familiar with the power of time. The current Long Chen undoubtedly reminded them of Long Qinglan. The two of them were actually so similar. The Blue Fire Emperor's face twitched, and he suffered a huge blow to his heart. Long Qingyue was also filled with disbelief. She wished she could beat this guy up. Damn it, I should have killed this guy the last time I saw him. Long Qingyue gritted her teeth and said. Arg. The primal chaos green fire dragon roared angrily. He had finally broken free from the binding of Eternal Instant and thought that he could still fight against Long Chen. In fact, if Long Chen wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake. He engulfed the primal chaos green fire on his body, and as his last chance, he said angrily, I'll let you taste the power of the primal chaos green fire. Kneel and beg for mercy. In an instant, his body started to spin, and the primal chaos green fire surged and gathered around his body, engulfing him completely. An extremely strong heat surged towards him, and the ancient flames burned fiercely in front of Long Chen. They were ancient, desolate, and domineering, filled with eternal heat waves. Die. The primal chaos green fire formed a huge arm and grabbed towards Long Chen. This was Long Haoga's only hope of defeating Long Chen. Therefore, everyone held their breath. They knew that the primal chaos green fire that Long Haoga displayed was quite terrifying. At least, it seemed like the 6 paths of reincarnation would not dare to face it head-on. As the primal chaos green fire grew larger in his eyes, Long Chen remained indifferent. Finally, his eyes opened wide and he chanted, "Time, storm." When the word violent left his mouth, the space in front of him experienced an unprecedented turbulence. This was a terrifying time power. It was as if a river had suddenly gone berserk, flooding the sky. Everything was in chaos. Time trembled terrifyingly, and the chaos green fire dragon was the first to bear the brunt of it. Buzz. The time storm rushed over. At that moment, the primal chaos green fire dragon stopped in midair. The green flames on his body disappeared instantly, and blood spurted out. His dragon scales were broken. Long Haoga's face was filled with shock. Before he even reached Long Chen, he fell to the ground powerlessly. In the end, he looked at Long Chen with eyes filled with despair and shock. Not only did he lose, but he lost miserably. No matter how nice his words were, in front of a true battle of strength, it was purely a joke. Long Chen had used his heaven-defying might to defeat him in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was an absolute suppression. In front of Long Chen's strength, he was just an ant. Rumble. Long Haoga fell to the ground. Haoga. Blue Fire Emperor, Long Qingyue, and the others hurriedly landed on the high platform and carried Long Haoga, who had transformed into his human form. After checking, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Long Haoga didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Of course, this was because Long Chen showed mercy. If Long Chen wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. At this moment, everyone in Eternal Dragon City was looking at Long Chen with gloomy eyes, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Long Chen knew that he couldn't avoid this. They already looked down on him, so why should he try to please them? His real home was in Biyao town, in true Martial Emperor Palace, on Sky Dragon Star, but definitely not in Eternal Dragon City. That place wasn't suitable for him. Bastard, kneel down. Long Qingyue was about to go crazy with anger. She looked at Long Chen sternly and scolded him. Long Chen couldn't tolerate this woman's intelligence. In her eyes, the whole world revolved around her, so she was arrogant and always looked down on Long Chen. Long Chen stared at her and said, "You have a dignified appearance, but your mouth is filthy and you call others bastards. At least I've never scolded you. As for kneeling down to you, who do you think you are, Long Qingyue? Are you my aunt? Sorry, no, in my eyes, you're not even as good as a dog." There was no need to be polite. You had to use different methods to deal with different people. After saying this, Long Qingyue's face turned red. Even Black Hell Emperor almost couldn't stop her. But in fact, Xueqi and the others were already protecting Long Chen. They wouldn't let Long Chen be bullied by others because of his age, and they were also acting according to the rules. Xueqi said, "It's over." Long Haoga failed to challenge the first place of the Hidden Dragon ranking. It's normal. Long Chen's combat power is invincible in the 6 Daos reincarnation realm. He's much stronger than Long Haoga. If you're not happy, then wait until after the supreme ceremony. Everyone in Eternal Dragon City was furious. Of course, they were also people of cultivation and forbearance. They had to admit that Long Chen was indeed heaven-defying, and he was already out of their control. In fact, they didn't bring Long Chen back to Eternal Dragon City because they didn't want to take Long Chen seriously. That was why they pushed him to massacre Dragon City. Now, Blue Fire Emperor's eyes were deep, and he said, Xueqi, after the supreme ceremony, my father will negotiate with you 3 dragon emperors to bring Longchen back to Eternal Dragon City. After all, he's Long Qinglan's son. We have the right to bring him back. Xueqi chuckled. I see. Who was the one who ignored this little guy and told us to slaughter Dragon City? Who was the one who told me to bring him back? Now that we're going back, we're going to torture this kid. I'm afraid they won't stop until he's tortured to death. What a competent uncle, aunt, and uncle. Everyone laughed as well. Blue Fire Emperor waved his hand and said, Don't make wild guesses. We will only discipline him and not let him become another Long Qinglan, but we definitely won't torture him. Do you think that's how you, Xueqi, should act? The atmosphere between the two sides was tense. At this moment, in Dragon City of Life, Yang Hao interrupted everyone, who said that Long Chen is invincible under the 6 paths of reincarnation. I'm not convinced. Long Haoge has the chance to fight him, and I also want the chance to avenge my senior brother. Please give me a chance to fight with Long Chen. If I lose, I'll never talk about revenge again. Yang Hao rushed out from the crowd and glared at Long Chen. I don't believe that this kid is so strong, so I think this battle is doable. Blue Fire Emperor said with a smile. Black Hell Emperor also said, in that case, let's give it a try. If they didn't suppress Long Chen's arrogance, they would feel like there was a huge rock in their hearts. Yang Hao was from Dragon City of Life, so Dragon City of Life also supported him. 3 out of the 5 dragon cities had already supported him. Sure enough, there was always trouble. Before Xueqi could say anything, Long Chen said, All right, let's go. He was never afraid of challenges. Since they wanted to fight, then let them come. If 1 came, he would defeat 1. If 2 came, he would defeat a pair. He looked at the Green Fire Emperor and the others as he let out a cold laugh. It seems like my uncles don't like me very much. It seems like I don't have to care about this relationship anymore. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, I won't show any mercy. Yang Hao, get over here. Chapter 2154. Another battle ensued. Everyone could only disperse, but Long Chen was more direct. He soared into the sky and asked Yang Hao to follow. In the blink of an eye, they met in the sky. Are you afraid of death? Long Chen asked suddenly. Yang Hao sneered. Don't brag before the battle. Ask me that question when you have the strength to kill me. To be honest, Long Chen was very depressed at the moment. He wanted to kill someone. He said, If I tell you that I might kill you this time, would you still dare to fight me? Once you lose, the only ending for you is death. Yang Hao said, Life and death are decreed by fate. Senior brother Lin Ming is my second parent. I have no regrets if I die to avenge him. That's good. Long Chen took a deep breath. People had to pay the price for making decisions that could lead to lifelong regret. Life and death are decreed by fate. Because of this, Long Chen never feared death. He was perfect in love and friendship, but in terms of family, except for Long Qinglan who could give him that kind of desire and warmth, most of the time, other people seemed to be illusory. The people in Biyao town were fine, but Long Chen had left them a long time ago, and Yang Lingqing had not seen them for a long time. He didn't have high hopes for the people of Eternal Dragon City, but he still felt bad seeing them look down on him in front of everyone. It wasn't for himself, but for Long Qinglan. These were all his brothers and sisters who had grown up with him. Sure enough, jealousy was a common problem. Many people were jealous of other people's achievements and happiness, not blessings. They were jealous of Long Chen's heaven-defying ability, and they wanted to peel off Long Chen's skin. Below, the people of the 5 dragon cities watched all this coldly. Long Chen stood proudly in front of the black jade dragon head. Looking back, he saw a simple and ancient black jade dragon ball in the dragon's mouth, which was the key to this trip. Die. At this moment, a storm was raging. Yang Hao let out a deafening roar and blew the horn of battle. Long Chen stood proudly in the wind, fearless. In the blink of an eye, a huge dark green divine dragon appeared in front of Long Chen. It had a total of 9 huge wings, covering the sky. There were 4 wings on one side and 5 wings on the other. It was precisely these asymmetrical wings that gave rise to Yang Hao's storm power. 9-winged storm dragon. The moment it appeared, a storm surged, encasing the entire Emperor Dragon City in an intense storm. The strong wind howled and scattered the clouds. The 9-winged storm dragon flapped its huge meaty wings, stirring up a cloud of dust as it charged towards Long Chen. Raging tornado. Spinning abruptly, the 9-winged storm dragon turned into a huge tornado and charged at Long Chen, tearing the sky and earth apart. Chaotic hurricane arts. The huge tornado instantly turned green, and tens of thousands of sharp blades appeared on it. All of them were formed from wild gales, and they possessed boundless might. As they furiously swept and sliced, the heavens and earth lost their color. The people below couldn't help but sigh at the power of this attack. Would Long Chen be able to withstand it? They did not know what kind of pride that youth had in his heart. Charge! At that moment, he turned into a bloody mist and transformed into the primordial blood spirit dragon. In the next instant, the primordial blood spirit dragon disappeared from everyone's sight and was replaced by a terrifying blood spirit spike. It was the most powerful piercing weapon in the world. The sharp tip of the spike made Long Chen feel a strong sense of danger. Charge forward without looking back. The blood spirit thorn charged towards the raging tornado. The color of blood and the color of green collided in the air. However, there was no explosion as expected. What shocked everyone was that the blood spirit thorn pierced through the raging tornado and instantly transformed into Long Chen's human form. When he regained his senses, the raging tornado had stopped spinning. Blood splattered everywhere as the 9 wings exploded into pieces of flesh and blood that filled the sky and fell to the ground. Rumble. The 9-winged storm dragon rolled on the ground, covered in blood. Then, it turned back into its human form. Everything was deathly silent. Only the final impulse of its body told everyone that it was still alive. In the end, Long Chen did not kill it. He controlled himself, knowing that he should not vent his anger on others. The one he really wanted to kill was not Yang Hao. When Yang Hao was struggling on the ground, everyone was deeply shocked by Long Chen. They looked at Long Chen in a daze, and their hearts were in turmoil. Although they had guessed that Long Chen would not be defeated, it was still beyond their imagination that he could win so directly and with such pride. At this moment, he was still floating in the air, looking down with a cold expression. He was calm, and did not feel happy about the victory, as if it was just a trivial matter. He just stood there, but no one said a word. Until Long Chen took the initiative to land. If we don't save him, he will die. Long Chen said to the people from the Dragon City of Life. Only then did the people from the Dragon City of Life react. They went to help Yang Hao recover. At this moment, Long Haoge had recovered a little, but when he met Long Chen's eyes, that sharp and cold gaze made him instinctively choose to avoid it. He actually felt fear for this young man. The battle was over. Xue Qi felt proud that Long Chen was from the Dragon City of Massacre. He laughed and said, "Well, the battle is over. Everything that should be done has been done. It's time to choose the young dragon. If we delay any longer, the Dragon Emperor will curse us." Everyone started to prepare. But most of their eyes were still on Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen had already hidden among the Dragon City of Massacre's team. He had seen too many people want to kill him, envy him, and fear him. It didn't matter to him. He still wanted to do 2 things. First, he wanted to change their impression of Long Qinglan. Second, he wanted to pursue the secrets of this world. Blue Fire Emperor, Long Qingyue, Long Haoge. Long Chen didn't care about their unfriendly gazes. Okay, it's starting. According to the rules, Fortune Dragon City should start first, then the East, south, west, north, and south, which are Life Dragon City, Eternal Dragon City, Devouring Dragon City, and Massacre Dragon City. The ceremony to choose the young dragon had officially begun. Everyone's eyes turned to the Black Dragon Ball. Who would become the young dragon? Generally speaking, the higher the level of the inheritance blood, the easier it would be. However, this was not absolute, because there would be some juniors with great opportunities who would be favored by the Black Dragon Pearl and be contaminated with more Ancestral Dragon Chi. The Ancestral Dragon Chi was not very helpful to individuals, but it could allow the Inheritance Dragon to step on the Inheritance Dragon stairs. The one who received the most Ancestral Dragon Chi would become the young dragon. First, the 10 candidates from Fortune Dragon City stepped forward. Under the lead of their experts, the 10 candidates came to the sky and floated outside the Black Dragon Ball. The Black Dragon Ball was actually huge, with a diameter of a few hundred meters. Wang Liang, you go first. The expert from Fortune Dragon City ordered. They were basically arranged according to their potential. The one with the greatest potential would be the last. The first one to go usually didn't have much hope. But the young man whose name was called was still full of confidence. He landed in the Black Dragon Head's mouth and flew towards the Black Dragon Ball. Finally, he stood beside the Black Dragon Ball and looked at it anxiously. "Give me your hand," an elder behind him said. "Yes." Wang Liang was still a little nervous. He held his breath, reached out his hand, and gently placed it on the Black Dragon Pearl. Nothing happened. This was normal. Usually, it would take a certain amount of time. It might even take up to 2 hours. If there was no reaction within 2 hours, it was basically considered a failure. Those who could become candidates would at least absorb some Ancestral Dragon Chi. Time passed quietly. Everyone's patience was wearing thin. The martial artist named Wang Liang's face was getting uglier and uglier. When it was close to 2 hours, a gray gas suddenly appeared inside the Black Jade Dragon Pearl. The gray gas moved towards Wang Liang from the inside and spread to his body. Wang Liang was overjoyed. His body was filled with gray gas, and it was different from before. There wouldn't be any more Ancestral Dragon Chi. Wang Liang was satisfied. He was satisfied to be able to obtain the Ancestral Dragon Chi. Next was the second person. He fared better than Wang Liang. He took less time and obtained more Ancestral Dragon Chi. The older the candidates from Destiny Dragon City got, the better they were. Sure enough, Destiny Dragon City's experts had good judgment. They knew what kind of people were more likely to be favored by the Black Jade Dragon Ball. The last one to appear was also an ultimate dragon god. He was about to enter the 5 elemental reincarnation tribulations realm. As expected, he obtained the most Ancestral Dragon energy 15 minutes after he came into contact with the Black Jade Dragon Ball. The heir of Fortune Dragon City had been decided. That talented youth was called Jun Fusheng. Next was the Dragon City of Life. Xing Qing was among them. The Life Dragon City's performance was similar to the Fortune Dragon City's. Xing Qing was the third last to fight. What was surprising was that she was able to activate the Ancestral Dragon energy in less than 15 minutes. Furthermore, the amount of Ancestral Dragon energy that descended upon her was slightly more than Jun Fusheng's. Dark horse. Definitely a dark horse. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. Xing Qing wasn't the candidate with the most potential in the Dragon City of Life. However, she strangely received the Black Dragon Ball's favor. The next 2 candidates from the Dragon City of Life didn't perform as well as she did. Hence, this time, the Dragon City of Life's candidate was the 3000 Astral Soul Dragon, Xing Qing. Next was the Eternal Dragon City. Long Halga was naturally the last to go. He was seen as the one with the most potential to become the heir. The candidates from the Eternal Dragon City went up one by one. The results were similar to the previous 2 dragon cities. Long Halga was the last to go up. He indeed obtained the best performance and became the one with the most Ancestral Dragon Chi. Chapter 2155. Next was the Devouring Dragon City. The Black Hell Emperor was the representative of the Devouring Dragon City team this time. He was rather casual and let 10 of the team go up one after another. In the end, 2 of them performed almost as well as Jun Fusheng from Dragon City of Destiny. The Black Hell Emperor picked a slightly better one to be the Air Dragon. In fact, only by becoming an Air Dragon would one have a chance to climb the Dragon Ladder of Inheritance. No one knew what benefits it would bring. However, most of the 15 Dragon Emperors had once been Air Dragons. It was likely that the Dragon Ladder of Inheritance would change their fate and potential. Therefore, most people placed great importance on Air Dragons. Those who could become Air Dragons would have a high status in their respective dragon cities. Xing Qing's reversal and becoming an Air Dragon would probably increase her status and strength in the Dragon City of Life. As for the 2 from the Dragon Devouring City, although their strength and talent were about the same, the one who became the heir of the Dragon Devouring City would definitely receive better treatment in the future. He would also have a better future and might even have the chance to become the Dragon Emperor in the future. The 15 Dragon Emperors were also slowly transformed from geniuses to their current state. The Air Dragon from the Devouring Dragon City was called Jiang Mo Jun Fusheng, Xing Qing, Long Haoge, Jiang Mo. 4 in total. Finally, it was the Massacre Dragon City's turn. Long Chen was a little nervous. After all, it was very important for him to become an Air Dragon. His strongest competitor was Jiang Ming. Therefore, Xue Qi basically let them go last. Under the halo of Long Chen and Jiang Ming, the others were dim and did not perform well. A lot of time was wasted. In the end, only Long Chen and Jiang Ming were left. This was the moment that everyone had been waiting for. Whoever went first basically meant that they were not optimistic about the other. Everyone looked at Xue Qi. He was Jiang Ming's master. He should let Jiang Ming go first. But strangely, Xue Qi let Jiang Ming go first. Master. Jiang Ming knew that he was not as good as Long Chen, but as his master, Xue Qi still had to give him face. Go. Do your best, Xue Qi said in a low voice. Yes. Jiang Ming also didn't want to be looked down upon. He held his breath, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the black jade dragon pearl. This ancient holy object filled his heart with reverence. He silently placed an arm on the black jade dragon pearl, closed his eyes, and waited for time to pass. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth. I can't lose, he was holding on bitterly. Long Chen was too scary. He thought that he was a monster, but when Long Chen appeared before him, he realized that there were people in the world who were even more monstrous. Whoosh, time passed quietly. Everyone held their breath. Half an hour later, the black dragon pearl suddenly gave birth to the ancestral dragon qi. A large amount of ancestral dragon qi gathered towards Jiang Ming. At this moment, Jiang Ming was wild with joy. He was not prepared at all. He did not expect that everything would happen so quickly. He had attracted the ancestral dragon qi in half an hour. This meant that he had surpassed everyone before. Of course, before the battle with Long Chen, he was indeed the first on the hidden dragon leaderboard. A large amount of ancestral dragon qi gathered on his body, condensing into a gray light shield around him. It was an ancient gas. No one knew what it was, but it followed him closely. The ancestral dragon qi would only dissipate when he came down from the inheritance dragon ladder. Jiang Ming could still succeed under Long Chen's suppression. This was beyond everyone's expectations. When Jiang Ming came down from above, many people were already laughing at Long Chen. They naturally hoped that Long Chen would not be able to become the Air Dragon. If that was the case, he would not be so arrogant anymore. Master. Jiang Ming's eyes were filled with tears as he landed in front of Xue Qi. He had once thought that there was no hope for him in this life, but his performance just now had given him new hope. Not bad. Xue Qi patted his shoulder and asked him to stand beside his senior brother, Yuan Sha. He then said to Long Chen, "Did you see that? If your performance is on par with his, I have no choice but to choose him as the air dragon. All right. Long Chen nodded and looked up at the sky. Jiang Ming's performance had indeed put a lot of pressure on him. It was finally his turn, and he was also the last candidate. Jiang Ming's performance is the best so far. It'll be very difficult for Long Chen to surpass him. The Black Jade Dragon bead does not choose the air dragon based on combat power. He doesn't have much of an advantage. As they spoke, Long Chen was already approaching the Black Jade Dragon bead. The huge bead grew larger in his eyes. It was simple, ancient, and heavy. Long Chen was filled with awe. This was the Black Jade Dragon head that even Long Qinglan could not leave a mark on. Standing on the dragon's mouth, he walked step by step toward the Black Jade Dragon bead. Finally, he stood in front of it. The Black Jade Dragon head made him feel a little confused. Let's begin. Xue Qi reminded him. The people below were already getting impatient. Long Chen became slightly more clear-headed. He stretched out a hand with great difficulty and gently touched the Black Jade Dragon Pearl. When his palm completely covered the slightly cold Black Jade Dragon Pearl, there was a sudden buzzing sound. Long Chen felt as if he had been submerged in the sea. His entire body was dizzy from the impact, and it seemed as if he could not even open his eyes. He was in a very illusory world, surrounded by gray gas. The gray gas formed a rolling torrent that crashed into his body. Child. Suddenly, an inaudible rumble reverberated in Long Chen's ears. His head felt very heavy. He could not even breathe. An inexplicable sadness reverberated in his heart, and he felt like crying. The cries and wails of countless living beings reverberated in his ears. It was billions, trillions, trillions of cries, echoing in Long Chen's ears. His heart could not bear such a huge amount of crying. For a moment, he was overwhelmed, and tears welled up in his eyes. I don't want to die. Mother, father, save me, my child. Big brother. I'm so scared. Countless such cries and wails crashed into Long Chen's body like a torrent in a short period of time, knocking him off his feet and splattering blood all over his body. Rumble. Towards the end, the countless cries, despair, and wails had turned into a series of rumbles, causing Long Chen to kneel on the ground in incomparable pain. It was as if a giant beast was crushing over his body. He could not see the light of dawn, only a thick gray fog. That was the shadow of death. Under the gray fog, countless living beings were crying and wailing. Trillions of living beings were trembling under their feet. Long Chen saw an incomparably huge cave. That black vortex was larger than the entire dragon sacrificial continent, and countless living beings were being swallowed by that black vortex. Whether they were screaming or struggling, it was of no use. Hoo-hoo. The power of that vortex even affected Long Chen. He was also one of the trillions of living beings, and was being sucked into that vortex and turned into ashes. Boom. Long Chen felt as if he was struck by lightning. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly became empty. Heaven and earth were deathly white, and countless sorrowful tunes reverberated between heaven and earth. It seemed as if someone was speaking in a distant place, getting closer and closer. In the end, Long Chen finally heard clearly what that person was saying. He said, after 100 years, the dragon sacrifice will perish. After 100 years, the dragon sacrifice will perish. Boom boom boom. This sound seemed to explode in Long Chen's ears, deafening him. What's going on? At this moment, Long Chen became exceptionally clear-headed. Buzz. Everything in front of him dissipated. Long Chen opened his eyes wide and saw that hundreds of people were staring at him with wide eyes. Their eyes hid deep shock and admiration, even Xue Qi and the others seemed to be in disbelief. After a while, Long Chen finally realized that he was undergoing the selection for the inheritance of the young dragon. He could not help but look at himself. On the Black Jade Dragon Ball, a large amount of gray gas was gathering towards his body. The ancestral dragon aura wrapped around his body was much more than all of them combined. It was dozens of times more than Jiang Ming. Only now did the ancestral dragon aura stop appearing. Surrounded by the ancestral dragon aura, Long Chen looked down in a daze. It seems that I only touched the black jade dragon ball for a short while, and I already obtained so much ancestral dragon aura. Long Chen recalled what had happened. But another heavy voice was still rumbling in his heart. He turned around in shock and looked at the black jade dragon ball, repeating the words in disbelief. After 100 years, the dragon's sacrifice, perish. These words made his mouth dry up and his body feel uncomfortable. The black jade dragon head has been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. Why do I feel like this when I touch the black jade dragon ball? Is it an illusion, or a reminder? Long Chen could not help but feel confused. The most vivid memory was that terrifying black vortex. Trillions of living beings were attracted by that black vortex, turning into dust and disappearing forever. How could this be? His heart was filled with shock. Everything was unbelievable. If this is referring to the destruction of the entire dragon sacrifice continent and even the eternal sacred realm in 100 years, then what could he do? 100 years wasn't enough time for anyone to accomplish anything big, nor could it stop anything. Every time Long Chen recalled the countless cries, he felt an unbearable urge to vomit, but he could not help but cover his head. The black jade dragon head, the ancestral dragon's blood essence, the mysterious dragon jade, and my father Long Qinglan. All of this must be related. And the god of primordial beginning. What is it all trying to tell me? Is this world really going to be destroyed in 100 years? Long Chen's heart trembled. He found that a haze was shrouding the world. The terrible pressure made his whole body numb. What should I do? He was at a loss. If the black jade dragon head was telling him all this, then what should he do? What could he do in 100 years? Long Chen, come down. Xue Qi called out from below. Chapter 2156. Xue Qi's words pulled Long Chen back to reality. He looked down, and the 8 words in his mind gradually faded. Everyone was clearly reflected in his eyes. His body was surrounded by a large amount of ancestral dragon qi, which was that gray gas. It was only named as the ancestral dragon qi by the later generations. In reality, it should have nothing to do with the ancestral dragon qi. He landed in front of Xue Qi. Everyone looked at the huge amount of ancestral dragon qi around him in a daze. Compared to him, everyone else was like a grain of rice. And he was Hao Yue. Long Chen had gradually recovered from his previous state. Even if it's 100 years, I still don't have the ability to stop anything. I believe that as long as I continue on this path, I'll understand what's going on one day. Long Chen thought to himself. At this time, the first 4 young dragons had been selected. Only the Slaughter Dragon City was left. Obviously, for the Black Jade Dragon Head's choice, Long Chen was undoubtedly the most suitable young dragon. Jiang Ming was better than the other 4, but unfortunately, he lost to Long Chen. At this moment, he looked defeated. Just now, as soon as Long Chen's arm touched the Black Jade Dragon Ball, a large amount of ancestral dragon qi surged out and surrounded him. With such talent, he was unparalleled. Throughout history, no one had ever been able to do this. It was a miracle. That was why everyone was so shocked. Xue Qi looked at Long Chen and then at Jiang Ming. He finally said to Jiang Ming, "You did quite well, but Long Chen did better than you, so, wait." Just as Xue Qi was about to announce the young dragon, Long Qingyue suddenly interrupted him. She walked forward with a righteous air and stared at Long Chen with a pair of sharp eyes. Then she turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, this is very inappropriate. The Dragon Inheritance Ladder and the Cave of Ancestral Dragon are sacred places for us dragon warriors, the birthplace of our divine dragon clan. But who is Long Chen? He is the son of Long Qinglan, the sinner of the human clan. He bears countless crimes. Just like his father, he is not qualified to be recognized by us. Our ancestors will hate people who betray their own people even more. The dragon inheritance ladder is such a sacred place. How can we let such a filthy person climb it? Wouldn't that tarnish our ancestors? She spoke passionately and righteously. Everyone felt the same way when they heard those words. That's right. Long Qinglan is a sinner of the human clan. He is indeed not qualified to step onto the dragon inheritance ladder and touch the sacred slaughter dragon pearl. Hearing these discussions, Long Qingyue became even more complacent. She looked at Long Qin complacently and said, "The slaughter dragon pearl is such a precious thing. How can we let such a lawless person touch it? I really don't know what the slaughter dragon city is thinking. Moreover, Jiang Ming can complete the mission, can't he? He has obtained more ancestral dragon chi than the other 4 young dragons. The slaughter dragon city doesn't need Long Chen to complete this mission. This is a sacred mission, not a battle. If it's a battle, it's fine to let Long Chen participate." Of course, this was an internal matter of the slaughter dragon city. In the end, it was up to Xue Qi and the others to discuss. Master, Jiang Ming was very eager to obtain such an honor. There were other experts in the slaughter dragon city's team. They looked at each other and began to express their opinions. Sword River Emperor said, "I agree with Long Qingyue. Jiang Ming can complete this glorious mission. Although Long Chen is not bad, his identity is not suitable. The origin of the divine dragons is not a place anyone can enter." Wind Moon Emperor said, "Let Jiang Ming do it. Long Chen can come and take a look." Then, several experts expressed their opinions one after another. Most of them were partial to Jiang Ming. Only Qian Shuahuang spoke for Long Chen. She said, "In fact, I think this is the choice of the Black Jade Dragon Pearl. It proves that it disregards Long Chen's identity and thinks that he is the most suitable. But Long Qinglan is not him. I don't think he should bear Long Qinglan's crime." At this point, Long Qingyue sneered, "Qian Shuahuang, is Long Qin your son? I heard that you were very close to Long Qinglan." She was famous for speaking without restraint. If she wasn't the youngest daughter of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, she would have been killed long ago. Qian Shuahuang couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her and shut her mouth. Only Xue Qi was left. In fact, Xue Qi's decision was not important, because the other experts had already decided on Jiang Ming. Xue Qi looked at Long Chen awkwardly. But at this time, most of Long Chen's attention was still on the 8 words. "All right, Jiang Ming it is. Let's go," Xue Qi said casually. Now it was time to go to the cave of Ancestral Dragon. Everyone began to make their preparations and headed towards the east. "How are you?" Xing Qing walked past everyone and secretly came to Long Chen's side. "They've already replaced your dragon of inheritance. Why didn't you say anything?" Xing Qing was a little puzzled. Based on what she knew of Long Chen, he would have retorted on the spot. Long Chen shook his head and said, "I was thinking about something else just now and couldn't react in time. Let's talk about it when we get to the cave of Ancestral Dragon. I won't give what belongs to me to others." At this time, everyone was already heading toward the eastern starry sky. In 100 years, the dragon's sacrifice would be over. It was such a big deal that Long Chen missed out on the dragon of inheritance. The one who started it all, Long Qingyue, was next to Long Chen. She sneered and said, "Oh, some people are so cowardly. I can't believe they just let it go like that. What an eye-opener." That was how she was. She kept mocking them from the side. Long Chen could not be bothered with her. They were all on their way and had already missed the opportunity. When they got to the cave of Ancestral Dragon, he would take back what was rightfully his. Long Qingyue had crossed his bottom line time and time again, forcing people to their deaths with hysteria. Such a woman would not wake up unless he gave her a good beating. So what if she had the reincarnation of the 7 stars? So what if she had divine power? She was at the level of dazzling star Xiao Dingyuan. She had once trapped Long Chen with the realm of dreams. But now, as long as Long Chen took one more step forward and passed the 3 talents calamity, he might be able to slap her in the face and shut her mouth. Okay, I'll go back first, Xing Qing said. Long Chen's identity was sensitive now. It would not be good for her to stay with Long Chen all the time. Go. After Xing Qing left, Long Chen fell into deep thought again. Looks like I have to hurry. After all, I only have 100 years. He buried this matter deep in the bottom of his heart. Then, he opened his eyes and looked toward the east. When he reached that place, it seemed like he would have to fight again. Beyond the borders of the Dragon God domain and away from the Eternal God domain was a boundless starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, there was a forbidden area that belonged to the human race. It was the place that the Black Jade Dragon head was looking at, the Cave of Ancestral Dragons. Only humans who possessed the bloodline of the primordial divine dragons could see the existence of the Cave of Ancestral Dragons. It was a forbidden area that existed in the depths of the starry sky. No one knew just how big it was, but they could vaguely see that it was an ancient cavern hidden in the depths of the starry sky. If they didn't get close, they wouldn't be able to see anything clearly. However, due to time constraints, no one could get close to it. Even Long Qinglan had only ventured about a meter deep into the Cave of Ancestral Dragons. Thousands of meters away from the Cave of Zulong, it was dead silent. However, there were 2 blurry silhouettes floating around. No one knew that they were communicating with each other. It's been many years since I've been here. One of the figures was almost untraceable, as if it didn't exist in this time and space. The other figure was shrouded in blood-colored mist. Yeah, the place of origin of the divine dragons, a forbidden area that we can never explore. The Dragon Balls were born really quickly this time. It's only been tens of thousands of years. I remember that last time, we were one of the 2 young dragons of inheritance, cruel blood. Yeah, it's been a long time. The 2 of them talked about the past and chatted for a while. Is Long Qinglan's son here? The illusory figure suddenly asked. The blood-colored mist replied, yeah, he'll probably be the young dragon of inheritance of the massacred dragon city. The other party snorted coldly and said, a monster hasn't died completely yet, running out from time to time to cause trouble. Now, a new monster has appeared. I really want to see what that half-dead Long Qinglan can do to me if I kill this little guy. The blood-colored mist cackled. What are you laughing at? Don't talk nonsense if you haven't seen him. I think he's a good kid. He's not bad. Good kid. Long Qinglan was a good kid from a young age until he became the Eternal Dragon Emperor. However, he still became a demon and harmed the people. The illusory figure snorted coldly. Well, different people have different views. It's been so many years. In fact, I always feel that a genius like him should be invincible. He shouldn't be like this. But the truth and the evidence are right here. Everyone in the world is watching. The illusory figure said agitatedly. Let's not talk about Long Qinglan. Let's talk about Long Chen. He'll be here in a few days. How are you going to deal with him? The illusory figure said, let's see how he behaves. If he shows signs of being a monster, kill him as soon as possible. If he repents, let the massacre dragon city take him to be disciplined. I believe you won't create another Long Qinglan. The blood-colored mist sneered, moreover, the one who created Long Qinglan is you, the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Alright, stop talking. The illusory figure said impatiently. Time passed quietly. I wonder what he'll be like in the next 100 years. The blood-colored mist suddenly said. Chapter 2157. They were the first Dragon Emperor of the Eternal Dragon City and the Massacre Dragon City, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Emperor. The 5 Dragon Balls were so important that they had been guarding them for a long time. If not for the fact that only young dragons with the ancestral dragon energy could step onto the inheritance dragon ladder, they would have taken the 5 Dragon Balls away. In fact, there were many experts lying in ambush around. Time passed slowly. They're here. About 5 days later, the team that Long Chen had followed finally crossed a large area of stars and arrived before the cave of the ancestral dragon. The 2 dragon emperors noticed them very quickly. Is that the son of Long Qinglan? The eternal dragon emperor squinted his eyes and looked at Long Chen in the crowd. There was an unknown glow in his eyes. Long Chen did not expect this person to be observing him. He had just arrived near the cave of the ancestral dragon and was already deeply shocked by it. It was a rolling yellow smoke that covered the starry sky. There was a whirlpool in the middle. It was deep and illusory, as if it was very far away. It was difficult to look at it directly. This was the cave of the ancestral dragon. The beauty knew what was in the depths of the cave. The starry sky was also completely sealed by the rolling yellow energy. There was no way to go back. Everything after that was unknown. The most eye-catching thing was the inheritance dragon ladder that led to the entrance of the cave of the ancestral dragon. It was snow white, like a white jade dragon about to plunge into the cave of the ancestral dragon. It seemed to correspond to the black jade dragon head. The inheritance dragon ladder was also very huge. Although there were only 99 steps, it was actually tens of thousands of meters long. Each step was almost 100 meters long. The material of the inheritance dragon ladder was similar to the black jade dragon head. The only difference was the color. One was black, the other was white. The team of hundreds stopped in front of the cave of the ancestral dragon. This was the most sacred place. Therefore, when they came here, they looked at everything in front of them with sincere respect. Someone announced, "The supreme ceremony, sacrificial ceremony, will now begin." Before the young dragons stepped on the inheritance dragon ladder, there was a ceremony to worship. The ceremony was more complicated and needed to last for a day. This was to show respect to the ancestors and the origin of the divine dragons. It was a ceremony that had been passed down since ancient times. The 5 dragon cities took the lead and began to pay their respects. Long Chen followed the crowd, but his eyes never left the inheritance dragon stairs and the ancestral dragon cave. Jun Fusheng, Xing Qin, Long Haoge, Jiang Mo, and Jiang Ming. It seems that Long Chen isn't among the dragon whelps, but his ancestral dragon essence surpasses everyone else. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor frowned. He had never said that Long Chen could not be an inherited dragon whelp. Before this, the 2 dragon emperors already knew the name list. They thought that Long Chen's performance was not good, but now it seemed that his performance was too good. Going against the Black Jade Dragon Head's decision is not a good idea. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor shook his head. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said, "Everyone has their own luck. Since he wasn't chosen, it means he doesn't have the fortune. But the inheritance dragon ladder will attract him," Violent Blood Dragon Emperor said. At this point, the Eternal Dragon Emperor did not comment. Of course, Long Chen felt a strong attraction. The inheritance dragon ladder was calling him, urging him, wishing that Long Chen could go there immediately. When he was paying respects to the ceremony, he saw the other inherited dragons around him. They seemed to be attracted too, but it was weak. They could not compare to Long Chen at all. "It's calling me. How can I retreat?" Long Chen was very calm. He knew what he had to do. No matter how many people he offended, no matter how much the world did not approve of him, he could not be timid on this matter. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to come here. Of course, he did not know that the 2 top figures in the world were closely watching his performance. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor smiled. He clearly has the most ancestral dragon essence, but he did not become an inherited dragon whelp. Do you think he will be satisfied with that? The Eternal Dragon Emperor asked, could it be that with so many experts around, he can still do anything with his strength? Violent Blood Dragon Emperor laughed for a while and said, maybe you don't know this child as well as I do. About a day later, the ceremony ended. The 5 inherited dragons were extremely excited. This was finally the time they had been waiting for. The others were also extremely excited. Long Chen had been so well behaved along the way that everyone could not help but forget about him. 5 inherited dragons, step forward and head to the inheritance dragon ladder. Remember, you need to kneel once every time you step on the ladder. Yes. The inherited dragons were extremely excited. Everyone was looking forward to it. In the name of the ancestral dragon god, the inherited dragons will step on the dragon ladder and accept the sacred treasure bestowed by the ancestral dragon god. Glory to the human race, glory to the descendants of the dragon god. May the human race live forever. 5 inherited dragons, step forward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Ming, Xing Qing, Jun Fusheng, Jiang Imo, and Long Haoge stepped out from their respective teams. They had already been attracted by the inheritance dragon stairs, and all their attention was on it. At this moment, everyone was less than 100 meters away from the entrance of the inheritance dragon ladder. Go. The elders said with a smile. These 5 inherited dragons would definitely be all-powerful figures in the future. They might even become the new dragon emperor. The 5 of them set off with great enthusiasm. Just when everyone had forgotten about Long Chen, he escaped into the river of time and rushed behind Jiang Ming in the blink of an eye. In the void, the incorporeal figure's expression changed slightly. He murmured, "It's the time dragon," as expected. This was completely within Violent Dragon Emperor's expectations. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen released the star sacrifice, trapping Jiang Ming within it. His figure once again appeared in front of everyone. His movements were extremely swift and violent, leaving no time for anyone to react. Moreover, who would have thought that he would be so bold? People at Xueqi's level knew that even the Dragon Emperor might be nearby. However, Long Chen did exactly that. He easily trapped Jiang Ming in the astral energy and stood in front of the other 4 inheritance dragon whelps. Behind him was the inheritance dragon staircase, but he didn't panic at all. He looked at the crowd with a calm gaze. Everything happened in a flash. The 5 teams from the dragon cities were instantly in chaos. But after all, this was a matter of the Slaughter Dragon City. Therefore, only the people from the Slaughter Dragon City were really making a move. Long Chen, put him down. I'll make sure you're fine. Xueqi's speed changed instantly. He was already in front of Long Chen. Long Chen directly threw Jiang Ming towards Xueqi. He took advantage of the terrifying attraction of the inheritance dragon stairs and stepped onto the first step. There were so many experts in the Slaughter Dragon City, but none of them could stop him at this critical moment. Apart from the inherited dragons, no one else could climb the inheritance dragon ladder. On the Slaughter Dragon City side, Long Chen had already stepped on it. This meant that Jiang Ming could no longer become an inherited dragon. For a moment, everyone was stunned in front of the inheritance dragon ladder. They did not expect that Long Chen would be so bold. He dared to openly disobey orders here, not giving face to Xueqi and the other experts. After all, he had to come down from the inheritance dragon ladder. Was he not afraid of punishment? For a moment, most people looked at Long Chen angrily. Xueqi caught Jiang Ming and looked at Long Chen angrily. He had always taken care of Long Chen, but he did not expect Long Chen to not give him face this time. Facing the crowd, Long Chen's expression was calm. He said, "I don't want to say too much about this matter. I'm the one who obtained the Black Jade Dragon Pearl's recognition, not Jiang Ming. Right now, the inheritance dragon ladder is attracting me to go up, so I had to come here." He looked around at the crowd and continued, "As for some people saying that I'm tarnishing the inheritance dragon ladder, that's too ridiculous. Are they questioning the Black Jade Dragon Head's ability to choose? Are they questioning your ancestors? If that's the case, why let the Black Jade Dragon Head choose? You can choose yourselves." He had already stepped on the inheritance dragon ladder. Even if the rice was cooked, no one would be able to stop him. His words also made the crowd speechless. In fact, they all knew this, but they did not want Long Chen to become the heir. They had a tacit understanding, but they did not expect Long Chen to make things difficult for them at this time. Everyone here is smart, so I won't say more. I'm here because the Black Jade Dragon Head and the Inheritance Dragon Ladder chose me, not you. I will do what I have to do and bring the Slaughter Dragon Pearl down for you. It's true that you are hostile to me because of my father's matter, but that's nothing. There will be justice in the world. One day, something will happen to you, and it will not be what you think it is. Daring to speak to so many people here and make them feel helpless against him, this required great courage and ability. Long Chen had done it. At this moment, everyone was gnashing their teeth, but no one dared to refute him. For a moment, the surroundings were dead silent. At this time, the figure in the void and the blood mist were also talking. Cruel Dragon Emperor said, I knew he would do this. His personality is much more shameless than Long Qinglan's. If he is allowed to become an ultimate elite, I'm afraid it will be a bigger disaster, Eternal Dragon Emperor said coldly. I think he will be very interesting. Cruel Dragon Emperor laughed evilly. At this time, the crowd heard Cruel Dragon Emperor's voice. I am the heir of the Slaughter City, Long Chen. This short sentence made those who were thinking about how to punish Long Chen after he came down shut their mouths. They did not expect Cruel Dragon Emperor to be around, and to support Long Chen. The crowd's expressions were uncertain. Cruel Dragon Emperor, Long Chen was very grateful. No matter what this person's purpose was, at least he had helped him every time, and now, he thought of another question. Since Cruel Dragon Emperor was here, what about the other dragon emperors from the other dragon cities? Chapter 2158. He was a very important person in Long Qinglan's life. Long Chen couldn't ignore him either. I wonder how he'll feel when he sees me. Was he looking down on her, disdainful of her, or was he fearful of her and wanted to get rid of her? Does my forceful climbing up the dragon ladder make him look at me differently, or does he hate me even more? Long Chen knew that this person who couldn't even love Long Qinglan wouldn't love him, let alone be his shield. Therefore, he never had any hope. This was evident from the fact that he refused to bring me back to Eternal Dragon City and left me in Massacre City instead. I just need to be myself. I don't have to care too much about what others think. Long Chen thought to himself. With the brutal Dragon Emperor's words, he had nothing to worry about today. Even if he went down the dragon ladder of inheritance, they couldn't do anything to him. Long Chen ignored the people looking at him. He turned around and looked at the dragon ladder of inheritance that was tens of thousands of meters long. The dragon ladder of inheritance seemed to exist in the mist, faintly discernible. Long Chen felt like he was stepping on a white jade dragon. Behind him, after a short rest, other than Jiang Ming, the other 4 dragon whelps also stepped onto the dragon ladder of inheritance. Apart from Xing Qing, the others didn't want to get too close to him, especially Long Haoge. Congratulations. Xing Qing said softly. There weren't many people who would sincerely congratulate him. Long Chen smiled at her and thanked her. Let's go together. The others had already ignored them and headed upwards. Okay. The two of them kept a distance from each other and started moving forward. Looking at Long Chen's advancing figure, Long Qingyue couldn't help but grit her teeth. She was the one who stopped Long Chen from becoming a dragon whelp. She was happy for a long time, but she didn't expect Long Chen to go up again. Even the brutal Dragon Emperor supported him. Big brother, when the 5 of them come down, will there be a supreme dragon battle? Long Qingyue said while gnashing her teeth. The Blue Fire Emperor nodded and said, indeed, but it's just a ceremony. Moreover, the 4 of them together aren't a match for Long Chen. The champion will definitely be Long Chen. Long Qingyue said with a calm face, this brat is too embarrassing for my Long family. This time, no matter what, I have to teach him a good lesson. I can't let him run amok and lose face for you and father. If I had known earlier, I would have given him an unforgettable lesson in Slaughter City last time. Every time she saw Long Chen, she would feel angry. Back then, her brothers and sisters had been dull under Long Qinglan's shadow, and she had not been noticed either. Now, Long Chen had appeared and caused trouble everywhere. Her gaze darkened. She had already mentally prepared herself. This was an opportunity to teach him a lesson. She would not waste it. At the same time, Long Chen and the others had truly stepped onto the inheritance dragon stairs. Every time they went up, they had to prostrate and kowtow. The other four had already done so. Long Chen had already reached the center of this white jade staircase. Although he was anxious to get closer to the cave of Ancestral Dragon, he had no choice but to follow the step by step. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground and was about to kowtow. When his eyes fell on the simple white jade staircase beneath his feet, his mind suddenly spun. In a daze, his gaze actually penetrated this white jade staircase and saw a huge world. That world was shrouded in thick white clouds, and there were billions of lives in it. That's the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen could tell at a glance. The dragon sacrificial continent was simply too big. In terms of the number of lives, it was countless times that of the eternal god domain. Long Chen was on this level. At the bottom of the white jade staircase, Long Chen saw too many living beings. At this moment, he was like a god. His vision swept across everyone, and Long Chen could accurately count that there were a total of 10 billion living beings below. Everyone's life, from the beginning to the end, the ups and downs, bit by bit, entered his vision. Standing here, he was like the heavens, controlling everything and feeling everything. The huge amount of information caused his head to ache. In a state of shock, he hurriedly stood up, not daring to kneel on the ground again. As he stood up, everything that he had just experienced disappeared. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Even at this moment, there were still countless voices hidden in his mind. Laughter, distress, joy, anger, all kinds of faces kept appearing in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of them. At that moment, he actually bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Life was so wonderful, and so was this world. Everyone had their own unique life, thus forming a colorful world. Long Chen would never forget this moment. It was as if he had experienced the lives of billions of people. It was so mysterious, and it gave him a new desire to understand and explore. Looking up, the other four had already reached the second step. They didn't seem to feel the same as him. Belongs to me alone? Long Chen silently followed them up the second white jade staircase. He didn't completely kneel. This bastard, how can he be so casual about the origin of the divine dragons? He's not sincere at all. The people behind him started cursing. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't want to kneel, but after kneeling, the situation of billions of lives merging into his life would appear. When he reached the second step of the staircase, he tried the same thing. Just as he had expected, when he lowered his head and prostrated himself on the ground, he once again felt the ground turn into clouds and mist. Another 10 billion lives appeared in his mind, and he saw everything. From the beginning of their lives to the end, he saw what they had experienced in their lives, and he saw what they had learned. It was as if he had experienced everyone's life. It was so magical and mysterious. However, these 10 billion lives were different from the 10 billion lives from before. Doesn't that mean that I can see the lives and deaths of billions of lives on each of the 99 steps of the inheritance dragon stairs? This number made Long Chen's scalp go numb. There were too many people, but this wasn't the most prosperous time for the draconic sacrificial continent. So many lives existed in this world. Any one of these people from the eternal god realm would be an absolute ruler if they went down to the lower worlds. If it wasn't for the fact that the lower worlds couldn't support them and couldn't allow them to improve, most of them would have gone down and become kings long ago. From the initial shock, to the subsequent curiosity. As Long Chen ascended the white jade staircase, he knelt down deeply and devoutly, pressing his forehead against the cold white jade staircase. This allowed him to see more clearly. There were billions of living beings on each staircase, and Long Chen had witnessed their lives and deaths. He had witnessed everything that happened to them. Each person's life was unique, and each was a brand new individual. It wasn't just Long Chen who had a rich life. Although many people weren't as good as him, they also had a regretless and happy life. Through their lives, Long Chen was able to understand more. Long Chen felt like he had become a supreme ruler. His life was connected to the lives of everyone else, and the billions of lives had become a part of him. Long Chen was connected to the 99 billion lives, and something mysterious seemed to appear on their bodies, which flowed into Long Chen's body. It was power. They were seeking a ruler, seeking faith. "Save me, please." Such voices echoed in Long Chen's ears. He was connected to countless lives. Is this the feeling of a god? And at the highest level. He couldn't help but be shocked. Why would the dragon inheritance stairs give him such changes? From the black jade dragon head to the dragon inheritance stairs, mysterious things happened one after another. When he reached the 50th level, the others had already reached the 70th level. However, Long Chen was still unhurried. He sensed the lives of the common people. He realized that he seemed to have become their faith. No matter what time it was, Long Chen could actually hear their voices and hear their calls. Dragon. This was the desire in the depths of their hearts. They were all calling for the divine dragon. Just like when Long Chen was young, he was also filled with fantasies about the legends. In the depths of their consciousness, the one who could truly save them was the dragon. Long Chen seemed to be in a trance. He started to climb up the stairs. Every time his forehead touched a new white jade step, billions of lives would be connected to him. They contributed limitless power, and finally gathered in Long Chen's primordial spirit. The dragon jade seal trembled slightly, absorbing the power of the countless lives. Long Chen felt his body becoming infinitely huge. He was roaming in the starry sky, and billions of lives were living on his body. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly felt a tearing pain. He discovered that he was falling apart, his body was being torn apart, and a large number of lives were dying on his body. Arg. Long Chen woke up from the pain. Is this an illusion? He couldn't help but shake his head. His heart was filled with countless feelings of pity, as well as bone-deep anger and hatred. It was as though his blood was boiling, and he was roaring. Protect. This word became incomparably passionate in his heart. A long time ago, when he was in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he realized that the true killing was protecting, and then he successfully transformed into a dragon. And today, this feeling was especially intense. What is he doing? The clamor of the crowd reached Long Chen's ears. He looked up and saw that the four of them were already at the 99th level, while Long Chen was still at the 70th level. They were already prepared to take away the 4 dragon balls. When he looked back, most people couldn't understand him, and they looked at him with disdain. Long Chen couldn't forget the tearing pain when his body became incomparably huge. It was hair-raising. He shook his head and continued to move upwards, forming a destiny connection with billions of lives. At this moment, Long Chen was already a god, not just a god, but a ruler. The other 4 took away the 4 types of dragon balls and started to move downwards. They didn't need to kneel down, so their speed was much faster. Long Chen didn't panic, and he continued to move forward. He looked up at the sky, and he was almost at the cave of Ancestral Dragon. The afternoon was the limit, and he only wrote 2 chapters after almost 6 hours. Chapter 2159. I'll go down first. Xing Qing said as she walked down the stairs. Long Chen noticed that she was holding a 15-colored pearl in her hand. It was about the size of a fist, and the 15 colors turned into 15 mystical dragons that swam around and kept changing. When Long Chen and Xing Qing passed each other, he saw that the 15-colored mystical dragons were looking at him. However, he had been in a hurry, so he had not been able to see them clearly. But there was a very heavy feeling in his heart. The other 3 moved away from him and started to go down. Only the blood-red slaughter pearl was left at the entrance of the cave of ancestral dragons. Long Chen continued to go at his own pace, climbing up the stairs one by one. The higher he went, the more spiritual will and pressure he had to endure, and the more lives he connected with. Finally, he reached the 99th floor and connected with billions of lives. He seemed to have turned into a giant, and the fates of countless people were connected to him. This feeling was so mysterious that it was indescribable. Long Chen could not describe it either. Even now, he still felt like he was living in a dream. The cave of ancestral dragons was so close to him. He was already on the 99th floor, and the cave of ancestral dragons was just ahead. He saw the blood-red pearl floating at the entrance of the cave of ancestral dragons. There was a deep whirlpool inside the cave of ancestral dragons. There was nothing there, and he could not see what was inside. Let's take the slaughter pearl first. After all, everyone below was waiting for him. What's going on, Long Chen? Is he slowing down on purpose to show how special he is? How boring. Because of Long Qinglan, there were not many people in the 5 dragon cities who truly acknowledged him. To be honest, when his body connected with so many lives, it gave him the power of faith, but it also gave him endless pressure. Long Chen had broken through the pressure step by step to get to where he was now. This journey had brought him great benefits and allowed him to see the whole world. In this change, the most direct change was the change in his power level. Ever since he received the essence blood of the Tai Chi spirit dragon, his cultivation speed had soared. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the late stages of the yin and yang tribulations and was rapidly advancing towards the tribulations. Today, the billions of lives let him see the sky, the earth, and the people. That kind of enlightenment surged into his mind. Just as he obtained the slaughter dragon pearl, he broke through the last layer of shackles and descended. Tribulation of 3 talents. At that moment, Long Chen was filled with excitement. He had finally advanced to the next level. With his current speed, 100 years would be equivalent to 10,000 years for others. It was really hard to predict how strong he would be. The changes in his body couldn't be hidden from the eyes of an expert. Tribulation of 3 talents. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Firstly, Long Chen was so powerful, yet he had not crossed the 3 greats tribulation. Secondly, he actually passed the tribulation of 3 talents on the inheritance dragon stairs. It was a miracle. Even the cruel blood dragon emperor was a little surprised. He said, 3 talents tribulation has such combat power. Is this a special case of the supreme mystical dragons? Long Qinglan seemed to have reached the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm before he could defeat a martial artist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The eternal dragon emperor remained silent, but a mysterious light flashed in his eyes. As everyone was discussing, the heavens tribulation of Long Chen's tribulation of 3 talents came first. Generally speaking, the heavens tribulation of 3 talents was called the primordial spirit lightning tribulation. It was pure white and specialized in attacking Long Chen. But at that moment, 9 colored clouds condensed in the sky above the cave of ancestral dragon. Lightning of 9 different colors flashed in the clouds, vaguely suppressing the primordial spirit. This was not the power of natural lightning, but the primordial spirit lightning tribulation. But no matter who it was, almost no one had seen a primordial spirit lightning tribulation with so many colors. Under the pressure of the 9 colored clouds, the 9 colors of the primordial spirit lightning tribulation converged in the center and collided. The fiercest primordial spirit lightning tribulation I've ever seen in my life only had 3 colors. It was Long Qinglan's, the eternal dragon emperor said, his eyes trembling. This is interesting, 3 times that of Long Qinglan. The cruel blood dragon emperor could not help but guess that Long Chen was really envied by the heavens. And in comparison, they came to a conclusion. In terms of potential, Long Chen actually surpassed Long Qinglan. This was simply unbelievable. But at that moment, the 9 colors of the primordial spirit lightning tribulation collided and caused a violent explosion. Under the collision, the 9 colors of lightning actually began to fuse and eventually turned into a 9-colored thunderbolt, condensing into one and striking at Long Chen in front of the cave of Ancestral Dragon. It was so powerful that even the 7-star tribulation of an ordinary person would not be so terrifying. Those experts who had been baptized by the 7-star ancient god knew even better that the power of Long Chen's heaven's tribulation was no less terrifying than the 7-star tribulation. There was a difference of 4 levels between the Trinity tribulation and the 7-star tribulation. There had never been a situation where the Trinity tribulation was comparable to the 7-star tribulation. With such a heaven's tribulation, Long Chen is in danger. I'm afraid he has done all kinds of heartless things to be punished by the heavenly way. This Trinity tribulation was born to kill him. Let's wait and see. That's right. If it wasn't for the fact that he is too dangerous and may bring disaster to our human clan in the future, why would the heavens punish him like this? With such a heaven's tribulation, and this is only the first heaven's tribulation, I can conclude that he will either die or be injured in the near future. He might even never be able to get out of this predicament. For a moment, those who were suppressed by his talent were secretly delighted. The scene today was very similar to Long Qinglan's. He was also a genius who defied the natural order, but he was also the target of countless jealousy. Some jealousy was human nature, and it was not something that could be respected just because they treated others well. The 9-colored thunderbolt descended. The thunderbolt turned into a 9-colored thunder divine dragon above Long Chen's head and rushed into Long Chen's sea of knowledge. In that vast sea of knowledge, the 9-colored thunder divine dragon's body burst with lightning and filled Long Chen's sea of knowledge. Long Chen was in unbearable pain, but this was just the beginning. The 9-colored thunder divine dragon shuttled through his sea of knowledge and finally broke through the clouds and mist, staring at the cosmic dragon's primordial spirit. The cosmic dragon's primordial spirit was illusory and indistinct. There were 4 Dao seals on it, the Dragon Jade Dao seal, the Slaughter Dao seal, the Time Dao seal, and the Life Dao seal. Upon seeing this primordial spirit, the 9-colored thunder divine dragon became extremely excited. It stimulated thousands of thunderbolts and rushed over. Outside, the crowd shouted, "The primordial spirit thunder tribulation has entered his body. If Long Chen is not careful, his primordial spirit will be destroyed." When the samsara tribulation descended, no one could help him. In fact, most people hoped that he would die a clean death. However, how could Long Chen let them get what they wanted? He would live well for those who loved him, those he wanted to protect, and those he needed to fulfill his long-cherished wish for. That was his mission. These were the reasons why he could not die even if he tried his best. There were too many people who needed him. Through the cosmic dragon's body, Long Chen looked at the 9-colored thunder divine dragon. The other party had already pounced on him, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely ferocious. Wherever the 9-colored thunderbolts went, they exploded. However, Long Chen still did not panic. When the 9-colored thunderbolts shot over, he used the cosmic dragon's power of time to cast the illusionary shadow. Instantly, all the thunderbolts turned back and bombarded the 9-colored thunder divine dragon. Although the thunderbolts were absorbed, the power of time still forced him back. How can I die here? Ever since he walked through the inheritance dragon ladder, he had been shouldering even more responsibilities. The cosmic dragon ranked the highest among Long Chen's 3 inheritance blood essences. It also ranked in the top 3 among all the ancestral dragons. His illusory body moved forward again after beating back the 9-colored thunder divine dragon. Eternal moment. Time froze. The 9-colored thunder divine dragon struggled madly, but it could not break free. It had never seen such a terrifying primordial spirit. At least, apart from Long Chen, the others' primordial spirits were in human form, while its primordial spirit was an ancestral dragon. Physical slaughter, primordial spirit, divine nation creatures. Time storm. The power of anger. The power of unyielding resistance against the heavenly path. The time storm swept through Long Chen's sea of consciousness. He did not feel the slightest pain. Instead, he enjoyed it and was delighted. The 9-colored thunder divine dragon, which had been frozen in eternal moment, fell apart under the power of the time storm, turning into the purest power of thunder. The cosmic dragon looked at all of this with contempt. It swam over and swallowed all the pure power to strengthen itself. Then, it closed its eyes, as if it was sleeping. The heavenly tribulation was over. Next was the earth tribulation. The earth tribulation was fighting the fleshly body. In truth, the earth tribulation had appeared before the heavenly tribulation disappeared. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the eternal life God domain, where a yellow river was flowing in their direction. It was impossible to say where it had come from, but it was filled with yellow sand, which formed into the shape of an enormous yellow sand dragon. Surrounded by corrosive dust, it shot up the legacy dragon staircase toward Long Chen, filling up the entire staircase. At this moment, Long Chen was crushing the 9-colored thunder divine dragon. "Get out here!" Suddenly, a loud explosion startled everyone. They had thought that Long Chen was done for when the heaven and earth tribulations came together. They had not expected Long Chen to stand up and shout at them. At this moment, his eyes were filled with the radiance of 9-colored lightning. This proved that he had destroyed the heavenly tribulation. Such speed was beyond everyone's expectations. Blood-weeping dragon soul. When the yellow sand transformed into a divine dragon, Long Chen's body was covered in blood-colored dragon scales. Tens of thousands of little slaughter dragons surged out, forming a blood-colored wave that slammed into the corrosive sand. Rumble. The yellow sand was the demonic calamity of the earth fiend, and it had transformed into countless devils. They were all pervasive and instantly penetrated through the encirclement of the little dragons of slaughter, forming a huge sand dune that surrounded Long Chen. Under the corrosion of the yellow sand, even the toughest body would collapse. The earth tribulation mainly targeted the fleshly body. When the crowd saw that Long Chen had already been submerged, they were just about to get excited when the yellow sand exploded. The blood spirit spike pierced out from within. The tough blood spirit spike pierced everywhere, and the yellow sand couldn't do anything to Long Chen. After a long while, the yellow sand dragon collapsed. Only one person left. Chapter 2160. Generally speaking, the human tribulation was the ultimate killer move in the Trinity tribulation. The human tribulation was a combination of the heavens tribulation and the earth's tribulation. At this moment, Long Chen returned to the 99th level of the white jade stairs. The surrounding sand disappeared and it was dead silent. The others widened their eyes and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was prepared. At this moment, the surrounding space trembled and formed a black vortex. Long Chen was standing in the middle of the vortex. The moment the vortex appeared, he was sucked in and disappeared from the inheritance dragon stairs. However, everyone knew that he was still there. He was just sucked in by the human tribulation. Buzz. The surroundings were filled with whistling sounds and countless noises. Long Chen floated in the vast universe. Everything around him had disappeared. Deathly darkness surrounded him. Is the human tribulation coming? He was fully prepared. He turned into a dragon in this space. A blood-colored divine dragon circled in the blood mist, looking at everything around him. All of a sudden, the deathly stillness of the surrounding space lit up. Countless white light spots appeared and got closer. There were too many of them. There were probably billions of them. They floated around like fireflies and eventually got close to Long Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was as if there were countless flies flying around his ears. Long Chen finally saw the white light clearly. They were actually people. Although there were too many of them, Long Chen remembered their faces. He had seen 99 billion lives on the inheritance dragon stairs. In fact, there were close to 1 trillion lives. He remembered so many faces. At this moment, these people turned into white light spots and covered the entire universe, surrounding Long Chen. This is the human tribulation. Long Chen was in disbelief. How could the so-called human tribulation be billions of lives? Those familiar faces looked at Long Chen warmly. Some of them were even smiling. It was impossible to associate them with the human tribulation. Dragon. All of a sudden, trillions of people started shouting in front of Long Chen. They were saying this word to Long Chen, and the surging sound waves quickly drowned out Long Chen. In fact, no one's human tribulation would be like Long Chen's. His human tribulation was a tribulation made up of real people. When they shouted the word dragon, Long Chen suddenly felt a fatal sense of danger. Right in front of him, trillions of lives were gathered in one direction by an invisible force. Their bodies piled up together, more and more. They held hands and all of them condensed into a long shape. In the end, all of them actually gathered together. They transformed into a gigantic divine dragon made up of humans. The divine dragon was boundless and looked down on Long Chen. Long Chen was as insignificant as an earthworm in its eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could still see the densely packed human faces on the dragon's body. They were still smiling at Long Chen. But this divine dragon made up of humans was ferocious and terrifying. His dragon fangs and claws were all made up of densely packed people. At this moment, the trillions of lives that made up the divine dragon suddenly opened their mouths and let out a dragon's roar. Together, they formed an extremely terrifying sound wave. The loud sound was deafening to Long Chen. His head hurt and he couldn't even hear anything clearly. Buzz buzz buzz. Those trillions of people were actually speaking to him. That kind of feeling was undoubtedly enough to make one collapse. Quick, save me, I'm about to die. Your name is Long Chen, right? What can you do? Countless murmurs rang in his ears. The chaos and roars were something that no one could bear. The divine dragon made up of humans stretched out its dragon claws towards Long Chen. His dragon claws grabbed Long Chen in his hands. In his hands, Long Chen's body was too insignificant. It was a fatal pain. It was squeezing him, trying to crush him. From Long Chen's point of view, the countless people had already squeezed onto his body. Once the huge divine dragon exerted force, the people around him would be crushed into a bloody mess. One by one, they died in front of Long Chen. They howled and cried in pain, however, Long Chen was in great pain as well. The gigantic divine dragon had almost crushed him. Blood spirit thrust. At the critical moment of life and death, Long Chen suddenly spun and rushed out with the blood spirit spike. A small part of the huge divine dragon's claw was shattered, but the problem was that the small part was made up of humans. Under the piercing of the blood spirit spike, they had no strength to resist and were all turned into ashes. At least millions of people had died. Maybe even more. You are really sinful to have killed so many people. Trillions of people were mumbling the same thing over and over again. Buzz buzz buzz. Long Chen's ears vibrated deeply. Countless screams reverberated in his ears. The scene of millions of people dying was like a nightmare. Their struggles and pain before death were clearly engraved in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen's body trembled. His blood-red eyes stared at the divine dragon in front of him. Huh, aren't you the savior? Come and kill us. In an instant, everyone said in unison. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge divine dragon soared into the sky and charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen quickly retreated and dodged its attack. Aren't you very brave? Why don't you have the courage to face me? Let me tell you, the only way to defeat me is to kill all these people. Trillions of people said in unison again. Their voices almost tore the surrounding space apart. Kill all these people. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The death of millions of people just now had already dealt a huge blow to his heart. If he were to let so many people dissipate, would there still be any meaning to his human tribulation? These faces were so real. Boom. That huge divine dragon unleashed a terrifying attack on Long Chen. He used his dragon claws, dragon fangs, and dragon tail. In fact, he even used his entire body to attack Long Chen. If he did not resist, he would only die. This time, Long Chen closed his eyes and fought against the huge divine dragon. Every time they clashed, millions of people would die. They screamed, struggled, and turned into dust. Long Chen's heart suffered heavy blows again and again. He was on the verge of breaking down. There was no way to pass this human tribulation. Rumble. Long Chen retreated quickly. The huge divine dragon's attack power was not particularly strong. After a round of battle, there were many holes on his body. Those were all places where he clashed with Long Chen. Basically, there were countless deaths at every spot. On the huge divine dragon, countless people looked at Long Chen with hatred and said in unison, "You are the executioner. You destroyed us with your own hands. You deserve to die. You are a sinner." Those voices almost caused Long Chen to break down. Die obediently. Only by dying can you be free. You don't have to kill so many people. You are a murderer to begin with. Your appearance will only destroy this world. They kept saying similar things in Long Chen's ears. No, those words woke Long Chen up. They seemed to be luring me to die obediently, Long Chen suddenly understood. Even though these people in front of him were so real, exactly the same as the people he saw on the Inheritance Dragon stairs, and he remembered each and every one of their faces, Long Chen could be sure that these people were not the real them. His primordial spirit was still connected to the trillions of people on the dragon sacrificial continent. Those people were still living their own lives. Their joys, sorrows, joys, sorrows, joys and sorrows. They were not here. They were not the ones who formed the divine dragon. When he realized this and understood this point, Long Chen finally opened his eyes wide and faced this human tribulation. Perhaps, this is teaching me to believe in the power of the masses, to break through the false and see reality clearly. This feeling appeared in Long Chen's heart. Why? Your sins of killing have increased again. If you want to live, kill everyone on the dragon sacrificial continent. The trillions of people said in unison. You are not them. Long Chen let out a furious roar. A sharp power erupted from his body, turning into an illusory void cosmic dragon. Time storm. The tyrannical storm swept out, almost tearing the gigantic divine dragon apart. At the same time, Long Chen transformed into the blood spirit thorn and accelerated. He closed his eyes, ignoring the screams, the struggles, and the accusations. At this moment, he had already seen through the fabrications, and he had seen through his own heart. Therefore, he was fearless. The blood spirit thorn pierced through the body of the huge divine dragon again and again, killing countless people. In the hands of an existence like Long Chen, who was comparable to a god, they were just ants, not even ants. When Long Chen hardened his heart, everything changed. The painful expressions on those people's faces gradually disappeared, eventually turning into particles like sand. They could no longer confuse Long Chen. What looked like sand was actually countless larvae with bloated bodies crawling in the void. They scattered, but under the pursuit of Long Chen, most of the larvae still died under Long Chen's blood spirit thorn, turning into the purest power and pouring into Long Chen's body. The three talents tribulation, the destruction of the human tribulation. What was this? In the end, Long Chen saw that there was still a larva that did not escape in front of him. It was like a cicada pupa, fat and disgusting, and its stomach was full of mucus. It tried to swallow Long Chen, but Long Chen kept it into the divine kingdom. However, as soon as it entered the divine kingdom, it turned into powder and dissipated in the air. Then, there was only emptiness in front of him. They had all escaped. Long Chen left that world and stood on the Inheritance Dragon ladder. A large amount of power gathered, giving him the power of the three talent Samsara realm. At this moment, his strength had skyrocketed again, making him even more confident. He did it, although the crowd was not very satisfied, it was the truth. Of course, they did not know what Long Chen had just experienced. They could feel that Long Chen had become even stronger. Long Chen ignored everything. He only saw the slaughtered dragon ball in front of him. It was a transparent dragon ball, with only a drop of blood in the center. Chapter 2161. The drop of blood changed in front of Long Chen's eyes, finally turning into the shadow of a dragon that swam above the Slaughter Dragon Ball. This is the Slaughter Dragon Ball. Having just transcended the heaven, and earth tribulation, Long Chen's strength had already reached the peak. In the past, he needed to fuse with Li Xuanji to deal with a 7-star reincarnation tribulation eminence, an expert with terrifying powers. But now, there was no need. The 9-colored lightning, the yellow sand dragon, and the final human tribulation had all increased his strength. The samsara power in his body roared like the sea, and the Taisher divine power seeped into it. Then there was the power of the Yin demons. It was already quite heaven-defying. With the 3 ancestral dragon bodies, he had even more power now. The Slaughter Dragon Ball was not as earth-shattering as Long Chen had imagined. Long Chen reached out and held the Slaughter Dragon Ball in his hand. It was cold to the touch. Long Chen could not understand what use it had. This was what the 3 dragon emperors of Slaughter City wanted. He could not take it away. The other 4 young dragons had already gone down. Long Chen held the Slaughter Dragon Pearl in his hand. In front of him was the cave of ancestral dragons. Rumor had it that Long Qinglong could only force his way in for a meter or so. There was nothing inside except for the ripples. No one knew what was inside, but this was the origin of the divine dragons. Rumor had it that the 10 great ancestral dragons had flown out of this place. The origin of the divine dragons. Long Chen suppressed the impulse in his heart. He wanted to go in and take a look, but that was unrealistic. He had already gained a lot from the Black Jade Dragon Head and the Inheritance Dragon Ladder. Therefore, he resisted the impulse in front of the cave of Ancestral Dragon. He did not have the ability to go in and explore today. But that did not mean he could not go in one day. Long Chen, go back. Xue Qi seemed to know what he was thinking. In fact, everyone who went up wanted to know what was inside. This was the land of credence for all dragon warriors. Yes. It was over. Long Chen turned back resolutely and went down. Down below, the people of the 5 great dragon cities were all waiting for him. On the Black Jade Dragon Head, Long Chen saw the common people. He saw the words after 100 years, the dragon sacrifice will perish. On the Dragon Inheritance Ladder, Long Chen was connected to billions of lives. Even though he seemed to have billions of hearts beating in his body at this moment. They were all life forms on the dragon sacrificial continent. Now, he did not know what kind of great help this change would bring him in the future. He walked down the Inheritance Dragon stairs step by step. He didn't look back. When he looked up, he saw that most people were looking at Long Chen with unfriendly expressions. They didn't understand Long Chen, and they were jealous of Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had disobeyed orders and replaced Jiang Mingchong in ascending the dragon ladder. When he went down, Xue Qi appeared in front of him and said expressionlessly, "Give me the Slaughter Dragon Pearl." Xue Qi was the strongest after the 15 dragon emperors. Long Chen had no intention of keeping the Slaughter Dragon Pearl. He raised the Slaughter Dragon Pearl. What he didn't expect was that at this moment, something from the Slaughter Dragon Pearl seemed to have entered his body. He was stunned for a moment, and when he took a closer look, the Slaughter Dragon Pearl was still the same, and there was nothing in his body. It seemed like it was an illusion. At this moment, Xue Qi had already taken the Slaughter Dragon Pearl and put it away. Everyone was ready to move. Next is the Supreme Dragon Battle. After saying that, Xue Qi returned to the Slaughter Dragon City's team. From the Emperor Dragon City selection to obtaining the 5 Dragon Pearls, it was all part of the Supreme Ceremony. The Supreme Ceremony had 3 parts in total. The last part was the Supreme Dragon Battle. The Supreme Dragon Battle was a rule set by the immemorial era. Its purpose was to let the outstanding young people show their strength in front of the ancestors. The rule was that the 5 inherited young dragons would fight each other, and the final winner would be the champion of the Supreme Dragon battle. However, after millions of years, the Supreme Dragon battle was not that important anymore. Most of the time, it was just a formality for the inherited young dragons to fight each other. Because there was no reward for the winner, it was just a formality. For everyone, the most important thing was to obtain the 5 dragon pearls. The Supreme Dragon battle begins. The teams of the 5 dragon cities started to retreat, leaving space for Long Chen and the others to fight. In reality, the Supreme Dragon battle this time was even less interesting, because Long Chen's strength far surpassed theirs. Even if the 4 of them worked together, they would not be a match for Long Chen. Facing Long Chen, the geniuses were not convinced, but they were also afraid of Long Chen. Especially when they saw that Long Chen could actually resist the heaven-earth calamity, they were still afraid. Let's go together. If the 4 dragon cities work together, how can we lose to him? Long Hauga tried to rope in the others. Although the Supreme Dragon battle was not that important, he still had to work hard for the sake of his reputation. Jun Fusheng and Jiang Imo had to agree to his alliance. As for Xing Qing, she was not interested in the Supreme Dragon battle. She knew that she could not deal with Long Chen, so she just pushed it aside. Let's go. Long Hauga and the other 2 were in high spirits, trying to change the image of Long Chen in everyone's eyes. They chose to attack head-on. The super geniuses of Destiny Dragon City, Devouring Dragon City, and Eternal Dragon City should have been invincible if they worked together. But in less than 10 breaths of time, they all fell before Long Chen. Everyone's faces were pale, and they hurriedly moved away from Long Chen's side. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. The 3 ultimate mystical dragons had worked together, but they had been easily defeated by Long Chen. It had not even been 10 breaths of time. Indeed, the other geniuses were a complete joke in front of Long Chen. As for Xing Qing, she had already admitted defeat when she saw the situation. This was probably the fastest Supreme Dragon battle to end in history. It had ended in less than 10 breaths of time. The 5 dragon cities' expressions were ugly. There were no prizes for the Supreme Dragon battle. The 5 dragon cities symbolically announced Long Chen's victory and prepared to return. The end of the Supreme Dragon battle meant that the Supreme Grand Ceremony was almost over. Wait, it's not over yet. At this moment, a female voice suddenly rang out. This voice interrupted everyone's journey. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. It was Long Qingyue, who had married into the Devouring Dragon City. Her expression was cold and elegant, and she stared at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes. She ignored the advice of the Blue Fire Emperor and the Black Hell Emperor beside her and headed straight for Long Chen. Everyone, please wait a moment, Long Qingyue said politely to the experts. No problem. Xue Qi and the others seemed to have guessed her intentions. Just then, under everyone's gaze, Long Qingyue stood before Long Chen. In front of her cold and elegant aura, Long Chen was like a small fish or shrimp. What's the matter? Long Chen had long known that this woman was the one who disliked him the most. Perhaps Long Qinglan had traumatized her too much when she was young. In any case, she had been clinging to Long Chen from the beginning. She was the one who had suggested that Long Chen not be allowed to climb the Inheritance Dragon stairway. When her suggestion had been accepted, she had been extremely pleased. Furthermore, when she had gone to slaughter Dragon City, she had been incomparably arrogant, and had given Long Chen a warning. At this moment, she looked at Long Chen coldly and said word by word, Long Chen, you're Long Qinglan's son, and you're also closely related to my family. Do you have the guts to settle this with us in front of all our compatriots in the 5 major dragon cities? Long Chen went against everyone's will and ran up the Inheritance Dragon stairway. This caused her to be extremely angry. From the start, she had never placed Long Chen in her eyes. But now, this youth was jumping around recklessly in front of her. She could no longer endure it. How should I settle things? Long Chen said indifferently. In fact, he knew that this woman must be very annoying. If he had been taught a lesson by her before, he would not have been able to resist her. But it was different now. It was time to tell her that he was not her junior. Long Qingyue's eyes were cold. Her every movement showed the demeanor of an ancient family. She said coldly, "I'll tell you the truth. Long Qinglan used to be my adopted brother, my father's adopted son. But he has made a terrible mistake and was expelled from the family. You are his son and originally had nothing to do with our family." At this point, her tone changed and she said, "But to the people of the world, you are still inextricably linked to our family. So, I want to declare here that no matter what mistakes you do in the future or what disasters you cause, it has nothing to do with us. Our family definitely doesn't have someone like you." She was in a hurry to cut ties with Long Chen. "Aren't you married? You don't have the right to worry about this," Long Chen said mockingly. "This is none of your business. Even if I am married, I can't watch you be like your father, disgracing our family's reputation and ruining my father's tens of thousands of years of work. From today onwards, don't even think about making any connections with our family. Don't even think about having anything to do with our eternal dragon city," Long Qingyue said proudly. Long Chen laughed inwardly. This woman was way too full of herself. Did she really think that Long Chen wanted to return to the eternal dragon city that much? But Long Chen truly did not have any feelings for that place at all. In fact, it was even worse than the massacred dragon city. If not for Long Qinglan, he would not even want to stay in the dragon god domain. "Alright, I have nothing to do with you in the first place. You can rest assured," Long Chen said. Although he said that, the things he wanted to do would not change in the slightest. Now that his cultivation base had skyrocketed, he believed that as long as he continued to develop, there would be a day when this woman in front of him would come to him and beg him to help them. Long Chen believed that such a day would come. Chapter 2162. Unexpectedly, Long Qingyue did not finish her sentence. She said proudly to the people of the 5 major dragon cities, "You heard me. From now on, no matter what mistakes Long Chen makes, no matter what atrocities he does, he has nothing to do with our family. His father can already be expelled from this family. He is not qualified to be one of us." No one said much. When Long Qinglan rose to power, even the Blue Fire Emperor was overshadowed by him. Not many people knew him, and the whole family was singing the praises of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The resentment the siblings had for Long Qinglan was too deep. When Long Qinglan met with an accident, they would be grateful if they did not hit him when he was down. Why would they take in Long Qinglan's son? This was all within their expectations. Although they felt sorry for Long Chen, this was fate, so they did not say anything. However, anyone who was despised by their father and siblings would feel very sad. They knew Long Qingyue. She was such a proud person. She grew up like a princess and was born a godlike ruler. She could not tolerate any stain in her eyes. However, they guessed wrong. Long Chen did not care about this at all. He only felt that it was not worth it for Long Qinglan. Of course, there were still many people who treated Long Chen well. For example, the Sisters of the Goddess Heart, the few from the Dragon City of Life, and the 100,000 divine dragons on the celestial dragon planet. They were all the most loyal followers of Long Chen. As for these people in front of him, Long Chen wanted to conquer them. In fact, everyone underestimated Long Qingyue's petty and vengeful character. After announcing that Long Chen had nothing to do with their family, she suddenly looked sharply at Long Chen and said coldly, "Then I have to teach you a lesson. Although you are no longer related to us, as Long Qinglan's son, we have the responsibility to teach you a lesson. We have to let you understand what it means to respect your superiors, what it means to be sensible. This is the last time. No matter what you do in the future, we will not pay attention to you again." She put herself in the highest position and looked at Long Chen from above. As it turned out, this was the final closure she had been talking about. Long Chen simply laughed and said, "Are you saying that you want to fight me one-on-one and teach me a painful lesson? As long as this battle is over, from today onwards, our relationship will be severed, and there will be no more relationship between us. Being abandoned by a clan was an enormous blow and humiliation. Yet, Long Chen had actually said such words with a smile on his face. Everyone could not understand just what kind of arrogance this youth had. He did not even put the largest clan in the Dragon God region in his eyes. Only he could smile as if he was joking at a time like this. For a moment, everyone was very quiet as they watched the young man Long Qingyue fight. Although he seemed to be suppressed, warned, and abandoned, he still had a heroic spirit. At such a young age, he had such spirit and willpower. It was truly admirable. On Long Chen, they saw the birth of another eternal dragon emperor. However, he was even more frightening than Long Qinglan had been in the past, because Long Qinglan had always been gentle and refined. But he was different. He was arrogant, direct, gloomy, and filled with killing intent. In addition, he had terrifying talent that was not any weaker than Long Qinglan's. Once he had Long Qinglan's peak strength, then the true Dragon God domain would probably undergo a terrifying change. Everyone started to worry in their hearts. They began to understand that a person like Long Chen could only be guided and not suppressed. They also understood why the 3 dragon emperors of Massacre City had always been so lenient toward Long Chen. But Long Qingyue could not see any of this. Still pretending to be calm? You must be crying yourself to death on the inside. Long Qingyue sneered inwardly. She raised her voice and said, "You're right. Our battle is a battle to sever all ties with our family. It is also our last warning to you. I hope you will remember this, cherish your life, and take care of yourself. Do not follow in Long Qinglan's footsteps and meet the wrath of heaven and be destroyed by the heavens. Meet the wrath of heaven and be destroyed by the heavens." This was the most widely circulated reason for Long Qinglan's death in the Dragon God domain. But now that it had come out of Long Qingyue's mouth, it was deafening to Long Chen. His blood instantly boiled, and his anger burned. He had not taken this woman's insults to heart, but when he heard these words, his ancestral dragon body seemed to awaken. Buzz! Countless roars came from his body. Blood-colored mist gradually stained his eyes. He was not too violent. Instead, he was frighteningly gloomy. He looked down at Long Qingyue and said darkly, "Fine, I agree to this battle. But if it's just a battle, it doesn't seem very interesting. Do you dare to make a bet with me?" "What bet?" Long Qingyue looked at the youth with an incorrigible gaze. "What do you want me to do?" Long Chen asked. Long Qingyue smiled coldly and said, "A bet? Fine, I'm not afraid of you. How about this? If you lose, you will kneel in front of all of us and repent. You will list out your past crimes and promise that you will never commit them again." After saying this, she smiled proudly. She thought that Long Chen would be afraid, but she did not expect Long Chen to agree so readily. He smiled and said, "Then if you lose, you will kneel in front of me and slap yourself 100 times. Then, you will say, 'I was wrong, I had a cheap mouth,' 100 times. Do you have the guts to make such a bet with me? Slap yourself 100 times and then say that I had a cheap mouth." If he really did it, it would be terrifying. This little bastard could defeat the late 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Now that his strength has improved, he thinks that he can fight against a 7-star reincarnation realm warrior, so his confidence is inflated. He might really be able to defeat an ordinary 7-star reincarnation realm warrior, but I, Long Qingyue, grew up under the guidance of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. How can I be an ordinary 7-star reincarnation realm warrior? He underestimated me because I'm a woman. He probably doesn't know that my inherited essence blood came from the best of the ultimate divine dragons, the great creation yin-yang dragon that controls both the power of time and space. Thinking of this, Long Qingyue smiled without batting an eyelid. She said, "All right, I promise you. With the experts of the 5 great dragon cities as witnesses, you can rest assured." She understood why Long Chen suddenly had such guts, so she was even more certain that she would definitely win. She had been pampered too much, and she had cultivated for much longer than Long Chen. Her cultivation level was no longer that of an ordinary 7-star reincarnation realm warrior, so she was very confident. When the bet between the two was completed, everyone could not help but watch in silence. Looking at the two of them, they seemed to be very confident in themselves. They could only wait and see whose confidence was fake. They were very clear about Long Qinyue's combat strength. She was the Eternal Dragon Emperor's most beloved daughter, the great creation Yin-Yang Dragon. Although she rarely participated in battles, in terms of combat strength, she was definitely the best among those in the same realm. Who was stronger and who was weaker would immediately be revealed. Although there was a lot of suspense, there were still more people who favored Long Qinyue. After all, Long Chen had just increased his realm, so he could at most fight an ordinary 7-star reincarnation realm warrior. It was tit for tat. This could also be considered a different kind of supreme dragon battle. Everyone treated this as a supreme dragon battle. After all, it was also happening outside the ancestral dragon cave. For a moment, everyone made enough space for Long Chen and Long Qinyue to fight. Long Chen calmly looked at the cold and noble woman in front of him. He knew that the Eternal Dragon Emperor must be watching as well. Watching his daughter fight him must have a different feeling in his heart. Long Chen's fighting desire exploded. He had suppressed it for too long, and it was finally time to vent. At this moment, he had transformed into a terrifying beast. He was ferocious and battle-hardened. Long Qinyue was high and mighty, like a proud swan. But how could this swan face Long Chen, who looked weak but was full of killing intent? Blood filled the air. Child's play. Long Qinyue sneered. She casually waved her hand, and the air around her trembled. A powerful wave of Dao artifact swept out. The wave of this Dao artifact had surpassed most Dao artifacts that Long Chen had seen. Today, he finally met an expert on the same level as the Sacred Spirit, the Tai City Lord, the Thunder Spirit Pagoda Lord, and Xiao Dingyuan. But now, he was completely qualified to fight. Eternal Emperor Bell. Long Qinyue was like a goddess descending to the world. Her green robes fluttered in the wind, and a translucent white bell appeared beside her, firmly surrounding her. It was the Eternal Emperor Bell. A protective Dao artifact. Long Chen glanced at it. There were a total of 580 Dao patterns on the Eternal Emperor Bell. The Tai Emperor Bell, the Heaven's Silken Silk, and the Thunder Spirit Pagoda all had 500 Dao patterns. The Stellar Core had 700 Dao patterns, but Long Chen had never seen the true power of the Stellar Core. The Eternal Emperor Bell with 580 Dao patterns was already terrifying enough. Eternity and time. The Eternal Emperor Bell was like a mountain, isolating Long Chen and Long Qinyue. Surrounded by the Eternal Emperor Bell, Long Chen seemed unable to break through and cause any damage. The dense Dao patterns condensed into complex symbols that danced around the Eternal Emperor Bell, forming a vast energy field that repelled Long Chen. Long Qinyue had a mocking smile on her face. "You're still so arrogant, child. Compared to me, you're still too young." She reached out and flicked her finger. The Eternal Emperor Bell let out a buzzing sound, and a huge sound wave rushed toward Long Chen. For a moment, Long Chen felt like he was in the middle of an ocean. Boom! He was flipped over. The crowd gasped. The Eternal Emperor Bell was indeed powerful. A mere sound wave was already so powerful. But Long Chen was not weak either. He quickly steadied himself, and the God-slaying sword was already in his hand. The God-slaying sword had never been afraid of challenging a Dao artifact. Chapter 2163. Compared to the Eternal Emperor Bell, the Dao patterns on the God-slaying sword were not worth mentioning. But the bloodthirsty and violent nature was exactly the same as Long Chen's. When Long Chen was fighting the human tribulation, billions of people roared in unison. That was the sound that was truly terrifying. In contrast, the Eternal Emperor Bell's sound wave attack was nothing to him. Within the Eternal Emperor Bell, Long Qingyue was fearless. She looked coldly at Long Chen. Without a word, she steered the Eternal Emperor Bell towards Long Chen. At that moment, her body underwent a shocking change. The left side turned white, and the right side turned black. Pure white and pure black each occupied half of her body. They represented the power of time and space. When Long Qingyue was young, she had been bestowed with the great creation Yin-Yang Dragon's inheritance blood essence. This kind of inheritance blood essence could be ranked in the top 30 in the world. And among the top 30, almost half were the inheritance blood essence of the 15 dragon emperors. This showed how powerful the great creation Yin-Yang Dragon was. White controlled the power of time. Black controlled the power of space. Very few mystical dragons could combine the power of time and space. Of course, the great creation Yin-Yang Dragon's power of time could not be compared to the Void Dragon's. The Void Dragon had the power to travel through time and space, change history, and reverse the future. It was a completely different concept from the great creation Yin-Yang Dragon. But to be able to control the two rare powers of time and space at the same time was already pretty good. At that moment, Long Qingyue's half-black and half-white body attacked Long Chen. Green Hell Whip. In her left hand, an invisible long whip made up of the power of time appeared. As the long whip moved, the surrounding river of time began to churn. Long Chen could tell at a glance that this was the power of time. Her left hand gripped the green hell whip, and her right hand straightened into a palm. She charged forward coldly. Qian Kun tear. Her right hand chopped down, and space was torn apart. She rushed towards Long Chen. In her left hand, the green hell whip waved, and the power of time shot forward. The double attack was invincible. Long Chen, on the other hand, was very calm. He was very familiar with the power of time. The Cyan Netherworld Whip was imbued with the power to accelerate time. Therefore, the speed at which the Cyan Netherworld Whip was swung was simply terrifying. Once touched by it, one's physical body would rapidly age. It could be said that this was a very good power of time. When Long Chen dodged the Qiankuan tear, the green Netherworld Whip appeared in front of him with the power of time acceleration, intending to snap his neck. Eternal moment. Time accelerated, but it was frozen by Long Chen's even stronger power of stillness, causing Long Qingyue's green hell whip to collapse directly. Long Chen fully displayed the terrifying power of his physical body, and in an instant, he appeared before Long Qingyue. Slaughter Sword Spell. The destruction of the green hell whip shocked Long Qingyue even more. Although she was only a 7-star reincarnation realm cultivator, there were actually not many people in the world who could surpass her in the Tao of Time. Long Chen had actually destroyed her green hell whip, and now he had a very deep understanding of the power of time. Just as she was slightly shocked by Long Chen's strength, Long Chen's god-slaying sword had already rushed in front of her. The crowd could not help but clamor. They were in awe of Long Qingyue's dual power, and also surprised by Long Chen's agility. Long Qingyue's power of time and space was very terrifying, but Long Chen had actually been able to survive the first exchange. This shocked them very much. But this was just the beginning. Although Long Chen did not have a Tao treasure like the Eternal Emperor's Bell that was almost indestructible, he had the determination to fight with all his might. He was destined to die here in this battle, and he would not lose. Because this was a battle of dignity. No one was willing to let their dignity be trampled on by others. When Long Qingyue trampled on his dignity, she should have been prepared to be defeated. Of course, with the Eternal Emperor's Bell and the power of time and space, she did not believe that she would be defeated. Bang! This was the ear-piercing sound of the god-slaying sword's first strike on the Eternal Emperor's Bell. The Eternal Emperor's Bell vibrated, emitting violent sound waves that tried to shake Long Chen away. But Long Qingyue was shocked to find that Long Chen had actually ignored the Eternal Emperor's Bell's recoil. Or rather, he had gritted his teeth and endured it. Long Qingyue knew how powerful the Eternal Emperor's recoil was. To be able to endure it was practically a monster. But she was soon dumbfounded, because Long Chen was not just a simple monster. He had not only withstood the recoil once, but countless times. His sword, his slaughter sword spell, was terrifyingly fast. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gray sword shadows covered the sky and covered the earth, covering the Eternal Emperor's bell. In the short span of a breath, there were already hundreds of sword shadows. The countless sword lights seemed to have gone mad. Long Chen also seemed to have gone mad. He continued to attack, and the power of his sword techniques continued to rise. Each sword was more powerful than the previous one. It was like a raging wave that constantly knocked the Eternal Emperor's bell away. In the time of 3 breaths, the Eternal Emperor's bell was knocked hundreds of thousands of meters away. The sharp sound of collision was endless. If it had been an ordinary sword and not the god-slaying sword, it would have been shattered by such a huge difference in Dao patterns. But the god-slaying sword was still very excited. Since the Eternal Emperor's bell was protecting Long Qingyue, why couldn't he, Long Chen, feed the Eternal Emperor's bell to the god-slaying sword? Clang, clang, clang. The difference in Dao patterns between the two was almost half. But the god-slaying sword was fearless, and neither was Long Chen. 3,500 strike. When the sword landed, the Eternal Emperor's bell let out a violent roar and started trembling. Long Qingyue, who was inside, was swaying left and right. Her face was flushed red. She did not expect Long Chen to be so crazy, so terrifying, and so reckless. The most frightening thing was that he was unscathed under the recoil of the Eternal Emperor's bell. Swoosh! Swoosh! The thousands of sword auras also stunned most of the onlookers. They got to know Long Chen even better. Long Chen was Long Qinglan, who was 10 times more ferocious than Long Qinglan. In fact, he was 10 times more talented than Long Qinglan. Don't waste your energy. You can't break the Eternal Emperor's bell at all. Just accept your death. Long Qingyue couldn't help but sneer after she calmed down. Indeed, the Eternal Emperor's bell was extremely sturdy. Little Skeleton was gnawing on it until his teeth were about to shatter. But Little Skeleton was still very excited, and so was Long Chen. Who said so? Long Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. He was breaking through the limits of his massacring sword technique. He had already made 3,500 strikes. His goal was to make 4,000 strikes. Even if 4,000 swords couldn't destroy this terrifying Dao artifact with 580 Dao patterns, they could still surpass him and allow him to reach an even greater peak. Long Chen could see that although the Eternal Emperor's bell was still very sturdy, it had already been damaged a little. As long as Long Chen persevered, he would one day challenge the limits and destroy the Eternal Emperor's bell. Bastard, stop dreaming. You can't defeat me. Long Qingyue was already very angry at being attacked like this. If you don't hide behind this turtle shell, even 10 of you won't be a match for me. Long Chen sneered. Don't try to goad me. Dao weapons are also a part of one's strength. I'm a woman. Long Qingyue was unmoved. Pang, pang, pang. Long Chen's charge was like a madman's. It was even more ferocious. Long Qingyue was in a daze within the Eternal Emperor's bell. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with malice. If she did not change, Long Chen might not be able to break the Eternal Emperor's bell, but she, Long Qingyue, would be completely humiliated. Bastard. Long Qingyue could not take it anymore. In that instant, the Eternal Emperor's bell suddenly expanded. In fact, it was Long Qingyue's body that had expanded. Under Long Chen's pressure, she had chosen to transform into a dragon first. In a battle between dragon martial artists, those who chose to transform into dragons were usually at a disadvantage at the start. Clearly, Long Qingyue had been at a disadvantage before. 4,000 swords. After Long Qingyue transformed into a dragon, Long Chen finally unleashed his final sword strike on the huge Eternal Emperor's bell. At that moment, the Eternal Emperor's bell howled in agony. It was a huge shock. Although Long Qingyue had transformed into a dragon, she was still sent flying. A gap. The god-slaying sword was still very terrifying. It had actually managed to tear a gap in the Eternal Emperor's bell. It greedily devoured the success, and its Dao pattern sword. The Eternal Emperor's bell was very nourishing to it. However, it had only taken a small bite out of it. If it could break the Eternal Emperor's bell, that would be for the best. But Long Qingyue did not give them that chance. Before her, a huge divine dragon that was twice the size of Long Qin stood proudly before Long Qin under the protection of the Eternal Emperor's bell. Great Creation Yin Yang Dragon. It was a divine dragon with white on the left and black on the right. There were only 2 colors on its body. The most striking thing was that its neck split into 2 dragon heads, one black and one white. The black was the dragon head of the spatial force, while the white was the dragon head of the time force. Double-headed dragon. This type of divine dragon was very rare, and it was very talented. Of course, Long Chen had seen the Tai Chi spirit dragon with 15 dragon heads. Therefore, he was not surprised by this great creation Yin Yang dragon. However, the others had seen a double-headed dragon in their lifetime and could not help but widen their eyes. What a spectacular sight! With the appearance of the great creation Yin Yang dragon, Long Qingyue's strength is on full display. Long Chen should also be at his wits' end. Under the power of time and space, he will probably bow down to her. The black and white double-headed dragon stood proudly in the starry sky, looking down at the tiny Long Chen with disdain. Just like Long Qingyue. Even after transforming into a dragon, a dog still can't stop itself from eating shit. Long Chen could not help but smirk. "Daddy, I'm not full yet," Little Skeleton said anxiously. "After I defeat her, I'll destroy the Eternal Emperor's bell for you," Long Chen said. He put away the god-slaying sword. Under the mist of blood, he revealed his primordial blood spiritual dragon body and coiled before the great creation Yin Yang dragon's eyes. Although small and ordinary, he had a murderous aura that was 10 times stronger than his opponents. "You call yourself a peerless divine dragon with that ugly appearance of yours?" Long Qingyue immediately convulsed with laughter. Chapter 2164. The 2 heads of the great creation Yin Yang dragon circled, and the power of time and space circulated. The white head on the left controlled the power of time, while the black head on the right controlled the power of space. As Long Qingyue transformed into her dragon form, this power grew at a terrifying rate. It was much more terrifying than when she was in human form. In addition, the Eternal Emperor Bell transformed into a translucent membrane that covered her black and white dragon scales, increasing her body's defensive power. Just like before, with the protection of the Eternal Emperor Bell, it would be very, very difficult for Long Chen to injure her. Compared to the magnificence of the great creation Yin Yang dragon, the primordial blood spiritual dragon seemed a little inferior. It was even comparable to the lowest grade red dragon. This was a supreme divine dragon? Many people could not help but wonder how a true supreme divine dragon could be inferior to the great creation Yin Yang dragon. If it wasn't for Long Chen's exceptional talent, they wouldn't have believed that such a divine dragon was the legendary supreme divine dragon. The only thing that looked like it was his bloodthirsty eyes. Valiant and fearless. The 2 divine dragons looked at each other for a moment. "Admit defeat. You are clearly not my match. Be a good boy and fulfill your bet. I won't make things too difficult for you," Long Qingyue's 2 dragon heads said at the same time. Long Chen could not be bothered to speak to her. His ancestral dragon body swept forward and directly fought with Long Qingyue. His slender dragon tail transformed into the heavenly slaughtering blood sword. He used the massacring sword art and once again slashed at Long Qingyue's great creation Yin Yang dragon. This move again. "As expected, you have exhausted all your tricks." Long Qingyue heaved a sigh of relief. But her eyes were still cold. The battle between the two began again. This time, the battle of the divine dragons was even more shocking. The great creation yin-yang dragon retreated frantically. Both dragon heads could control the heavenly Tao rules at the same time and use mystiques. At this moment, the snow-white dragon head on her left laughed loudly. A wild child will always be a wild child. Without proper education and training, how are you going to fight me? As he spoke, the black dragon head on the other side was already gathering spatial power. Suddenly, the black dragon head struck the space. Heaven and earth storm. With a buzzing sound, a large area was under the control of the great fortune yin-yang dragon. The heaven and earth storm was unleashed, and suddenly the entire world was shaking. It was as if the end of the world was coming. The surrounding people all retreated. They were shocked to see the place being destroyed. The so-called heaven and earth storm was very similar to Long Chen's time storm. However, this was a storm that stirred up space. For a moment, a large area of space around Long Chen was completely shattered, emitting a violent roar. All the space fragments turned into the sharpest blades, cutting towards Long Chen. For a moment, Long Chen had no way out. This scene was simply too grand. Long Qingyue's goal was to defeat Long Chen in an instant, or even kill Long Chen so that he would never have a chance to make a comeback. Qingyue is too much, everyone couldn't help but think. Under the heaven and earth storm, the besieged Long Chen seemed so small and fragile. Just when everyone thought that he was about to be finished, Long Chen was actually feeling relaxed. Child's play. The destruction of the entire world was nothing to him. As the heaven and earth storm came, Long Chen's huge mystical dragon body turned illusory, becoming the great void cosmic dragon. When his body turned illusory, the eternal dragon emperor was stunned. His eyes widened. This is Long Qinglan's mystical dragon body in his final moments. How is this possible? How did Long Qinglan's mystical dragon body end up in Long Chen's body? His heart was in a state of shock. What's wrong? The brutal dragon emperor asked. It's nothing. This little guy has a lot of secrets. The eternal dragon emperor calmed himself down, but the shock in his heart wouldn't disappear so quickly. This is the true power of time. Time storm. When the heaven and earth storm came, Long Chen's void infinity dragon body roared. In an instant, with him as the center, the most intense time storm was triggered and swept towards the surroundings. The time storm first collided with the space storm. The power of this time storm could not be seen or touched, but it erupted with a terrifying power that no one could imagine. Time was above space. The time storm suppressed the heaven and earth storm, and even passed through it. The great creation yin-yang dragon was the first to bear the brunt of it. The time storm suddenly hit her body, and the most frightening thing was that the power of time actually passed through the eternal Emperor Bell, affecting the great creation yin-yang dragon's body. In an instant, the black and white dragon scales exploded. Wang! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Long Qingyue let out a cry of pain and a grunt. Although it wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears. To everyone, this was a miracle. But now, this miracle really happened. The power of the time storm broke through the heaven and earth storm and the eternal Emperor Bell, injuring Long Qingyue for the first time. Boom! Long Chen rushed out of the heaven and earth storm. He had a 3-layered ancestor dragon body, as well as a mystical technique like Dream of the Origin. He was completely unharmed by the heaven and earth storm. Everything dissipated. The great creation yin-yang dragon was covered in blood, while Long Chen was completely unharmed. The difference was just too great, and everyone found it hard to believe. Even Xue Qi and the others hadn't expected Long Chen to reverse the situation and slap Long Qingyue when she was at her most arrogant. Long Qingyue had been beaten senseless. She endured the burning pain all over her body and stared blankly at Long Chen. What? Is this just the beginning? Are you afraid already? Long Chen's cold voice rang clearly in her ears. Her siblings, her friends, and her husband were all watching this scene. Long Qingyue had never imagined that she would be beaten like this by the person she hated the most, Long Chen. But now, it was happening. Huff huff, the great creation yin-yang dragon breathed heavily. Bastard, you bastard. Long Qingyue trembled with rage. She was going crazy, and her space-time energy was exploding wildly. Long Chen snorted and attacked again. 14th Temper. In truth, the true power of the 14th Temper was quite terrifying when combined. At this time, Long Chen directly mobilized the 14 different powers of his divine kingdom. The power of the 14th Temper swept around him, and the original form of all the powers in the world appeared around him. The sun, moon, and stars were grasped in his dragon claws. Mountains, rivers, and trees manifested around him. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, great rivers, all of them surged around him. For a moment, it seemed like the entire world was under his control. Go! When the power of the 14th Temper appeared, everyone was even more dumbfounded. Long Chen seemed like a slaughtering-type divine dragon, but he was simply omnipotent. Not only was he skilled in the power of time, but he also cultivated in all sorts of supernatural abilities, and he even had extraordinary results. The 14th Temper rumbled out. It was like the entire world was grasped in Long Chen's hands, resisting the great creation yin-yang dragon. Heart of the Blue Moon. Long Qingyue was enraged. Her attack was slightly faster than Long Chen's. This was the power of combining space-time, formed by the two dragon heads, forming a blue moon. Clouds curled around it, and wherever it went, space would collapse and time would slow down. It was like falling into a swamp, and then being torn apart by the collapse of space. The more the heart of the blue moon spun, the larger it became. Facing anyone, the great creation yin-yang dragon's attack was tyrannical. But Long Chen's attainments in time far surpassed his. After the 14th Temper erupted, he used Eternal Instant to stop the heart of the blue moon's time-slowing power. The 14th Temper blasted out. The heart of the blue moon, which had lost the power of time, was rapidly melted by Long Chen. This was simply a one-sided suppression. Boom! Wind, rain, thunder, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and trees, all sorts of powers broke through the heart of the blue moon. Having learned his lesson, the great creation yin-yang dragon no longer dared to rely on the eternal Emperor Bell. Under Long Chen's ferocious attacks, especially the god-slaying sword, the eternal Emperor Bell already had a huge crack. Spacetime round shield. Long Qingyue resisted in horror. In her eyes, Long Chen had already become a terrifying opponent. It made her tremble all over. In truth, she had not even experienced 1/10 of Long Chen's battles. Boom! The spacetime round shield exploded. The 14th Temper slammed into his body, sending him flying. The eternal Emperor Bell trembled violently. The Tao patterns on it broke one by one, emitting a piercing light. And in this tremor, the great creation yin-yang dragon did not manage to dodge at all. Although she had the eternal Emperor Bell, a large portion of the power still hit her body, worsening her injuries. In an instant, she was covered in blood. Whoosh! The pair of dragon heads trembled violently as they coughed up blood. After the battle, the great creation yin-yang dragon had lost her previous elegance. In front of the seemingly ordinary primordial blood spirit dragon, she was as pathetic as a dog. At this moment, Long Qingyue finally realized that she might lose. How is this possible? He can only deal with ordinary 7-star reincarnation tribulations realm cultivators. How can he be so ferocious? This can't be real. She had already said all that she could. But now, it seemed like she had played a joke on herself. She had said so much, but now, it was all her own humiliation. She had never experienced something like this before. For a moment, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Blood blurred her vision. In front of her, the youth's eyes were still cold. Although she had humiliated him time and time again, his heart had not changed at all. This was the moment he had been waiting for. At this moment, Long Qingyue was on the verge of breaking down. Long Chen's gaze actually made her feel fear, terror, and tremble. Chapter 2165. The great creation Yin-Yang dragon is going to be defeated? Everyone had an interesting look on their faces. It was especially so for the Green Fire Emperor and the others. They had not expected such an outcome. Ye is in danger. The Black Hell Emperor clenched his fist. The Blue Fire Emperor stopped him and said, "Don't be too biased. Xue Qi is watching you and will probably stop you. If Long Chen really defeats Ye this time, the Massacre Dragon City will probably value him more. These guys are playing with fire." The Black Hell Emperor said coldly, "Forget it. In fact, Ye might not be defeated." He was the one who understood Long Qingyue the most and knew where her limits were. To be honest, Long Chen had not broken the Eternal Emperor bell yet. He was still a distance away from killing Long Qingyue. Courting death. Courting death. The great creation Yin-Yang dragon roared. She gritted her teeth and became fierce again. "I can't be defeated. I can't lose my face. I have to fulfill the bet." She was terrified just thinking about it. Therefore, no matter what, she couldn't be defeated. "I want to win. This is the only move that can kill him. It doesn't matter what price I have to pay." Long Qingyue had a demon in her heart. She was terrified for the sake of it. She regretted provoking him. Now that she was in a difficult position, she had to fight for her dignity. But the person who was fighting for his dignity was Long Chen. Long Qingyue had disregarded his dignity and even trampled on it. Only with strength could Long Chen win back his dignity. He looked coldly at Long Qingyue. This time, he had to kill her in one go. She was an ultimate mystical dragon and had another life. Taking her life was the greatest punishment she could receive. It had been a long time since Long Chen had used the spiritual cultivation fire to increase his strength. But this time, he did it. The spiritual refinement fire burned fiercely on his blood-red dragon body, becoming more and more vigorous, even becoming much larger than his original body. His strength had also soared under the enhancement of the divine refining flame. Damn it! The great fortune Yin-Yang dragon retreated step by step. Finally, it could not retreat any further. She gritted her teeth. Space-time convergence. At this moment, her two heads were intertwined and actually began to fuse together. In the blink of an eye, the two dragon heads had become one. When this step was completed, her battle prowess rapidly increased, to the point where she was no less powerful than Long Chen. After space and time converged, the surrounding space and time trembled violently, producing a buzzing sound. It felt as though the world was being torn apart. Die. Long Qingyue couldn't stand Long Chen's cold gaze, it was driving her crazy. She had never thought that a child could be so frightening. Wan. Heavy. Emperor. Heavens. It was also the power of combining space-time, but this time, it was much more tyrannical than the last. The great fortune Yin-Yang dragon coiled into a ring, forming a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish in the center. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish spun, producing the sound of a surging river. At this moment, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish split open, bursting with intense light, instantly illuminating the entire starry sky. The intense light transformed into tens of thousands of worlds, pressing Long Chen in the middle. This was the 10,000 heavens, and each world was like a bomb that could explode at any time. The 10,000 heavens converged, and the buzzing sound was incessant. Everyone quickly retreated to prevent themselves from being implicated. Long Qingyue stood proudly above the tens of thousands of worlds. She finally gained some confidence and shouted, "Weren't you very ferocious before? Can you escape from my 10,000 heavens?" If he couldn't escape, there would probably be no one to collect his corpse, because in this world, no one would acknowledge him, no one would be his friend, and no one would be his family. Just like Long Qinglan, you are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Only by venting like this could she feel slightly better. What she got was Long Chen's cold gaze. She retreated half a step in fright, then flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her huge dragon head roared, "From today onwards, you will never be able to rise again." The 10,000 heavens and the tens of thousands of worlds exploded under her guidance. This was the explosion of a small world, and its power far exceeded the explosion of their previous battle. Everyone retreated even more anxiously. Luckily, they were strong enough, or else they would also be turned into powder in this explosion. And Long Chen bore the brunt of it. Everyone retreated to a faraway place and looked at that area. At this moment, there seemed to be an additional golden sun standing proudly in the starry sky. Even the people of the dragon sacrificial continent could see the birth of a new resplendent sun. This light simply pierced through the dark night. Boom! Tens of thousands of explosions formed into one. For a moment, everyone was deafened, as if they had lost their hearing. The destruction of the 10,000 heavens was very resplendent and gorgeous. In this light, the great creation Yin-Yang dragon stood proudly above the resplendent light, looking disdainful and elegant. As for Long Chen, he was right in the center. He had probably disappeared long ago. Is it over? Is that kid dead? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. He shouldn't be dead. After all, he has 2 lives. Everyone began to discuss. They believed that under this level of attack, no matter who it was, they would be injured. As for what exactly would happen, they didn't know. According to their estimations, an ordinary 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm warrior would probably die on the spot. Just as the light was at its brightest, a red light appeared at the edge. That red light flashed and instantly rushed behind the great creation Yin-Yang dragon. This was just a tiny detail. It was just that after this red light passed, the great creation Yin-Yang dragon actually let out a muffled groan, then its huge body fell downwards. Boom! The great creation Yin-Yang dragon turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. Only now did that soft but despairing scream reach everyone's ears. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and stood in the sky. He was only discovered a few breaths later. At this time, Long Qingyue had already disappeared without a trace. No one could see that the Tao patterns on the god-slaying sword were soaring. Long Chen quickly placed it in the divine nation. In the blink of an eye, the god-slaying sword already had more than 400 Tao patterns, and it was even heading towards 500. If this continued, it would probably have no problem becoming a terrifying Tao weapon with 999 Tao patterns. Long Qingyue was finished. Long Chen used the blood spirit thrust and the spiritual cultivation fire to finally kill her. Of course, he also suffered the attacks of the 10,000 heavens, but this kind of attack might not be able to kill him. As long as he didn't die, Origin of Dream would be able to recover him. Although he was a little tired now, it was undeniable that he had won. Long Qingyue had been killed by him. Of course, as an ultimate divine dragon, her dead body once again gathered into a human form and stood in front of Long Chen. At this time, everyone gathered around and looked at the two of them in a daze. Long Qingyue's heart was beating so fast that she looked at Long Chen blankly. Suddenly, she screamed as if she had seen a monster and shrank back. Her mind kept replaying the scene of the blood spirit thrust piercing through her body. That was something she would never forget. Yeah. The Blue Fire Emperor and the Black Hell Emperor had already reached Long Qingyue's side. With her big brother and husband to rely on, her beating heart finally calmed down. However, the shadow in his heart would probably never dissipate in this lifetime. Big brother, Brother Ting. Long Qingyue grabbed their shoulders and trembled. She looked at Long Chen with a pale face. Even though he was facing these two top experts who had once competed with his father, Long Chen didn't retreat at all. He looked at Long Qingyue naturally. He had proven everything with his strength. Everything Long Qingyue had said before was a humiliation to him. Long Chen had already made her shut her mouth. That was enough. Most people had already rushed over and gathered around them. Xueqi wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Seeing that everyone was looking at Long Chen in shock, he said, "Well, this challenge is over. It's obvious who won and who lost. This matter is over. We're all from the 5 major dragon cities, so let's not be calculative. The Dragon Ball has been obtained. It's time to disperse." What embarrassed him was that although most people thought the same, Long Chen and Long Qingyue didn't move. Or rather, Long Chen himself didn't move. He suddenly said, "The battle is indeed over. But there will be more in the future. In any case, they will never stop provoking me. I'm very grateful to these people who became my stepping stones. It was you who taught me that arguing and arguing are futile. Just like now, I don't think I need to say anything more." Long Qingyue gritted her teeth and wanted to say something, but her mind was blank. Everyone's eyes fell on Long Chen. Long Chen said, "Fine. You said before that this battle would be the end of my relationship with your family. It's over now. Then I, Long Chen, swear that from now on, I have nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry about me bringing shame to your family, and don't lecture me in the name of discipline. I can do whatever I say, and I hope you have the guts to do it too. From now on, I'm done with you." At this point, he smiled and said, "Oh, no, not done. I've never had anything to do with you." This was what Long Qingyue said herself. Therefore, she was speechless at this moment. The Blue Fire Emperor was furious. He said, "Don't be happy too early. You're Long Qinglan's son after all, and you have a lot to do with us. If you do something outrageous and betray the human race, I'll be the first to not offend you. Don't even think about getting away with it." Long Chen didn't take these words to heart. He was just saying it, and there was no need to take it to heart. He turned his eyes and stared at Long Qingyue. Suddenly, he said, "That's the end of the statement, but there seems to be something more important. Long Qingyue, you've already lost. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? As the saying goes, if you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. I don't need to remind you what you need to do now that you've lost, right?" This was their bet. It was also the thing that Long Qingyue was most afraid of after losing. At first, she didn't believe that she would lose, but now. Chapter 2166. This was the wager between Long Chen and her. He once said, "If you lose, you have to kneel in front of me and slap yourself 100 times. Then, you have to say, 'I was wrong, I had a cheap mouth,' 100 times. This was the punishment of the loser." Compared to the wager that Long Qingyue had placed on Long Chen, this wager wasn't too much. However, to anyone, this would be a humiliation that they would never be able to wash away, especially for Long Qingyue. She was a pampered woman with a high status. She couldn't bear this kind of humiliation. To her, this was even more unbearable than taking her own life. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't forget it. He wasn't a good person. She had humiliated him and didn't even see him as a human. Now that the opportunity had come, he wasn't the kind of person who would let her off easily. The reason why he had to defeat her was for this moment. Therefore, he pursed his lips and looked at Long Qingyue coldly. Then, he said word by word, according to the wager, "If you lose, you have to kneel in front of me and slap yourself 100 times. At the same time, you have to say, 'I was wrong, I had a cheap mouth,' 100 times. I think that since everyone is watching, can we begin?" Every word he said was a nightmare for Long Qingyue. Long Qingyue retreated hurriedly. Even the Blue Fire Emperor and the Black Hell Emperor couldn't hold her back. She shook her head vigorously, afraid to fulfill her wager. The Blue Fire Emperor was furious and said, "Long Chen, you've already won. Don't go overboard. As a man, if you only have this little bit of magnanimity, you won't be able to convince the masses in the future. After all, everyone felt that Long Qingyue had suffered a big enough blow after being defeated by him. Long Qin couldn't help but laugh. He said, "What has this got to do with magnanimity? I'm just reminding someone to be willing to admit defeat. If you don't even have this bit of moral character, what right do you have to say that others go back on their word?" I don't know who was the one who had agreed to my request so confidently. If I were to lose now, you wouldn't say that your sister is a petty person, right? The Blue Fire Emperor's eyes gave birth to a chaotic green flame. His inherited blood essence came from the same divine dragon as his son, Long Haoge. At this moment, he was filled with killing intent and was threatening Long Qin. A supreme expert of his level could make Long Qin collapse with a single glance, but fortunately, Xue Qi was standing right in front of Long Qin. "Brother Blue Fire, I have something to say. You shouldn't act like this. Although you are his uncle, haven't you already severed all ties with him? So, don't teach me how to slaughter Dragon City's people." Although Long Qin would definitely not be able to control it in the future, in a situation where the other 4 dragon cities all rejected Long Qin, if they helped Long Qin a little, they might be able to reap an unexpected surprise in the future. With Crimson's help, Long Qin had nothing to worry about. He said again, "Hurry up. Long Qingyue, don't waste everyone's time. Why didn't you pretend to be pitiful when you were so majestic just now? I remember all the insults and sarcastic words you said to me. Do you want me to repeat them to you and see how cruel and ugly you are? I, Long Qin, am indeed a petty person, but I won't use vicious words to insult others." Every word he said was aggressive. Those who didn't know him would think that he was vengeful. Those who knew him well knew that this was his personality. He wouldn't take the initiative to provoke others, but he would never let off those who humiliated and bullied him. This was his principle. "No, I can't," Long Qingyue gritted her teeth, her face pale. She grabbed the arms of the Blue Fire Emperor and the Black Hell Emperor nervously and said, "No, I will never kneel." Everyone looked at each other. Although Long Qin was very domineering at the moment, Long Qingyue's performance was too poor. She was actually scared to this extent by a junior. At this moment, the Black Hell Emperor stood in front of Long Qingyue. His eyes were like the abyss, hiding a dead world, making people uncontrollably fearful. He was also the person that Long Qin didn't know the most about in the vicinity. "Long Qin, let's forget about this matter. If you fight with me in the future, I promise to spare your life." He said it in a strange way. But those who could understand what he was saying could naturally hear the thick killing intent in his words. This was a warning, not a gift. Long Qin wasn't frightened. He smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to spare my life. Anyway, the promise between you and your husband is no different from farts. I didn't force her. Whether or not she abides by the bet is her own business. I can't force her to kneel, right? Anyway, this is your style. If you don't have the guts, don't bet with me in the future. You can't afford it." It was laughable that these people were so high and mighty before, thinking that they were elders and wanted to discipline him. Only now did they understand that they didn't have the right to do so. Long Qin had never been afraid of these challenges. His words were a counterattack to the Black Hell Emperor, making it hard for them to back down. At this moment, the atmosphere on both sides had reached its limit. What the Black Hell Emperor was most afraid of was that today's events would spread. By then, the entire Dragon God domain would know that not only had Long Qingyue lost, but she didn't even have the guts to fulfill the bet. This was a disgrace. Of course, if she fulfilled the bet, it would be a greater disgrace. The Black Hell Emperor and the others were clear in their hearts, so they definitely wouldn't let Long Qingyue suffer this disgrace. For a moment, they pulled Long Qingyue back. The Blue Fire Emperor said fiercely, "Since you are so heartless, then don't blame us for being rude. From today onwards, don't even think of taking a step into Eternal Dragon City, or you will die. Everyone from Eternal Dragon City, return with me." The Black Hell Emperor also led the people from Dragon Devourer City and prepared to leave. Of course, Long Chen knew that they wouldn't let Long Qingyue kneel. That would be even more humiliating. No matter what the outcome was, they would be mocked, so there was no need to fulfill this bet. Today, Long Chen should have given them a counterattack long ago. They were jealous of Long Qinglan and hated her for life, wanting to deal a blow to Long Chen. But unfortunately, if it was just Long Qingyue, she didn't have the ability to do anything to Long Chen. She couldn't control Long Chen now, and even more so in the future, because the speed of Long Chen's growth was something that they would never be able to look up to. Everyone started their journey back. At this moment, a voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Stay. This voice had a terrifying magical power, causing everyone to stop in their tracks and look up. It was an illusory figure that was blurry and indistinct. There was also a cloud of blood mist that floated around the illusory figure. Seeing these two existences, Long Chen's hair stood on end. First, he was very familiar with that cloud of blood mist. It was obviously one of the 3 dragon emperors of Massacre Dragon City. And the one standing next to him was definitely someone at the same level as the Dragon Emperor. Greetings, Father. The people from Eternal Dragon City were the first to react, kneeling on the ground devoutly. Under Xue Qi's lead, Massacre Dragon City immediately saluted the Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor, and also greeted the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The other people from Dragon City also saluted the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Long Chen's head buzzed. This person really had appeared. He was the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan's adoptive father, the most powerful person in the entire Dragon God domain. No matter what, he was someone who had raised Long Qinglan, and had left a very deep mark in Long Qinglan's life. He was also someone who knew Long Qinglan very well. This person meant a lot to Long Chen, so Long Chen was a bit dazed. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was looking at him. It was as if he had no secrets left in front of him. Everyone else knelt before them, except Long Chen. He gritted his teeth, recovering from his initial shock. At this moment, this Eternal Dragon Emperor was probably an enemy, so he never thought he could get away with it. And this person definitely had something to do with Long Qinglan's death. If he could understand Long Qinglan wouldn't have been abandoned by the entire Dragon God domain. If he hadn't spoken up for Long Qinglan, who else would? Long Chen didn't have a good impression of this person. He held his breath, adjusting his emotions. Everyone looked up in confusion. Why did the Eternal Dragon Emperor appear at this time and ask them to stay? Of course, they knew the relationship between Long Chen and the Eternal Dragon Emperor. But judging from the behavior of the Blue Fire Emperor and Long Chen, it didn't seem to be good. The silence lasted for quite some time. Finally, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's voice sounded again. Qingyue. He looked at Long Qingyue. Father. Long Qingyue's tears flowed down her cheeks. She had suffered so much today that she couldn't hold back her tears. You lost. Fulfill your promise. Our child, you have to keep your word. Hua. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect the Eternal Dragon Emperor's first words to be to ask Long Qingyue to slap himself. Ah. Long Qingyue was also stunned. Father. The Blue Fire Emperor couldn't help but speak. But halfway through, he shut his mouth. Long Qingyue's face was full of tears. I can't, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said coldly. Do you want to be expelled from the family? Hearing this, Long Qingyue felt like she was struck by lightning. Her face was pale as she looked blankly at the sky, then at Long Chen. The Black Hell Emperor beside her clenched his fists, obviously furious. But he couldn't stop anything. Although he didn't understand it, this was the Eternal Dragon Emperor's order. Long Qingyue trembled and knelt on the ground in grief and indignation. She was in extreme pain and humiliation. She bit her lips so hard that they bled. Her face was full of tears, and she couldn't stop it. Everyone's eyes fell on her. I was wrong. My mouth is cheap. Long Qingyue slapped herself. Every time she did that, she would raise her head to look at Long Chen with deep resentment hidden in her eyes. Once, twice, all the way to dozens of times. No one made a sound as they watched her slap her face over and over again, until her pale cheeks turned bright red. She looked at Long Chen with a gloomy gaze. I didn't ask you to fulfill your promise. Why are you glaring at me? Long Chen said. Long Qingyue's mouth was full of blood, but she didn't forget to glare at Long Chen. Not just her, but everyone in Eternal Dragon City. Alright, this is a big grudge. Long Chen knew what the Eternal Dragon Emperor meant. 100 times, and it was over. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's gaze returned to Long Chen. We're still second at the moment. We can continue to climb. From the data I know, it won't be a problem to release a few chapters. Because the lunatics have too many exams in June, these releases will be released in 2 to 3 weeks. But can we only be second? I said before that 350 chapters per chapter. Now there's a limit, which is 10 chapters. I can add at most 10 chapters. I can't do anything more than that. Releasing chapters is my sincerity. 10 chapters is enough. After all, my stamina is limited. Any more and I'll hurt my foundation. Of course, there will be similar activities in the future. I think everyone should work hard to reach 10 chapters. Then, if possible, I'll fulfill my wish to be first. There are so many people in the Dragon Blood Army. A few thousand people is too little. The method is to add WeChat, P _ 1 7 K. Remove the period above. Then send Feng Qingyang to him. If you don't understand, please add my WeChat, Fengqingyang. It may be blocked by other websites. The blocked asterisk is 17K. Just turn 17K into a number. I will post tutorials here every day to teach everyone to help me get first. If I can get first, I won't take the exam. I'll fight for 20 chapters. Brothers, do you have the courage? Chapter 2167. It was the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The illusory figure was right in front of Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't see him clearly. His actions had successfully made the people of Eternal Dragon City, and even the other 5 dragon cities, hate Long Chen even more. However, this didn't matter to Long Chen. At this moment, he already had a certain amount of authority. As long as his authority was expanded, his words would be the truth in the Dragon God domain. The illusory figure looked at Long Chen for a long time. Long Chen wasn't sure if he was being kind or malicious, but it was most likely not. As for his grandfather, that was also impossible. The other party definitely wouldn't treat him as his family. Back then, he didn't treat Long Qinglan as his family either. This kind of person of high status wasn't a good person. If it was someone else, they would definitely be nervous to death. Long Chen's eyes were calm. The surroundings were quiet. At this time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's voice came again. He said directly, Long Chen, how about going to Eternal Dragon City? This sentence was beyond Long Chen's expectations. Just now, Long Chen had already announced that he had cut off all ties with his children, and would never let Long Chen step into Eternal Dragon City. When he came out, the first thing he said was actually to ask Long Chen if he wanted to go to Eternal Dragon City. The Blue Fire Emperor and the others were puzzled, but in front of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, they wanted to say something but stopped. Obviously, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's authority in Eternal Dragon City was quite terrifying. Long Chen was a little surprised. He said, I promised Brutal Dragon Emperor that I would stay in Slaughter Dragon City for 20 years. Before the 20 years are up, I won't go anywhere. Moreover, I am also a person of Slaughter Dragon City. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said, I've already discussed it with Cruel Blood. If you want to go, he won't stop you. Of course, you can choose to go back to Slaughter City at any time. Hearing this, Long Chen was very confused. Why did this old ghost want him to go to Eternal Dragon City? Shouldn't he hate him, just like how he hated Long Qinglan? Now that everyone in Eternal Dragon City hated him so much, even though Eternal Dragon City was the place he wanted to go the most, he was still very hesitant. Long Qinglan had grown up in this place, and Long Chen had dreamed of going to Eternal Dragon City before coming to the Eternal God domain. But now that so many things had happened, he was very disappointed in this place. Whether he went or not wouldn't make much of a difference. So, he shook his head and said, "Sorry, I already promised these people that I wouldn't go to Eternal Dragon City, and I'm not the slightest bit interested." In front of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he didn't bow and scrape. He was the son of the Dragon Emperor, and he should have that pride. He believed that Long Qinglan wouldn't want to show any cowardice in front of this person. This was an enemy, not a family. Most importantly, Long Chen was very suspicious of his motives. This guy might have bad intentions. After all, it was hard for Long Chen to imagine that he was someone who would have a good impression of him. After all, it was Long Chen who had humiliated his daughter. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "It would be a pity if I didn't go. Long Qinglan's body is preserved in Eternal Dragon City. I thought you would want to see it." "Oh, perhaps it's just one of his corpses. After all, you only appeared after he died in Eternal Dragon City." Buzz. Long Chen shuddered. Long Qinglan's corpse. After hearing this, he was shocked. He had never heard that Long Qinglan's corpse was in Eternal Dragon City, but he had heard that Long Qinglan had died in Eternal Dragon City. Then, there must be something related to him in Eternal Dragon City. This Eternal Dragon Emperor in front of him shouldn't be lying about this. As a son, don't you want to see it? The Eternal Dragon Emperor said one last sentence. Long Chen bit his lip. To be honest, of course he wanted to see it. After all, that was the person he was most grateful to. He was the one who gave him everything. It was just that he was in Eternal Dragon City. Of course, Long Chen wasn't afraid of Eternal Dragon City. He just didn't understand the Eternal Dragon Emperor's true intentions. What was he trying to do? The Eternal Dragon Emperor didn't force it. At this point, his body began to disappear. He said to the team from Eternal Dragon City, "All right, let's go back." The Blue Fire Emperor and the others got the order and nodded hurriedly. Then, he said to Long Chen, "His corpse is in Eternal Dragon City. Whenever you want to see it, just come to us. We will always welcome you here." After saying that, he disappeared. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor of Massacre Dragon City also disappeared with him. Everyone was silent. "Don't come, or I'll let you know what it means to beg for death," the Blue Fire Emperor said coldly and left with the people from Eternal Dragon City. The people from Devouring Dragon City also followed them. "Let's go." Xueqi waved his hand and patted Long Chen's shoulder. He smiled and said, "At such a young age, you're already so powerful. You're even better than Long Qinglan back then. I'm impressed. You're really charismatic. All the geniuses in the world are shit compared to you." Jiang Ming was still next to him. When he heard Xueqi's words, he looked helpless. However, he didn't object. In less than half a year, Long Chen had already left him far behind. The people from Massacre Dragon City also prepared to go back. "Eternal Ghost, what the hell are you doing?" In the shadow, the Blood Mist asked. The invisible figure said indifferently, "Nothing. I just want him to see his father's final appearance. I think he won't be so stubborn to clear his father's name. He doesn't know the truth. He's just immersed in Long Qinglan's bewitchment." Hee, maybe you're right, but I still have to tell you something." "Go ahead." Violent Blood Dragon Emperor said, "From my observation of him in the past half a year, his luck is simply incredible. No one has been able to match him for thousands of years. Even Long Qinglan was not as good as him. His potential is simply terrifying. If I'm not wrong, he'll be able to approach our level in less than 10 years. He might even surpass us. Whether he can become a god or not depends on whether he can break the shackles or not. But for this kind of person, if you don't want him to die prematurely, it's best not to treat him too badly. Oh. I see. Hee. The invisible figure gradually dissipated in the void until it completely disappeared. The situation is changing. Something big is about to happen. I'm afraid it's going to be lively. The blood mist looked at the sky and murmured. On the way back, the people of Slaughter City were more polite to Long Chen. Long Chen eventually replaced Jiang Mingchong and ascended the dragon staircase. Everyone gradually forgot about this. After all, Long Chen had the ability to go up. He was also chosen by the Black Jade Dragon Head, and also by Violent Dragon Emperor. Now that Long Chen had defeated Long Qingyue, he was already a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm powerhouse. In the 5 big dragon cities, martial artists of this level were the true upper echelons, second only to the various emperor-class overlords. In the Dragon God domain, they were qualified to be the city lord of any of the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants. Other than the emperor-class overlords and the various dragon emperors, the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm martial artists were the strongest. In other words, from today onwards, there were too few people who could suppress Long Chen. In the eternal god domain, Long Chen had gradually climbed to the peak. Although he was still far from becoming a god, his combat strength had risen rapidly. He was also gradually changing everyone's impression of him. At least in Slaughter City, he had already gained some recognition, and there would be more in the future. His goal was to get rid of everyone's hatred for him because of Long Qinlan. Because Long Chen hadn't reached the peak of this trip to the origin of the dragons, he hadn't been able to learn more about the origin of the dragons. However, there were 2 most important things that he couldn't get rid of. First, the sentence that the dragons would perish within 100 years was full of suspense and pressure. Second, after stepping on the inheritance dragon staircase, he had already united with the trillions of lives on the dragon sacrificial continent. It was as if countless thin threads had entangled them, and there was a mysterious power from them that was supporting Long Chen. Although it was still very weak, there would probably be a day when it would release a terrifying power. Long Chen had a premonition that this change would bring about a huge transformation to his life. Or perhaps a transformation from a human to a god. There was endless information hidden in his mind. He could remember everyone, call out their names, and know their experiences. He could even see Biyao town and the lives of everyone in the divine dragon nation. He saw Yang Lingxing's growth in the shadow demon world and gradually becoming a realm lord. He saw Feng Jilin quietly working hard and becoming famous in the true martial emperor palace. Even he himself was amazed by such a magical thing. There was even one more thing. In Slaughter City, there seemed to be something that entered his body. Even now, he couldn't see it or touch it, as if it didn't exist. However, Long Chen was sure that it existed. For a moment, he felt like he was surrounded by mysteries. Corpse. The most important thing was, of course, the Eternal Dragon Emperor's final words. Long Qinglan's corpse. Should I go or not? Long Chen discussed the matter in detail with Lingxi. Naturally, Lingxi was worried about his safety. She hurriedly said, Chen, he must be up to no good. That's why he lied to you. Don't go. Even if you want to go, you have to wait until I go to the Dragon God domain. I'll go with you, okay? Long Chen knew that she was worried about him. For the sake of his beloved's peace of mind, he couldn't take this risk. Therefore, he agreed. Okay, then we'll talk about this later. Only then did Lingxi heave a sigh of relief. In fact, she had also improved a lot. After all, she had 80% of the god's blood. In addition, she had a stellar core with 700 Dao patterns. If she could control the stellar core, the power of her Dao artifact alone would be very shocking. Of course, it was still impossible for her to catch up to Long Chen. Chapter 2168. For all the young dragons in the Young Dragon Palace, the potential martial arts battle was the biggest event because it was the best platform for them to show off what they had learned. It was also the best platform for them to protect the glory of each clan and fight side by side. Many warriors were discovered on this platform and became successful from then on. However, many people were disheartened after continuous defeats. The potential martial arts battle targeted everyone. All the 100,000 young dragons in the Young Dragon Palace had to participate. There were more than 100 clans in the Young Dragon Palace, and each clan had 1,000 people. They were called the number 1 clan, number 2 clan, and more than 100 clans. The specific ranking was based on the overall strength of the last potential martial arts battle. For example, the Battle Dragon clan ranked in the 80s in the last potential martial arts battle, which was very low. In the Young Dragon Palace, the top 10 clans were the most popular. Only the top 10 clans could win the favor of the elders, get more attention, get more resources, and have a better future. Of course, most of the top 10 clans were the descendants of the nobles in the Slaughter Dragon City. The competition between the top 10 clans was very fierce in every potential martial arts battle. Of course, there were not many changes. After all, the top 10 clans had abundant resources and were guided by the elders. Therefore, their combat strength was very strong. The potential martial arts battle in the Young Dragon Palace was actually very interesting. The potential martial arts battle was based on 1,000 people in each clan. The rules were that the 100 clans would randomly draw an opponent. If the number 1 clan drew the number 2 clan, the 2 clans would fight each other. In fact, it was a round-robin battle. 1,000 people from each clan had to participate in the one-on-one battle. If all 1,000 people from one clan were defeated, and the other clans still had people, the winner would be decided. Everyone had to participate in the battle and contribute their strength to the victory of their clan. Of course, the warriors who performed well and defeated several people in a row would also receive a lot of attention. If each clan was a unit, the clan that lost the battle would be directly eliminated. If the ranking of the losing clan was higher than that of the winning clan, then the winning clan would get their original ranking. For example, if the number 2 clan defeated the number 1 clan, then the number 1 clan would become the number 1 clan, and the losing clan would drop 1 rank. After being eliminated, they could no longer participate in the battle unless they were nominated again. More than 100 teams would go through an elimination battle until the top 10 teams were decided. Finally, the entire race would take turns to fight to determine the final ranking. Such a competition system emphasized teamwork. For the sake of ranking, for the sake of glory, every race would naturally do their best to change their own fate and the fate of their companions. Of course, there were also some unspoken rules. For example, the Battle Dragon clan had tyrannical strength, but they were only ranked in the 80s. That was because they were of low birth, had no backing, and had no one to protect them. Basically, they would be threatened and humiliated in every potential battle. They could only feign defeat, especially when they met those teams in the top 10. They did not even have the qualifications to resist. This was also the reason why Liang Teng, Peng Hong, Luo Yan, and the others wanted to cry every time they participated in the potential martial battle. They had been bullied and humiliated, but they were powerless against the top-notch experts and the elders of their opponents. They could only swallow their tears and obediently accept their beatings. But it was different this time. They had a new hope. In the past month, they had been cultivating hard and longing for that person's return. They had been waiting day after day, but the potential martial battle was getting closer and closer. On the last day, more than 1,000 of them stood at the gate, waiting anxiously. They even wanted to leave the Young Dragon Palace to find him, but the potential martial battle was about to start, and they could not go out. More than 1,000 people looked worried. The closer the battle was, the more anxious they became. Why hasn't he come back yet? Luo Yan leaned against the red pillar, pursing her lips and looking worried. We are doomed again. Damn it. We have to pretend to be beaten up by those bastards again. It's so boring. Do we have to be humiliated every time? When can we fight them fair and square? I didn't come to the slaughtering dragon city to be humiliated. But he hasn't come back yet. What can we do? The battle is about to start. Don't think too much. We are born with a cheap life. How can we compare with others? We'd better accept it. We don't even have a teacher. I hope we won't fall out of the top 100 today. The Battle Dragon clan is so funny. Hearing that, Pang Hong was angry. He said angrily, "Shut up. This time, we not only want to win, but we also want to be in the top 10. Isn't that what you want? We fight so hard just to show our brilliance today and prove that we are not worse than others." Hearing his scolding, the others lowered their heads. Fine. They want to win, too. None of us wants to lose. No, we just want a fair fight, Luo Yen said, shaking her head. The sun rose. It was time. Liang Ting in black looked at the sky and said, "It's time to go." Pang Hong was dazed. The others looked at each other. A young man asked, "Boss Liang, aren't we going to wait for him?" Liang Ting said, "If he comes back, he will go there directly. We will join the battle." The others were still hesitant. Then what should we do? Should we accept their threats or try our best to fight and show the combat power we deserve? This was the question they were most concerned about. If they did not give in before Long Chen returned, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. They had been together for so many years and were as close as brothers. What they were most afraid of was being separated. Liang Teng looked at the crowd and clenched his fists. He said in a deep voice, "We want to fight. Not only do we have to show our combat power, but we also want to be in the top 10. We want our Battle Dragon clan to become one of the top 10 clans and realize our dreams. We are not cowards. How can we admit defeat? So, this time, we will fight to the death. Then, if he doesn't come back, then won't we?" Many people were worried about this. They all asked Liang Teng for an answer. Liang Teng was silent for a moment. He thought of Long Chen and said through gritted teeth, "I don't know what you are thinking, but I, Liang Teng, would rather die than lose." He would rather die than lose. This was his determination and his belief. The crowd's eyes were red. His words made them cheer. For a moment, they all raised their arms high. Their young faces were full of passion and passion. Driven by the mission, passion, and glory, the young people let out their loudest roars. We would rather die than lose. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gate opened. With heavy footsteps, they stepped out of their War Dragon Palace Hall to welcome the most important challenge in their lives. Every one of them was fired up. This time, they were no longer timid. As long as there was a chance for a fair battle, even if they were defeated, they would have no regrets. More than 100,000 young dragons gathered in the central square of the Young Dragon Palace. It was a huge square. At least tens of thousands of people could transform into dragons here. Even so, the square was still crowded. A large number of young faces gathered here, preparing for the first fight. The more powerful the young people were, the closer they were to the center. There was a tall tower in the center, where many top dragon warriors stood. They were the seniors of the Slaughter Dragon City, including the Blood Dragon Army, the Dragon Tomb Army, the Wind Moon Army, and so on. The grandest event of the Young Dragon Palace was taking place. More than 100,000 dragon warriors roared. For the glory and dignity of each clan, they were ready to fight. Each team was led by several people. Usually, it was their teacher or the friend invited by the teacher who was responsible for the training and cultivation of the young dragons. However, the Battle Dragon clan was hiding at the edge of the central square. They were only qualified to stand in the corner and look at the crowd in front of them, watching the lucky ones in the center. They clenched their fists. After all the teams had gathered, the next step was to randomly select their opponents. Although it was said to be random, there was a certain degree of manipulation. For example, they would definitely not put the strong teams in the first place. Instead, they would let the teams with obvious differences fight. For example, the top 10 teams would fight against the teams ranked below the top 100. There was basically nothing to see in such a fight. The main purpose was to eliminate the weak quickly. The names of the teams were announced one by one. The 18th clan versus the 98th clan. The 3rd clan versus the 75th clan. The 12th clan versus the 134th clan. More than 100,000 young dragons listened carefully, looking for their first opponent. The 9th clan versus the 83rd clan. The 83rd clan. Hearing this number, the Battle Dragon clan immediately tensed up because it was them. Their opponent was the 9th clan. As expected, they were going to be the cannon fodder that would be eliminated in the first round. The 9th clan, everyone looked at each other. Even though they were filled with fighting spirit, they hadn't expected that their opponent would be the 9th race, which was ranked in the top 10. They were all filled with heroic spirit and wanted to achieve some results. But facing such a powerful race right from the start was a great deal of pressure for them. More importantly, they definitely knew that there were experts like Liang Teng and Pang Hong here. In order to not embarrass the 9th clan, their elders would definitely come to suppress them before the battle even began, hoping that they would feign defeat. For a moment, everyone was silent. It seemed that fate did not favor them. They only wanted a fair fight, but it seemed to be very difficult, especially since Long Chen had not returned yet. Everyone's faces were full of pressure. Go back, Liang Ting said. Next to the central square, there were hundreds of resting arenas. They returned to their arenas and sat on the ground. It's just the beginning, and you're already disheartened. Get up, Luo Yen said coldly. Everyone got up, but they still looked very helpless. Just as Liang Teng was about to say something, someone came in from outside. The thousands of them quickly gathered together. As expected, those who were going to come would definitely come. Chapter 2169. Outside the training grounds of District 83, there were a few people walking over. The leader was a middle-aged dragon warrior with long green hair. His pair of green eyes were extremely terrifying, like a venomous snake filled with sinister vulture. Behind him were a few youths, all of them wearing precious Dao treasure armor. They were in high spirits and had arrogant expressions on their faces. They exuded a sense of superiority, especially when they looked at Liang Teng's pitiful group of over 1,000 people. Of course, they knew the background of the 83rd tribe. It could be said that they had no background, but it was said that their real combat power was not bad. Every time there was a battle of potential, someone would come to suppress this team. So this time, they were no exception. Of course, it was not that the 9th tribe was afraid of the Battle Dragon tribe, but they wanted to preserve their strength for the later battles. They had to win the first battle beautifully, so they came here during their break. The battles outside had already started. After all, this battle of potential was going to take a long time. Of course, the Battle Dragon clan was not particularly lucky. Their battles were in the first few battles, and it would probably be their turn in less than 2 days. Cheers and sounds of battle were already coming from outside. They also wanted that kind of cheers. But every time, they were not fated. At this moment, they all stood up. The most disgusting thing had come. This green-haired middle-aged man was definitely a member of the 9th tribe. Hatred and anger filled their young hearts. They united and looked at the few people coming towards them coldly. That green-haired middle-aged warrior led a few youths, unscrupulously and condescendingly until they were 20 meters in front of them. The few noble youths were teasing each other in a very relaxed manner, not even glancing in their direction. That green-haired middle-aged man swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a condescending tone, 83 tribes. Where's your teacher leading the team? Let him come out and see me. This person was a Wind Moon general of the Wind Moon army. He had reached the 6 paths of reincarnation and was proficient in the power of the 6 paths. He was also a little famous in Slaughter Dragon City. His name was Mu Huan. He asked, but no one on Liang Ting's side answered him. Mu Huan saw the hatred in the eyes of these young people and could not help but sneer. At this time, a young girl beside him said, "Second uncle, their reputation is quite bad. I'm afraid that no one is willing to lead them. Why don't you just find the leader and teach him a lesson? We still have to go back and prepare for the battle with the other top 10 races." The girl was wearing a colorful armor. Her skin was snow white and she was beautiful. She was also very arrogant. She did not look at Liang Ting at all. Mu Huan nodded and looked around. As expected, there was no one leading this group, which made things even easier. His eyes shone brightly as he said in a clear voice, 83 tribes, you must know what I am here for. As usual, they cannot win, they must suffer a crushing defeat. Let me give you a standard. Before all 1,000 of your people fall, we cannot lose 100 people. If we exceed this number, you have all experienced it, so you should know what the consequences will be. Not only did he want Liang Ting and the others to lose, he wanted them to lose very badly. 100 people could kill 1,000 of their people. What kind of level was that? In the 9th tribe, each person could kill 10 people. Such humiliation caused the people of the Battle Dragon tribe to resist strongly. Their faces were all green. Their young hearts were already burning. Mu Huan could definitely hear their strong will to resist. He was very surprised. He did not expect these young people to dare to look at him with hatred. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Mu Huan found it funny. Now he had to scare them. So he asked, there are so many of you. There should be a leader, right? His gaze swept across the crowd. It was said that there was an ultimate mystical dragon among them. His gaze instantly locked onto Liang Ting. This lonely, cold youth gave him a sense of danger. Mu Huan could predict that he might have a very bright future. Unfortunately, he had no one to guide him. Moreover, he was going against the 9th tribe. Mu Huan reached out and grabbed. A wave of the 6 paths of righteousness pressed down on Liang Ting. With a slight tug, Liang Ting's body was pulled over with a slap. Mu Huan did not say anything. He directly stepped on Liang Ting's face with his huge foot, crushing him. With his tyrannical strength, not only was Liang Ting unable to resist, but his face was also covered in blood. Boss Liang! Everyone cried out. Their anger had completely exploded. That anger was like a demon, causing their minds to go blank. There was only hatred left, causing them to forget everything. They only wanted to fight, only wanted to resist. There were too many things in this world that were more important than life. For example, glory. For example, dignity. The thing they could not afford to lose was dignity. Let him go. Their enraged hearts were about to explode under this torture. More than 1,000 people rushed towards Mu Huan with no regard for their lives. Seeing the fierce fighting gazes of these young faces, Mu Huan felt very bored. He suddenly waved his hand, and instantly, the 6 paths of righteousness sent more than 1,000 people flying. One by one, they fell to the ground and vomited blood. In the next moment, he kicked Liang Ting away. At this moment, the skin on Liang Ting's face was covered in blood, but his eyes were cold and filled with hatred. He was like a wild beast, and also like Long Chen. He would never forget the humiliation he had suffered today. It was caused by his uselessness. Boss Liang. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears as they surrounded Liang Ting. I'm fine. Liang Ting steadied himself. Everyone looked at the blood on his face and became even more furious. However, they understood even more deeply how weak they were. Mu Huan was very satisfied after teaching them a lesson. He said in a low voice, "You all saw it. I did not give you any chance to refuse. You all must lose, and you must lose miserably. Otherwise, your entire team will be disbanded and you will all be expelled from Slaughter Dragon City. Among you, if you defeat more than 3 disciples of my 9th clan, after the battle ends, we will personally greet these people and make them beg for death. Do not doubt the veracity of my words, because they will not be able to accept such an outcome. Today, I will stop here. Lowly fools, you must remember clearly that this world is controlled by the strong. When you are still weak, you are just a pile of shit. Don't talk to me about dignity. How can a pile of shit have dignity? Hearing Mu Huan's words, the Battle Dragon clan gathered together. They were very silent, and did not refute a single word. They looked at each other, and deep bewilderment appeared in their eyes. Mu Huan had the ability to make them suffer such an outcome. To them, this was such despair. Teacher, you are too vulgar. A tall and sexy young girl beside him giggled. Her face was slightly red, and she exuded a noble aura. Another girl pouted and said, "It's settled. Look at how you've scared these fools." None of them dare to speak. What ability do these 83 clans have? I think if we really fight, even 1,000 of them might not be able to defeat 100 of us. Mu Huan smiled and said, "It's better to take precautions. After all, our goal this time is to charge into the top 7 or so. We cannot waste too much energy on these insignificant people. All right, children, follow me." Mu Huan glared at Liang Teng and the others before turning and swaggering away. They did not even look at Liang Teng and the others again. The expected humiliation. They looked down on them. They humiliated them. They did not treat them as humans. They only treated them as objects to be toyed with and scolded. The Battle Dragon clan held each other's arms. Their eyes stared in the direction that Mu Huan and the others had left. They did not leave. Brothers. Liang Teng, whose face was covered in wounds and blood, did not show any signs of pain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Today, I have understood something." Everyone looked at him. He swallowed his saliva and said word by word, "He is right. We are indeed dog shit." Everyone was confused. Then, he bit his lip and continued, "That is because we have endured so many potential battles. If this is not dog shit, then what is?" However, he was wrong about one thing. Even dog shit has dignity. No matter how lowly we are, we cannot allow them to trample on us. I, Liang Teng, will make them pay the price in blood. He was a man of few words. It was already very good that he had spoken so much. However, everyone's blood was still boiling. They had the same ideals and beliefs. Pang Hong waved his arms and said loudly, "That's right. So what if we die? Do we still have to live like cowards? Then what is the point of living? We call ourselves the Battle Dragon clan. We want to fight. We want others to give us the respect we deserve. We cannot allow others to trample on us." The humiliation and injustice were like worms crawling on their hearts. They felt extremely uncomfortable. Young people should not be like this. In an instant, they all raised their arms. Are we still going to submit this time? Are we still going to be clowns and let a bunch of weaklings chase us down from the arena? No, absolutely not. Luo Yen suddenly thought of Long Chen. She said, "Even if Master cannot return, we must still learn from him and live proudly like him." That's right. Then let's kill them. Brothers, as long as we defeat them, we will have created a legend. We will be the new 9th clan, the top 10 clans. As long as they defeated one of the clans, they would be the first to take their title. The 9th clan would then become the 10th clan, or even later. The title of the 9th clan made them feel like exploding. On that day, they would unleash all their anger. Then, they would wait for the most important battle of their lives to descend. It was a battle to defend their dignity. They had no regrets. Is there anyone who hasn't added WAP underscore and sent Feng Qingyang to it? Chapter 2170. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the battle between the 9th clan and the Battle Dragon clan. Before this, there had already been several battles. Basically, it was the teams at the top fighting against the teams at the bottom. This was not very interesting, because it was very difficult for the teams at the bottom to have the qualifications to fight against the teams at the top. Judging from the previous battles, it was basically one-sided. There had even been situations where one side had sent less than 200 people to completely defeat the other side. There had also been situations where one person had directly defeated dozens of people. The seniors were all very relaxed. Now, the 9th clan and the 83rd clan gradually entered the arena. In front of them was a huge battle arena. Thousands of battles took place on this arena every day. Especially when the potential battle began, the battle power was even more shocking. Therefore, this arena was called the Raging Dragon Battlefield. At this moment, 1,000 people from the 9th clan and 1,000 from the Battle Dragon clan were on opposite sides of the Raging Dragon Battlefield. On the left and right, in the sky, and on the central tower, there were many seniors of Slaughter Dragon City and spectators from other clans. There were many spectators, and it was like a sea of people. Of course, the real battle had not started yet, so they did not care much about it. Most of the time, they were just chatting. That's the 83rd clan over there. I heard that there are a few good seedlings there. There are seedlings, but they perform too poorly in every potential battle. Their talent for battle is too low, and they've wasted such good legacy essence blood. I also heard that this is the case. These few people are really too weak. As a dragon warrior, the most important spirit is courage, and the people here are basically afraid of the slightest thing. They are not worth cultivating. The crowd roared with laughter. Basically, the gap this time will be even bigger. The 9th clan has cultivated many good seedlings over the years. I heard that they are going to make it to the top 7 this time. They came prepared, so their battle power will be very strong. I think the gap between them and the 83rd clan will be even bigger. Mu Huan told me that they only need to send out 100 people. Oh, that's really interesting. Mu Huan has risen because of the 9th clan. If there are some geniuses in the future, he will be even more awesome. Alright, the battle is about to start. On the side of the 9th clan, led by Mu Huan, the disciples were chatting happily, not at all nervous about the upcoming battle. Those who could enter the 9th clan were mostly the descendants of the nobles in Slaughter Dragon City. They had parents and elders to raise them, so they were naturally superior to others. Do you see those idiots from the 83 clans? They're all so stupid, and they seem to hate us. Look at their eyes, there are a few who are quite good looking. When it's my turn later, I'll go up and get closer to them. You're way too naughty. After all, this is a battle of potential. You can't mess around in the Raging Dragon Battlefield. It doesn't matter. Those ranked in the 80s are basically all rotten lives. As long as we cover it up a little, no one will find out. They teased each other casually. On the Battle Dragon tribe's side, Liang Ting, Peng Hong, Luo Yan, Wind Fire Wolf, Li Shuangyu, and the others stood at the front. At this moment, their hearts were already burning with passion. No one could stop their determination. On the other side, Mu Huan did not expect them to be so daring. I'd rather die than lose. They were united. Thousands of them held hands as if they were brothers and sisters. Their gazes were cold as they faced this unfair world. Today, they were going to roar at the world. 9th clan, 83rd clan, get ready. The battle will begin in 10 breaths. Each team will arrange their own order. After you go up, you will first announce your name. Also, please remember the rules of the battle. If you cross the line, you will be eliminated, and if not, you will be killed on the spot. An elder announced from high up in the sky. Hearing this voice, everyone held their breaths. Liang Ting, Luo Yan, I'll start the first battle to boost morale. Peng Hong said in a low voice. Basically, among the Battle Dragon tribe, He was the second strongest. Liangting said, "I'll do it." "No, you'll be the last." "I'll deal with their experts," Pang Hong said with a cold gaze. The people around them heard their conversation. They bit their lips and tightened their grip on each other's hands. The warmth of their companions made them even hotter today. Their fighting spirit was stimulated by each other's courage. Today, they did not take a step back. A good man should advance bravely and rather die than submit. "Brothers and sisters, watch me beat them to death." Pang Hong shouted softly. He let go of the arm of the person next to him. His tall body moved forward with heavy steps toward the raging dragon battlefield. His determination and decisiveness made everyone's hearts burn. No one said a word, but they used their eyes to show their support for Pang Hong. The battle dragon tribe will win. They chanted silently and tightened their grip on their companions' hands. "I am Pang Hong of the 83rd clan." Pang Hong stood on the vast raging dragon battlefield and said loudly. He was full of energy and his voice was deep. The 9th clan had been chatting and laughing, but they were stunned by Pang Hong's words. Then, they roared with laughter. "Fuck, isn't it just the 83rd clan? How dare you shout it so loudly? Aren't you ashamed? Someone go up and kick this idiot off. He's such an eyesore. If you guys aren't going up, I'm going up." Halfway through the conversation, someone from the 9th clan, who was closest to the raging dragon battlefield, had already stepped up. It was a fat man who was 3 meters tall. His body was covered in dark muscles, and his hair was thick. He looked very rough. He rushed to the raging dragon battlefield. Instantly, the entire battlefield shook. "It's Wang Zhong. He's going up so quickly. Is he going to help us defeat the 83 clans?" Haha, on the 9th clan's side, everyone relaxed and laughed loudly. Wang Zhong was very famous in the 9th clan. His strength was at the early stages of the yin and yang calamity. Although he was not considered an expert, he was still an eyesore. Mu Huan lowered his head and thought to himself, "This fellow seems to be a super divine dragon at the late stages of the yin and yang calamity." In terms of strength, Wang Zhong is definitely not his opponent, but he should be a tactful person. At this moment, Wang Zhong had already rushed in front of Pang Hong. "I am Wang Zhong from the 9th clan. Die, idiot." Wang Zhong did not take Pang Hong seriously at all. His first move was the collapsing mountain fist. His muscular arm was covered in dragon scales and was extremely thick. It was filled with wild power. Wherever it went, the air exploded. The power of his fist seemed to have completely suppressed Pang Hong. At this critical moment, the rage in Pang Hong's heart could not be described with words. He had vented all the pressure in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly let out an angry roar. When his opponent's fist came towards him, he raised his arm, which was not even 1/3 the size of his opponent's, and threw a punch that collided with his opponent's fist. Bang! Although Pang Hong was very strong, he was still much weaker than Wang Zhong. However, at this moment, everyone saw Wang Zhong's massive body fly backwards. His entire arm was bleeding profusely and drooped down. He had almost been crippled by Pang Hong. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Pang Hong, Pang Hong. The scene of victory caused the members of the battle dragon race to hold each other's hands. The baptism of victory made them ecstatic. They wanted to vent and fight. At this moment, they had become one with Pang Hong. The expressions of the members of the 9th clan changed slightly. Mu Huan had a bad feeling. Did this group of idiots not want to live anymore? He could not understand Pang Hong or the battle dragon race. At this moment, Pang Hong's dignity and glory were all in his fists. The impulse that made him go crazy filled his mind. He had imagined this scene countless times, and it had finally happened. "I want victory." He roared and charged forward, starting a real attack. His entire body was surrounded by purple aura, and he was very powerful. "Motherfucker." Wang Zhong steadied himself. When he saw that Pang Hong was still charging at him, he instantly exploded with anger. However, his opponent's strength was indeed shocking. When he thought of this, he became angry and transformed into a divine dragon. A divine dragon that was as black as steel suddenly appeared. Pang Hong was indifferent to his opponent's transformation. He reached out and a purple halberd appeared in his hand. It was a primordial Tao artifact. At this moment, he gripped the halberd and charged towards the black divine dragon. The halberd's speed was extraordinary. The black dragon tried to block it, but it could not stop Pang Hong. With a flick of the halberd, the black dragon's massive and black body was sent flying. A massive divine dragon rushed out of the battlefield of the raging dragon. Blood spurted wildly, and it landed at the feet of the 9th clan. It was on its last breath and transformed into a human. It was finished in one move. As a super divine dragon in the late stages of the Yin and Yang calamity, it was very normal for the Purple Skies Empyrean dragon to instantly kill this unknown high-level divine dragon, who was only in the early stages of the Yin and Yang calamity. Rumble. The black dragon landed. Pang Hong held the halberd and slowly landed on the battlefield of the raging dragon. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the thousands of dragon warriors of the 9th clan. This was his first victory. He was so direct and proud. The warriors of the battle dragon race had tears in their eyes. They had been looking forward to this moment. Finally, it was time for them to start a massacre. For a moment, they forgot everything else. There was only one person in their minds, and that was Pang Hong. They crazily shouted this name. The 83rd clan's momentum shook the heavens. Everyone who was still in the midst of a pleasant conversation suddenly noticed this scene and was slightly dumbfounded. It seems like the 83 clans have strong fighting spirit. Yes, it's just a victory. Defeating an early-stage warrior at the late stages of the Yin and Yang calamity is nothing to cheer about. It seems like these children's minds are a little abnormal. That's good. This will be interesting. Mu Huan was the one who could not understand. Looking at the 83 clan's stance, it seemed like they did not want to live anymore. Humph, he snorted coldly. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, another warrior from the 9th clan charged forward. He had only just announced his name when he began to fight Pang Hong to the death. Kill him. The warriors of the 9th clan were furious as well, and they began to cheer loudly. Chapter 2171. Since the start of the Battle of Potentials, something spectacular had finally happened. The two teams were shouting and fighting with all their might. What was unexpected was that this was a battle between the 9th clan and the 83 clans, not a battle between the top 10 clans. Pang Hong was the one who had stirred up this commotion. He had defeated Wang Zhong in the first battle. The second expert of the 9th clan stepped onto the stage. He was aggressive and wanted to take revenge for Wang Zhong and save face for the 9th clan. After all, it was quite embarrassing to lose right at the beginning, especially to the 83 clans. Die. A shocking battle to the death had begun. This time, the one who stepped onto the stage was slightly stronger than Wang Zhong, but in Pang Hong's eyes, it was nothing. He had not transformed into a dragon, but he had already beaten his opponent to the point where he spat out blood and was sent flying. The second person fell at the feet of the 9th clan. Seeing this, the 9th clan was completely enraged. Their nobility and superiority had been challenged, which was intolerable to them. Pang Hong looked at the 9th clan coldly and arrogantly. He knew his responsibility. He had come here with morale on his shoulders. Not only could he not lose, he had to win beautifully. Only then would he have completed his mission today. The so-called top 10 9th clan is only at this level. It looks like the 83 clans are going to become the new 9th clan today. Pang Hong could not help but laugh coldly. To the 9th clan, the provocation of the week was even more humiliating. Bastard, you have only won 2 battles. How dare you say such arrogant words? I will kill you. Frog in a well. Who do you think you are? In an instant, a large number of warriors flocked towards the raging dragon battlefield. At this time, Mu Huan was secretly communicating with Liang Teng. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? I will say this again. If you don't know what's good for you, after today's battle, you will be disbanded and chased out of Massacre Dragon City. I will also send people to assassinate you. None of you will survive, especially you and the one on the stage. I will take away your inherited essence blood. Liang Teng responded with a cold look. They were indeed afraid of this threat, but as the saying went, they would rather die than lose. This was glory and dignity. Mu Huan would not understand. Therefore, Liang Teng acted as if he had not heard him. If you really want to die, then don't blame me. Mu Huan sneered coldly. He had to shatter the confidence and morale of these idiots. Thus, he stopped the crowd from swarming forward and said, Mu Li, you go up. Mu Li was a young girl beside him. She had once threatened Liang Teng and the others with him. Me. The tall girl was a little disdainful. She was at least one of the top 3 in the 9th clan, and yet she was being asked to deal with such a person. She really thought too highly of them. Mu Li had thought that she wouldn't even need to fight in the first few rounds. All right, I'll get this idiot down. Mu Li raised her eyebrows and said helplessly. The 9th clan finally quietened down when they saw her attack. With Mu Li taking action, that kid is dead for sure. He actually dares to act so arrogantly in front of our 9th clan. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, the tall, slender, fair-skinned, elegant, and arrogant girl rushed onto the stage. She rolled her eyes at Pang Hong and said, Mu Li of the 9th clan, go ahead. His tone showed that he did not take Pang Hong seriously at all. Ding! Pang Hong placed the halberd in his hand on the ground. He recognized the person before him. She was Mu Huan's niece. She was of noble birth and had a cold expression. Even at this moment, she looked as if she was disgusted with fighting Pang Hong. Behind him, 1,000 brothers and sisters were cheering for Pang Hong. He suddenly laughed and said, after I defeat you, you will know the determination of the Battle Dragon clan. Mu Li did not deny it, but she could not help but sneer, as if she had heard a joke. But she did not expect Pang Hong to actually have the strength to fight her. When he said the last word, his entire body turned into a purple shadow, and the halberd in his hand shot out. Can your halberd break my snowy rainwater Dao weapon? A snow-white Dao weapon made of feathers appeared on Mu Li's body, forming a shield. There were close to 300 Dao patterns, and compared to Pang Hong's Dao weapon, it was far superior. That was the difference between them. But this did not stop Pang Hong's determination. Explode. The two clashed fiercely. The ferocity of Pang Hong's attack instantly exceeded her imagination. It was not because he was strong, but because he was crazy and did not care for his life. His purple halberd struck the snowy rainwater divine armor again and again. Even if he could not hurt her, he wanted to scare her. Clang, clang, clang. On the battlefield, one purple and one white fought fiercely. Although Mu Li had the snowy rainwater divine armor, she was still being chased by Pang Hong. Get lost. She hated such a disgusting opponent. It was beneath her. Pang Hong fought to the death without a word. His ferocity gave the Battle Dragon clan great strength. At least they were fighting fairly now. Boom. Mu Li did not show mercy this time. Her head was directly struck. If not for the snowy rainwater divine armor, she would have died. She fell to the ground, her head buzzing, and blood even flowed from the corner of her mouth. In that instant, she was dumbfounded. The high and mighty goddess had been struck down from the altar by Pang Hong's halberd. This was just the beginning. At this moment, Pang Hong was like a wild beast. He did not have the slightest tenderness for the fairer sex. He only had the will to fight to the death. Muli angrily transformed into a dragon. Another super mystical dragon, the sky snow pattering dragon. This time, Pang Hong finally appeared. He transformed into a purple skies Empyrean dragon. The two great mystical dragons began to fight fiercely on the raging dragon battlefield. From this point on, Muli's snowy rainwater divine armor could no longer be used. The battle between the two was very intense. Muli was also filled with the will to fight, but compared to Pang Hong's desperate fighting style, she was still too inexperienced. Their actual strength was equal, and Muli even had many Dao treasures, so she was slightly superior. But against Pang Hong's desperate fighting style, she was quickly at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Muli was once again in a daze. The purple skies Empyrean dragon actually ignored her attacks. Drenched in blood, it charged towards her and wrapped its tail around her neck. Muli felt as though her neck was about to be broken. Muli felt as though her neck was about to be snapped. Let me go. At this moment, her face was pale, and her body was trembling. She no longer had the strength to resist. The battle had ended. Such a scene had caused a huge commotion. The purple skies Empyrean dragon was covered in blood, but it did not even frown. It directly flung the sky snow pattering dragon away, causing her proud and huge mystical dragon body to collapse before the eyes of the 9th clan. Pang Hong ignored the blood on his body. He flew around the raging dragon battlefield, his bloodthirsty eyes still fixed on the 9th clan. He growled, "9th clan, are there any more experts?" This was a provocation, and also a release. Pang Hong. The battle dragon tribe was going crazy. Many of them had tears in their eyes. The feeling of finally being able to hold their heads high made their souls tremble. Everyone had to fight, and this was just the beginning. The 9th clan, on the other hand, was in an uproar. Mu Huan stood rooted to the ground, his eyes extremely gloomy. He did not understand Liang Ting's decision, but he had no other choice. He could not break the rules in front of everyone. But even Muli had been defeated. How could the 83 clans be so strong? Mu Huan had predicted that Muli and Pang Hong were equal in strength, but that Pang Hong had an advantage in terms of Dao treasures. That was why he had let her go. He had overlooked the fact that a spoiled young lady was no match for a madman. He suddenly panicked. The 9th clan would not lose today, would they? Would they lose to this bunch of madmen? The only consolation was that Pang Hong was already injured after his battle with Muli. He was even starting to run out of stamina. 9th clan, who's next? Although Pang Hong was injured, he still hovered proudly in midair. Many of the elders remembered his name. This person reminded many of Long Chen. In fact, no one knew that Long Chen had already returned. He was standing in a corner, watching everything. Beside him was the young Dragon Palace's Qian Shuihuang. These children are going to have a reversal today. Did you teach them to resist? The Qian Shuihuang asked calmly. That's their nature. Long Chen could see himself in them, and he could not help but feel a little emotional. If you don't go, they will be looking forward to your return, the Qian Shuihuang said. Long Chen shook his head and said, they don't need me. Without me, they will be even braver. This is a metamorphosis of life. After crossing this hurdle, they will be reborn. All he needed to do was watch from here. After Muli was defeated, it meant that no matter how much the 9th clan did not believe them, they would have to see them as formidable enemies. He is already at the end of his rope. I will go and defeat him. A warrior of the 9th clan, whose cultivation was among the top 10, rushed up. He was at his peak, while Pang Hong was at the end of his rope. It was another battle to the death. What was shocking was that Pang Hong had won again. He was covered in blood and wounds, but his eyes were still strong and cold as he stood proudly in the sky. He said again, 9th clan, is there no one who can fight? This huge provocation drove the members of the 9th clan crazy with anger. Just Pang Hong alone had consecutively killed 2 of their top 10 experts. Don't waste your experts. He is almost at his limit. I will go up. Another warrior of the late stage of yin and yang rushed up. His strength was not among the top 10. He thought that he would have no problem fighting Pang Hong, who was on the verge of collapse. But when the purple firmament Empyrean dragon rushed up without care, the fighting spirit and coldness in its eyes made him panic. The 9th clan was defeated again. Pang Hong stood proudly in the sky. Although he was covered in blood, he was simply an undefeatable legend. The Battle Dragon clan had tears in their eyes. Pang Hong had already made a good start. Pang Hong, it's our turn, Luo Yen said worriedly. Pang Hong laughed loudly and said, no, I can still fight 10 more. Just watch. Mu Huan took a deep breath. He was about to go mad with anger. Chapter 2172. On the Raging Dragon battlefield, the situation was changing. At this moment, the Battle Dragon clan was extremely excited. Pang Hong had given them a rather hot-blooded start. Even though they were drenched in blood, their hearts were still filled with emotions. They had faith and were not afraid of death. Nothing could scare them anymore. They roar, they roar. Mu Huan's expression was already quite ugly. The others were also paying attention to this side, feeling surprised by the performance of the Battle Dragon clan. Pang Hong wasn't bragging. He said that he could fight another 10, and he would continue to persevere. It wasn't that the 9th clan didn't have any experts, but Mu Huan knew that there was an even stronger Liang Teng after Pang Hong. He had to leave the experts behind to deal with Liang Teng, or else he would become a laughingstock. Mu Li's defeat was already a huge drain. Thus, Mu Huan had no other choice but to send the stronger cultivators up to fight Pang Hong. After all, Pang Hong was already injured. However, what made him almost cough up blood time and time again was that although Pang Hong looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, he was still able to defeat 7 or 8 opponents of the 9th clan in a row, until Pang Hong could no longer hold on, and collapsed on the Raging Dragon battlefield. He single-handedly defeated more than a dozen experts. The members of the 9th clan gulped. They were angry, but even more humiliated. They were completely stupefied. Could it be that the 9th clan was going to fight to the death as soon as the battle began? How was this possible? They had never thought of it that way. Don't worry, everyone. Only 1 or 2 of them can do it. The others don't have the ability and courage. Mu Huan's words reassured everyone greatly. After all, the Battle Dragon tribe did not have that many powerhouses at Pang Hong's level. The second martial artist went on stage. They had thought that the 9th clan would be able to turn things around, but the results stunned them once again. This time, it was Li Shuangyu. Pang Hong's unyielding spirit had deeply affected him. He knew that this battle was equally important. He wanted to pass on that spirit on the battlefield, so he could not lose. Li Shuangyu's strength was not too strong, but he was a warrior with outstanding willpower. As soon as the battle began, he put his life on the line. In a short exchange of blows, he relied entirely on his ruthless fighting style to send his opponent flying and obtained victory. One more. The 9th clan was furious, and another warrior rushed onto the stage. However, Li Shuangyu, who looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, defeated another person. Brothers, we can all do it. Whoever can't defeat at least 2 of us will have to run around naked tonight. After defeating 4 enemies of the same level, Li Shuangyu slowly fell down. Even after he fell, he was still smiling. The Battle Dragon race roared with laughter, but they were even more tenacious. Another new martial artist entered the arena. What everyone couldn't imagine was that after the Battle Dragon clan, who had been enduring patiently, erupted, they actually produced such a terrifying power. They were basically fighting with their lives and were fearless. Even if they were defeated, they would at least bring great changes to their opponents. The warriors of both sides began to exhaust themselves. Occasionally, there will be a super orgasm. However, it could be seen that the mighty 9th clan had used up twice as many warriors as the 83rd ranked clan. When the 83 clans had eliminated over 100 warriors, the 9th clan had lost over 200 warriors. This was simply inconceivable. This was no longer the power of one or two people, but the power of the entire Battle Dragon clan. Charge. Kill. It was as if they were fighting side by side on the battlefield, their blood boiling. Not only are the 83 clans full of fighting spirit and experience, but their overall strength is also quite strong. In fact, they are even slightly stronger than the 9th clan. How could such a strong team be ranked in the 80s? Someone said, puzzled. However, when most people saw the current situation of the battle, they knew that it must be because these children had no one to protect them, which was why they were feeling pressured. This time, they should be throwing caution to the wind and even disregarding their own lives. This courage was simply terrifying. After all, not many people could disregard their own lives. Although the battle is very intense, I don't think their future will be good. Mu Huan has such a large network of connections. No matter what, he has to make these children suffer. After all, the 9th clan's advancement is very important to Mu Huan. Hopefully, after the battle is over, some of these children will survive. As they watched, the battle became more and more intense. Soon, the Battle Dragon clan had more than 300 warriors. The 9th clan had once claimed that they could defeat the 83 clans with just 100 warriors. Now, it seemed like a joke. When the Battle Dragon clan sent out 300 warriors, they had already lost close to 700 and were close to defeat. If this continued, the 9th clan's name would soon change. Especially after Luo Yan made her move. Her appearance once again set off a climax. In terms of combat strength, she was only below Yang Teng and Pang Hong. She was similar to Muli from before. The Rainbow Spirit Dragon displayed overwhelming strength. Compared to Pang Hong's bravery, Luo Yan was more adept at fighting with intelligence. On the small Raging Dragon battlefield, she had outsmarted her opponents many times and won. Luo Yan's tenacity had once again exceeded Mu Huan's expectations. At this moment, Mu Huan's forehead was already covered in sweat, and his eyes were cold. More than 10 experts of the 9th clan had been injured by Luo Yan. Wang Ku, you go and finish her. Mu Huan finally could not help but send out the second-ranked warrior of the 9th clan. A cold-looking youth dressed in black stepped onto the stage and fought against the already exhausted Luo Yan. Get down. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your life if I attack. Wang Ku said coldly. Luo Yan smiled slightly and said, bullshit. If you kill someone, you'll be disqualified. Wang Ku said proudly, I don't care about that. In any case, if I attack, your life or death will be uncertain. Luo Yan breathed deeply. She was already at the end of her rope. If she continued to fight, she probably would not be Wang Ku's match. In fact, it was very likely that she would be defeated. Or even heavily injured. The other party would not be merciful. Luo Yan, get down. He did not know where this familiar voice suddenly came from. Luo Yan's eyes were instantly filled with tears. She knew that was Long Chen's voice. He had finally returned. All the efforts of the Battle Dragon clan had paid off. She could not help but want to cry bitterly. To them, today's experience was something they would remember for the rest of their lives. On that day, they had forgotten about life and death and advanced bravely. Don't tell them that I'm back. Long Chen's next words reminded her. He wanted to see them achieve victory in a helpless situation. Hence, he watched silently. He spoke now because he knew that if Luo Yan fought with Wang Ku, she would probably be heavily injured. There was no need for that. Luo Yan had already completed her mission. All right. She wiped the tears from her eyes. Just as Wang Ku was about to attack, she suddenly turned around and left the Raging Dragon battlefield. She returned to her team. Of course, no one blamed her. It seems like they only have the one on the stage and the one below, Luo Yen said to Liang Teng. I understand. As long as he defeated these two, Liang Teng would be able to sweep away the other warriors. Hence, Liang Teng replaced Wang Ku and went on stage. His appearance attracted the attention of many people. The real climax was about to begin. This battle could completely affect the overall situation. Regardless of whether it was Liang Teng or the two from the 9th clan, as long as they persevered and defeated their opponents, they would definitely be able to sweep away a large number of people. This was also the 9th clan's only chance to turn the tables. Brat, if you really refuse to come to your senses, believe it or not, I will make you regret it on the spot. Mu Huan's voice rang out in Liang Teng's ears. Liang Teng did not say anything. He stood in front of Wang Ku. At this moment, Wang Ku licked his lips and laughed mockingly. So the leader finally couldn't take it anymore and came out. Mu Huan's threat did not make Liang Teng react at all. Let's fight. Below, the Battle Dragon clan cheered again, cheering for Liang Teng. They were people who understood Liang Teng's strength. He was an ultimate divine dragon and could even be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 5 in the entire Young Dragon Palace. There were simply too many people who did not know his strength. Under the anticipation of the crowd, the cursed Lone Star Dragon and Wang Ku fought fiercely. It was a pitch-black starlight that bloomed from Liang Teng's body. In that instant, he had already become the center of attention for the crowd. The black starlight pierced the heavens and the earth. It was sharp, mysterious, and eerie. You're courting death. Wang Ku was of noble birth. He suddenly attacked with a majestic aura that was even stronger than Mu Li's. However, when he encountered the cursed Lone Star Dragon, it was destined to be a tragedy. Ultimate divine dragons, no matter where they were absolute elites. The storm howled. The black starlight pierced through. 15 minutes later, Wang Ku fell in front of the 9th clan. He was trembling all over and had lost the ability to fight. The 9th clan felt suffocated. The Battle Dragon clan cheered again. Mu Huan's eyes were gloomy. He secretly warned Liang Teng again, if you still agree to the next round, I can kill you on the spot. Don't doubt my methods. Do you want to win, or do you want to die? Given such a choice, anyone would choose to die. However, at that moment, Liang Teng said 3 words in front of the crowd. I want to win. He was resolute, decisive, and unyielding. Sikong Ren. Mu Huan finally let the most powerful warrior of the 9th clan take the field. This was a duel between 2 powerful warriors. If Sikong Ren still could not win, then the 9th clan would be finished today. They would lose their title as the 9th clan. Most importantly, they would become stepping stones for the Battle Dragon clan. Mu Huan would not allow that to happen. At his command, a young man dressed in the most luxurious clothes and wearing a powerful doctrine artifact armor landed lightly on the stage. He opened his eyes. His silver eyes were like moving metal, and they were somewhat frightening. This was a young warrior ranked in the top 10 of the Young Dragon Palace. His name was Sikong Ren, and he had inherited the essence blood of an ultimate divine dragon. 1,000,000 silver blade dragons. His body could transform into 1,000,000 silver blades. Chapter 2173. 1,000,000 silver blade dragons against the cursed Lone Star Dragon. In fact, many people didn't know much about the cursed Lone Star Dragon. Even during the era of the Dragon God, the cursed Lone Star Dragon wasn't famous. That was because the cursed Lone Star Dragon didn't live on the Draconic continent. Instead, it lived in the starry sky outside the Draconic continent. Therefore, they only knew that the cursed Lone Star Dragon was an ultimate dragon. The cursed Lone Star Dragon was one of the top star dragons. It could turn into a black star with terrifying weight. It could even form a black hole, which was a disaster of death. Today, Liangting finally stopped hiding and unleashed the true power of the cursed Lone Star Dragon. This battle was the real climax of the battle between the 9th clan and the War Dragons. This battle would decide the outcome of the battle. From tonight onward, we'll be outstanding. We'll be the 9th clan, or even higher. That was what they all believed in. At this moment, they all pinned their hopes on Liangting. He was a silent killer. He would only show his true brilliance when he attacked. When he did, even the 1,000,000 silver blade dragons couldn't stop him. This battle was especially intense. It didn't take long before they turned into dragons and started fighting to the death. The 1,000,000 silver blade dragons turned into 1,000,000 silver blades that danced in the sky. Each blade carried the threat of death. The 1,000,000 silver blade dragons looked vast, while the cursed Lone Star Dragon was only a tiny black star. It was impossible to compare them. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. The cursed Lone Star Dragon's body was so tough that it couldn't be damaged. Each of its attacks could destroy the 1,000,000 silver blade dragons. From the very beginning, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Boom, boom, boom. The silver blades were shattered one after another. Sikongren let out a faint howl of pain. He only realized that Liangting's combat power was enough to make it to the top 3 of the young dragon palace. Master, I'm no match for him. Sikongren said to Mu Huan nervously. Don't worry. I can kill him. Keep fighting. Mu Huan said coldly. Sikongren felt more at ease after hearing Mu Huan's words. However, while he was distracted, Liangting immediately gave him a heavy blow. Meteor from outer space. A beam of black light suddenly pierced through a large number of silver blades, causing them to explode one after another. Sikongren let out a cry, and at that moment, the silver blades retreated and reformed into 1,000,000 silver blade dragons, facing Liangting with difficulty. Liangting's black eyes were still cold. No matter how many times Mu Huan threatened him, his expression did not change. Are you really not afraid of death? Sikongren was somewhat afraid of him. What answered him was the Lone Star Dragon's next attack. Astral Tornado. The pitch-black steel-like body turned into a tornado that flickered in the endless starry sky as it pierced forward. This time, its power was even greater. Shocked, Sikongren hurriedly counterattacked, but he still couldn't withstand this attack. His body was about to explode, and in the blink of an eye, he was already heavily injured. With great difficulty, he crawled up from the raging dragon battlefield and said fearfully to Mu Huan, "Teacher, what should we do?" In fact, he was almost crying on the inside. Don't worry. I'll be fine after one more attack. Don't fight back now. Pretend to be weak. Mu Huan instructed. At this point, he knew that Sikongren was no match for Liangting. But how could he deal with Liangting? He already had a plan in mind. It would definitely be a result that would doom Liangting eternally. Even if the 9th clan loses, don't think you'll have it easy. What happened today was beyond his imagination. Someone had to pay the price for this great humiliation. He clenched his fists and stared at Liangting. At this moment, Liangting attacked again. The Lone Star Dragon arrived in the blink of an eye. Because he listened to Mu Huan, Sikongren simply closed his eyes, and his huge divine dragon body fell to the ground. He didn't move to resist at all. As for the Sky Bane Lone Star Dragon's attack, it was more than enough to take his life. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Stop! Many elders shouted. Death was not allowed on the raging dragon battlefield. Of course, ultimate divine dragons had 2 lives, but if they died, it would be considered a violation. Sikongren had been injured before, so it was normal for him to fall now. But everyone seemed to have seen Liangting tear him apart. He didn't expect Sikongren to fall so suddenly, so in order to defeat his opponent, he attacked rather heavily. Stop! Mu Huan suddenly shouted and rushed into the raging dragon battlefield. Don't kill him. Someone shouted from outside. But Sikongren fell at the wrong time. Liang Ting didn't even have time to retract his attack. He didn't expect his opponent to do this. He knew that Sikongren couldn't be so seriously injured that he couldn't fight back. He was pretending. Then he saw Mu Huan attack. Liang Ting was shocked and seemed to understand something. But at this moment, Mu Huan's 6 paths of reincarnation power rushed over and fell in front of Sikongren, neutralizing Liang Ting's attack. Even though Liang Ting was an ultimate divine dragon, his realm was much lower than Mu Huan's, so he would be subdued in an instant. That tyrannical power directly forced him back to his human form. Mu Huan grabbed his neck without saying anything and shouted angrily, "Liang Ting of the 83rd clan, your opponent is seriously injured, but you are so ruthless. If I didn't attack, the top 10 genius of the young dragon palace would have died in your hands. Such a vicious heart. You have violated the rules of the martial arts contest. You intended to kill someone. That's a serious offense." Mu Huan strangled him. Liang Ting's face turned purple. He had trouble breathing, and his limbs couldn't move. Let me go." He struggled to speak, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone watched this scene in silence. The older generation of warriors naturally knew that Mu Huan was trying to kill Liang Ting, but it didn't matter to them. Some of them didn't have the power to suppress Mu Huan's identity, and some didn't want to go against the forces behind Mu Huan. For a moment, no one objected. Every time the Battle Dragon clan participated in the martial arts contest, they would be threatened. It was obvious that the young Dragon Palace's system was very bloated, and the members were colluding with each other. The scene suddenly fell silent. Mu Huan's face was livid. He strangled Liang Ting's neck so hard that he almost broke it. He said sternly, "Liang Ting, you want to kill someone, but you won't admit your mistake. You have a bad attitude. You ignore the rules and have a violent personality. You will definitely cause more trouble in the future. Today, I think we should kill this guy. What do you all think?" Still strangling Liang Ting, he looked around at everyone. For a moment, no one said anything. 83 clans challenged the 9th clan, and they actually won. This was indeed ridiculous. The Battle Dragon clan felt like they had been struck by lightning. They didn't expect this outcome to come so quickly. They didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. He actually found an excuse to kill the strongest warrior of the Battle Dragon clan. Let him go. In an instant, thousands of warriors rushed towards the raging dragon battlefield. Seeing Liang Ting's pained expression, their eyes were filled with tears. Anger rushed to their hearts. They were still young and couldn't stand such unfairness. Why did they have to suffer such humiliation when they were the victors? Why didn't they have the chance to have a fair fight? Liang Ting's strength was heaven-defying. Why did he have to die in front of this person in front of everyone? Was he so powerful that he could even kill an ultimate dragon warrior at will? All of you, stand there obediently. On Mu Huan's side, a few of his good friends helped to stop the Battle Dragon clan. With their abilities, they could easily immobilize these children. Bastard. Let us go. Seeing Liang Ting's expression darken, their hearts bled. They were filled with despair. Reality hit them hard, causing them to cry. They charged forward crazily, but were bounced back again and again. Boss Liang. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. This scene made Mu Huan very proud. The members of the 9th clan also laughed. It was impossible to kill them all. Their sense of superiority rose again. Mu Huan was very pleased with himself. It had gone surprisingly smoothly. He had thought that there would be people who could not stand by and watch, but it seemed that everyone had given him face. At this moment, he looked coldly at Liang Ting, who was in his hand, and mocked, "Little fellow, how do you feel now? Do you want your worthless life, or do you want to win?" He increased the strength in his hand, almost breaking Liang Ting's neck. Liang Ting's face was completely black. He gripped his opponent's arm tightly, but he couldn't pull him away no matter what. I want to win. Even now, Liang Ting's blood-red eyes were still fixed on his opponent. There was not a single tear in them. In the face of death, he still let out the most furious roar. Just as he had said, he would rather die than lose. Then go to hell. Mu Huan no longer had any hope in him. He increased the strength. Sensing the danger of death, Liang Ting smiled. He had won so beautifully today. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. This was his most glorious moment. Life seemed to be leaving his body. In the most dazed moment, he suddenly realized that the strength in his hand had loosened. A shocking uproar sounded around him. Liang Ting fell weakly, but a heavy arm caught him. His injuries were rapidly recovering, and his vision gradually became clear. The first thing he saw was Mu Huan floating in midair. Mu Huan's eyes were filled with surprise, shock, and panic as he looked to his side. An arm was around his neck and lifted him up. Mu Huan continuously shook his legs, but he was still like a little chick, unable to break free of that person's grip. He faced that person just like Liang Ting faced him. Liang Ting realized that someone seemed to have saved him, and was using the method that Mu Huan had used against him to deal with him. He slowly turned his head and saw a face as young as his own. I was too busy with exams today. I wrote an entire afternoon and only wrote 2 chapters. I still have 1 more to write at night. I have to go to class for a meeting to talk about some production internship. Chapter 2174. That was Long Chen. In that instant, Liang Ting's mind went blank. The tenacity in his heart dissipated, and all that was left was gratitude. He, who never cried, could not help but shed tears. His appearance had not only changed Liang Ting's fate of death, but had also given the young dragons of the Battle Dragon tribe a ray of hope. Of course, Long Chen had arrived a long time ago. If Mu Huan had not gone overboard, he would not have appeared. He would have preferred to see them obtain victory on their own. That way, today's experience would be of greater help to them. But he had to appear now. Similarly, he was furious. Of course, he knew of these hidden rules and the existence of the complicated factions, but he had not expected them to be this arrogant. Today, he would destroy these rules. Today, he would seek true fairness for the Battle Dragon tribe. Master. When the members of the Battle Dragon tribe saw Long Chen lift Mu Huan, whom they had been unable to resist, by the neck, they were momentarily stunned. Then, an earth-shattering uproar erupted. At that moment, they could not help but tear up. However, unlike before, they were tears of anger and humiliation. Now, they were tears of happiness. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they had already formed an inseparable bond. To them, Long Chen, who was of the same generation, was their true pillar of support and someone they trusted absolutely. They were so weak, and should not have been able to walk together with Long Chen. But in the Dragon God domain, it was rare to find a group of people who treated him as one of their own, who were unconditionally careful. Their feelings were especially precious to Long Chen. This time, Long Chen had not gone to Eternal Dragon City. In fact, he had considered them, because Long Chen had promised them that he would return before the martial battle. He had returned. He tightened his grip, and Mu Huan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. This scene also frightened everyone. Only the Battle Dragon tribe was cheering excitedly. Everyone else was in a daze as they stared at Long Chen. Rumble. Most people left their seats and gathered around the raging dragon battlefield. For a moment, no one could clearly see who it was, so they were somewhat nervous. That young face seemed somewhat familiar. Who are you? Let me go. Mu Huan's face was ashen as he suffered the same treatment as Liang Ting. With great difficulty, he spat out a few words and looked at Long Chen in shock. With his 6 paths of reincarnation strength, there were not many people who could so easily subdue him. They had to be at least in the 7-star reincarnation realm. On the other hand, the young man in front of him was simply too young, almost the same age as Liang Teng. The feeling of death came from his neck. Mu Huan could feel the other party's true killing intent. That kind of fatal danger caused his hair to stand on end. He could not help but say, "Quickly come and save me." He didn't know who it was, but he was trembling in fear. At this moment, there were already many experts surrounding them. "Who are you? Let him go." Someone had already berated him harshly. "This is the Massacre Dragon City. You're courting death." The experts gathered around him. Long Chen did not loosen his grip. He raised his head and everyone could see his face clearly. Long Chen. Instantly, many people took a step back in fright. Among them, there were some who had seen Long Chen kill Meng Qingxiu on the spot and had a deep memory of him. However, they knew that Long Chen had gone to the cave of ancestral dragons, so they did not think it was him. At this moment, Long Chen's name had already overshadowed the title of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's son. With the protection of the 3 Dragon Emperors, he had already become one of the people that Massacre Dragon City could not afford to offend. Even the Sky Curtain Emperor did not dare to touch him. He was an ultimate expert that had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had created many legends and controlled the extremely important Massacre Dragon tomb. "Long Chen, what are you doing? Let go of Mu Huan. He did not offend you." Realizing that it was Long Chen, the crowd did not dare to fight him and could only warn him. "How did he not offend me? He offended me terribly." Long Chen's cold voice reverberated in the air. For some reason, just this young man standing there made everyone tremble. They felt a sense of awe. He was still so young. The crowd was not stupid. When they thought about how the Battle Dragon tribe called Long Chen their master, they seemed to understand. Mu Huan's expression changed. He said, You are in charge of the 83 tribes." Everyone was aware of this problem. At this moment, they recalled that after Long Chen killed Meng Qingxiu, he had been sent to the Young Dragon Palace. Who would have thought that he would become the teacher of the Battle Dragon tribe? This news made Mu Huan extremely nervous. He truly felt fear and knew that the 9th clan had fallen this time. As long as there's life, there's hope. At this moment, he hurriedly said with all his might, Long Chen, everything is a misunderstanding. I was just joking with this little fellow. Don't get agitated." The danger of death made his scalp go numb. His back was covered in cold sweat. Liang Teng was already able to stand firmly. He stood beside Long Chen. This feeling of surviving a calamity and being in control of the situation gave him a deep understanding. When he saw Mu Huan actually begging for mercy, he understood even more clearly that this was a world where strength was respected. Without strength, one had no right to speak. He looked at Long Chen. He was very curious about how Long Chen would handle this. Hearing Mu Huan's words and the surrounding people's attempts to dissuade him, Long Chen smiled and said, "Should I let you go? It seems like I'm a little unwilling. Everyone, let me ask you. The most important principle of holding this battle of potential is fairness, right? This person in my hands threatened the children of my 83 clans before the battle, telling them to feign defeat, or else they would be disbanded or executed. Then, he played this kind of trick during the battle, wanting to kill the disciple that I'm most satisfied with on the spot. Holding such a ceremony, he should be executed, right? This is not a joke. If this is a joke, then I'll play a joke on you as well." Long Chen said the last sentence to Mu Huan. Mu Huan shook his head in pain. He saw a terrifying light in Long Chen's eyes. The surrounding crowd feared Long Chen's strength and hurriedly said, "Brother Long Chen, don't be angry, don't be angry. This is just a small matter. Let's sit down and discuss it slowly. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. As for this battle, it will be considered the 9th tribe's loss. How about that?" Now that Mu Huan was in Long Chen's hands, they had no choice but to temporarily curry favor with Long Chen. Alright, we should indeed have a good chat. Long Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Hearing this, the crowd finally heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Long Chen would not do anything to make them worry. But at this time, Long Chen added, "Of course, I'll have to kill him first, then I'll have a good chat with you guys." The god-slaying sword appeared. A Dao artifact with 400 Dao patterns pierced through Mu Huan's glabella. The sharp devouring sword Qi slashed past and instantly destroyed Mu Huan's primordial spirit. Mu Huan's expression was still that of fear at the last moment. His hands, which were holding onto Long Chen's arm, were already hanging limply. At that moment, the scene was dead silent. Even the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Even the battle dragon race looked on in disbelief. This was an important figure in their hearts, an undefeatable existence. Yet, Long Chen had killed him just like that. Kill, Liang Ting felt his mouth go dry. The way Long Chen had casually attacked while chatting was a huge blow to him. Of course, he felt that Mu Huan deserved to die. But he did not expect that such an important figure could not even keep his life in the hands of Long Chen. Furthermore, it was in public. Why did he have such guts? Why could he settle debts of gratitude and enmity so easily? Because he was so powerful that no one dared to provoke him. That was the reason. Long Chen's expression was solemn. He tossed the corpse in his hands away and then slowly kept the god-slaying sword. He lifted his head to look at the crowd and said word by word, "Everyone, do you still want to sit down and chat slowly?" When he spoke, no one made a sound. They looked at Mu Huan's corpse in shock, then looked at Long Chen blankly. "Does anyone think that I'm going overboard?" Long Chen asked again. The crowd looked at each other, but no one spoke. Their mouths were dry as they looked at Long Chen. This had happened too suddenly, and in reality, it did not have much to do with them. They knew that Long Chen had killed Meng Qingxiu and was unscathed. They did not dare to fight to the death with Long Chen at this moment. Given Long Chen's personality, if they were defeated, they would most likely lose their lives. Everyone was afraid of a madman. When Long Chen looked around, no one dared to move. Even the disciples of the 9th clan did not have the courage to curse when they saw that their respected teacher was as weak as they were in Long Chen's hands. Only then did Long Chen pull Liang Ting to his side. He beckoned to the people of the Battle Dragon clan. With tears in their eyes, they came to Long Chen's side. "Raise your heads," Long Chen berated. The crowd hurriedly raised their heads in unison and looked at him. "Wipe away your tears and look at your battlefield." Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly wiped away their tears. At this moment, Long Chen had become a god in their hearts. "That's enough," Long Chen said. Then, he stood in front of them and looked at the experts of the Young Dragon Palace in front of him. He looked around disdainfully and said in a loud and clear voice, "Everyone, please listen carefully. They are from the Battle Dragon clan, the new 9th clan. They are people that I, Long Chen, have brought. From today onwards, they will enjoy a fair fight. We will only defeat our enemies on the battlefield and will not use any dirty tricks. If anyone tries to play dirty, no matter who it is, they will suffer the same fate as Mu Huan in my hands. Everyone, do you remember?" These words touched the people of the Battle Dragon clan more than anything else. They looked at the young man in front of them in disbelief. He was the same age as them. Why was he so nature-defying? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.